Section 1 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Part 2. The Revolution. Flawless his heart. Flawless his heart and tempered to the core, who, beckoned by the forward-leaning wave, first left behind him the firm-footed shore, and, urged by every nerve of sail and oar, steered for the unknown, which gods to mortals gave, of thought and action the mysterious door, bugbear of fools, a summons to the brave. Strength found he in the unsympathizing sun, and strange stars from beneath the horizon won, and the dumb ocean, pitilessly grave, high-hearted surely he, but bolder they who first off cast their moorings from the habitable past, and ventured chartless on the sea of storm engendering liberty. For all earth's width of waters is a span, and their convulsed existence mere repose, matched with the unstable heart of man, shoreless in wants, mist-girt in all it knows, open to every wind of sect or clan, and sudden passionate in ebbs and flows. James Russell Lowell. Chapter 1. The Coming of Discontent. The close of the struggle with the French for the possession of the continent may be fairly said to mark the beginning of that series of aggressions on the part of England which ended in the revolt of her colonies. True, there had been before that arbitrary and tyrannical royal governors, and absurdly perverse enactments on the parts of the lords of trade, but not until the French troubles had been disposed of did the British government bend its energies seriously to regulating the affairs of a people which it considered fractious and turbulent. In the Virginia Gazette for May 2nd, 1766, appeared one of the first of those songs, afterwards so numerous, which expressed the discontent of the colonies under this regime. The Virginia Song, May 2nd, 1766. Sure never was picture drawn more to the life, or affectionate husband more fond of his wife, than America copies and loves Britain's sons, who, conscious of freedom, are bold as great guns. Hearts of oak are we still, for we're sons of those men who always are ready, steady, boys, steady, to fight for their freedom again and again. Though we feast and grow fat on America's soil, yet we own ourselves subjects of Britain's fair isle. And who's so absurd to deny us the name, since true British blood flows in every vein? Hearts of oak, etc. Then cheer up, my lads, to your country be firm. Like kings of the ocean, we'll weather each storm. Integrity calls out, fair Liberty see, waves her flag o'er our heads, and her words are, be free. Hearts of oak, etc. To King George, as true subjects, we loyal bow down, but hope we may call Magna Carta our own. Let the rest of the world slavish worship decree, Great Britain has ordered her sons to be free. Hearts of oak, etc. Poor Esau his birthright gave up for a bribe. Americans score the mean soul-selling tribe. Beyond life our freedom we choose to possess, which through life we'll defend and abjure a broad S. Hearts of oak are we still, and we're sons of those men who fear not the ocean, brave roarings of cannon, to stop all oppression again and again. On our brow while we laurel-crowned liberty wear, what Englishmen ought we Americans dare. Though tempests and terrors around us we see, bribes nor fears can prevail over the hearts that are free. Hearts of oak, etc. With loyalty, liberty let us entwine, our blood shall for both flow as free as our wine. Let us set an example what all men should be, and a toast give the world, here's to those dare be free. Hearts of oak, etc. In 1766, William Pitt, perhaps the most enlightened friend America had in England, became Prime Minister, and adopted towards the colonies a policy so conciliatory that it occasioned much disgust in England. It is evident from the following verses, which appeared originally in the Gentleman's Magazine. The world turned upside down, or the old woman taught wisdom. Goody Bull and her daughter together fell out, both squabbled and wrangled and made a rout. But the cause of the quarrel remains to be told. Then lend both your ears, and a tale I'll unfold. The old lady, it seems, took a freak in her head, that her daughter, grown woman, might earn her own bread. Self-applauding her scheme, she was ready to dance, but we're often too sanguine in what we advance. For mark the event, thus by fortune we're crossed, nor should people reckon without their good host. The daughter was sulky, and wouldn't come to. And pray, what in this case could the old woman do? In vain did the matron hold forth in the cause, that the young one was able her duty the laws. Ingratitude vile, disobedience far worse, but she might even as well sung psalms to a horse. Young froward and sullen and vain of her beauty, she tartly replied that she knew well her duty, that other folks' children were kept by their friends, and that some folks loved people but for their own ends. Zounds, neighbour, quoth Pitt, what the devil's the matter? A man cannot rest in his house for your clatter. Alas, cries the daughter, here's dainty fine work, the old woman grown harder than Jew or than Turk. She be, says the farmer, and to her he goes, first roars in her ears, then tweaks her old nose. Hallo, goody, what ails you? Wake, woman, I say, I am come to make peace in this desperate fray. Adzooks, ope thine eyes, what a pother is here! You've no right to compel her, you have not, I swear. Be ruled by your friends, kneel down and ask pardon. You'd be sorry, I'm sure, should she walk Covent Garden. Alas, cries the old woman, and must I comply? But I'd rather submit than the huzzy should die. Pooh, prithee be quiet, be friends and agree. You must surely be right, if you're guided by me. Unwillingly awkward, the mother knelt down, while the absolute farmer went on with a frown. Come, kiss the poor child, there come, kiss and be friends. There, kiss your poor daughter, and make her amends. No thanks to you, mother, the daughter replied, but thanks to my friend here, I've humbled your pride. But Pitt was soon incapacitated by illness from taking any active part in the government, and Charles Townshend, Chancellor of the Exchequer, was able to pass his Port Bills and other oppressive measures. Many prominent Americans, among them Samuel Adams, decided that the colonies must be independent. A Song, January 26, 1769. Come, cheer up, my lads, like a true British band, in the cause of our country who join heart and hand. Fair freedom invites, she cries out, "Agree! And be steadfast for those that are steadfast for me. Hearts of oak are we all, hearts of oak will remain. We always are ready, steady, boys, steady, to give them our voices again and again. With the brave sons of freedom, of every degree, unite all the good, and united are we. But still be the lot of the villains disgrace, whose foul rotten hearts give the lie to their face. Hearts of oak, etc. See, their unblushing chieftain, perverter of laws, his teeth are the shark's, and a vulture's his claws. As soon would I venture, however he may talk, my lambs with a wolf, or my fowls with a hawk. Hearts of oak, etc. First, the worth of good Kruger let's crown with applause, who has joined us again in fair liberty's cause. Sour envy herself is afraid of his name, and weeps that she finds not a blot in his fame. Hearts of oak, etc. To Chauncey, my souls, let your praises resound. With health and success may his goodness be crowned. May the cup of his joy never cease to run o'er, for he gave to us all when he gave to the poor. Hearts of oak, etc. What Briton undaunted, that pants to be free, but warms at the mention of brave Delancey? Happy freedom, said Fame, what a son have you here, whose head is approved, and whose heart is sincere. Hearts of oak, etc. For worth and for truth and good nature renowned, let the name and applauses of Walton go round. His prudent attracts, but his free honest soul gives a grace to the rest, and enlivens the whole. Hearts of oak, etc. Huzza for the patriots, whose virtue is tried, unbiased by faction, untainted by pride, who liberty's welfare undaunted pursue, with heads ever clear and hearts ever true. Hearts of oak, etc. New York Journal, January 26, 1769. Associations known as Sons of Liberty were organized in the larger cities, and in February 1770 the first Liberty pole in America was raised at New York City in what is now City Hall Park. A struggle ensued with the British troops, during which the pole was twice cut down, but it was hooped with iron and set up a third time. A Tory versifier celebrated the event in a burlesque cantata, from which the following description of the pole is taken. The Liberty Pole, February, 1770. Come listen, good neighbors of every degree, whose hearts, like your purses, are open and free. Let this pole a monument ever remain of the folly and arts of the time-serving train. Derry down, down, hey, derry down. Its bottom, so heartfully fixed underground, resembles their scheming so low and profound, the dark underminings and base dirty deeds, on which the success of the faction depends. Derry down, etc. The vein marked with freedom may put us in mind, as it varies and flutters and turns with the wind, that no faith can be placed in the words of our foes, who change as the wind of their interest blows. Derry down, etc. The iron clasped round it, so firm and so neat, resembles too closely their fraud and deceit. If the outside's but guarded, they care not a pin how rotten and hollow the heart is within. Derry down, etc. Then away, ye pretenders to freedom, away, who strive to cajole us in hopes to betray. Leave the pole for the stroke of the lightning to sever, and huzza for King George and our country forever. Derry down, etc. Two regiments of British troops arrived at Boston on March 5, 1768, and annoyed the people in many ways. Brawls were frequent, and by the beginning of 1770 The tension of feeling had reached the snapping point. The Massachusetts Liberty Song and the British Grenadier did not go well together. The British Grenadier. Come, come, fill up your glasses, and drink a health to those who carry caps and pouches, and wear their looped clothes. For be you Whig or Tory, or any mortal thing, be sure that you give glory to George, our gracious King. For if you prove rebellious, he'll thunder in your ears, Huzza, 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 for the British Grenadiers. And when the wars are over, we'll march by beat of drum. The ladies cry, So, ho girls, the Grenadiers have come. The Grenadiers who always with love our hearts do cheer. Then huzza, 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 for the British Grenadier. On the evening of March 5, a crowd collected near the barracks, and some blows were exchanged. A sentinel in King Street knocked down a boy, and was about to be mobbed, when Captain Preston and 7 privates came to his assistance. The crowd pressed upon their levelled pieces, which were suddenly discharged, killing 4 men, and wounding 7. Crispus Attucks, a mulatto slave, was the first to fall. Crispus Attucks, March 5, 1770. Where shall we seek for a hero, and where shall we find a story? Our laurels are wreath for conquest, our songs for completed glory. But we honor a shrine unfinished, a column uncapped with pride, if we sing the deed that was sown like seed when Crispus Attucks died. Shall we take for a sign this negro slave with unfamiliar name, with his poor companions, nameless too, till their lives leaped forth in flame? Yea, surely the verdict is not for us to render or deny. We can only interpret the symbol God chose these men to die. As teachers and types, that to humble lives may chief award be made, that from lowly ones and rejected stones the temple's base is laid. When the bullets leaped from the British guns, no chance decreed their aim. Men see what the royal hireling saw, a multitude and a flame. But beyond the flame, a mystery, 5 men dying in the street, while the streams of several races in the well of a nation meet. O blood of the people, changeless tide, through century, creed, and race, still one as the sweet salt air is one, though tempered by sun and place. The same in the ocean currents, and the same in the sheltered seas, forever the fountain of common hopes and kindly sympathies. Indian and Negro, Saxon and Celt, Teuton and Latin and Gaul, mere surface shadow and sunshine, while the sounding unifies all. One love, one hope, one duty theirs, no matter the time or ken. There never was separate heartbeat in all the races of men. But alien is one, of class, not race. He has drawn the line for himself. His roots drink life from inhuman soil, from garbage of pomp and pelf. His heart beats not with the common beat. He has changed his life stream's hue. He deems his flesh to be finer flesh. He boasts that his blood is blue. Patrician, aristocrat, Tory, whatever his age or name, to the people's rights and liberties, a traitor ever the same. The natural crowd is a mob to him, their prayer a vulgar rhyme. The freeman's speech is sedition, and the patriot's deed a crime. Wherever the race, the law, the land, whatever the time or throne, the Tory is always a traitor to every class but his own. Thank God for a land where pride is clipped, where arrogance stalks apart, where law and song and loathing of wrongs are words of the common heart, where the masses honor straightforward strength, and know, when veins are bled, that the bluest blood is putrid blood, that the people's blood is red. And honor to Crispus Attucks, who was leader and voice that day, the first to defy and the first to die, with Maverick, Carr, and Gray. Call it riot or revolution, his hand first clenched at the crown. His feet were the first in perilous place to pull the king's flag down. His breast was the first one rent apart, that liberty's stream might flow. For our freedom now and forever, his head was the first laid low. Call it riot or revolution, or mob or crowd as you may, such deaths have been seed of nations, such lives shall be honored for aye. They were lawless hinds to the lackeys, but martyrs to Paul Revere. And Otis and Hancock and Warren read spirit and meaning clear. Ye teachers answer, what shall be done when just men stand in the dock, when the caitiff is robed in ermine, and his sworders heap the lock, when torture is robbed of clemency, and guilt is without remorse, when tiger and panther are gentler than the Christian slaver's curse, when law is a satrap's menace, and order the drill of a horde, shall the people kneel to be trampled, and bare their neck to the sword. Not so! By this stone of resistance that Boston raises here, by the old North Church's lantern, and the watching of Paul Revere. Not so! By Paris of '93, and Ulster of '98, by Toussaint and San Domingo, by the horror of Delhi's gate, by Adams' word to Hutchinson, by the tea that is brewing still, by the farmers that meet the soldiers at Concord and Bunker Hill. Not so, not so, till the world is done, the shadow of wrong is dread. The crowd that bends to a lord today, tomorrow shall strike him dead. There is only one thing changeless, the earth steals from under our feet. The times and manners are passing moods, and the laws are incomplete. There is only one thing changes not, one word that still survives. The slave is the wretch who wields the lash, and not the man in gyves. There is only one test of contract, is it willing, is it good? There is only one guard of equal right, the unity of blood. There's never a mind unchained and true that class or race allows. There's never a law to be obeyed that reason disavows. There's never a legal sin but grows to the law's disaster. The master shall drop the whip, and the slave shall enslave the master. O planter of seed in thought and deed, has the year of right resolved, and brought the negro patriot's cause with its problem to be solved. His blood streamed first for the building, and through all the centuries' years, our growth of story and fame of glory are mixed with his blood and tears. He lived with men like a soul condemned, derided, defamed, and mute, debased to the brutal level, and instructed to be a brute. His virtue was shorn of benefit, his industry of reward. His love, O men, it were mercy to have cut affection's cord. Through the night of his woe, no pity save that of his fellow slave, for the wage of his priceless labor, the scourging block, and the grave. And now, is the tree to blossom? Is the bowl of agony filled? Shall the price be paid, and the honor said, and the word of outrage stilled? And we who have toiled for freedom's law, have we sought for freedom's soul? Have we learned at last that human right is not a part, but the whole? That nothing is told while the clinging sin remains part unconfessed? That the health of the nation is perilled if one man be oppressed? Has he learned, the slave from the rice swamps, whose children were sold, has he, with broken chains on his limbs, and the cry in his blood, I am free? Has he learned through affliction's teaching what our Crispus Attucks knew? When right is stricken, the white and black are counted as one, not two. Has he learned that his century of grief was worth 1,000 years, and blending his life and blood with ours, and that all his toils and tears were heaped and poured on him suddenly to give him a right to stand from the gloom of African forests and the blaze of the freest land, that his 100 years have earned for him a place in the human van, which others have fought for and thought for since the world of wrong began. For this shall his vengeance change to love, and his retribution burn, defending the right, the meek, and the poor, when each shall have his turn. For this shall he set his woeful past afloat on the stream of night. For this he forgets, as we all forget, when the darkness turns to light. For this he forgives, as we all forgive, when wrong has changed to right. And so must we come to the learning of Boston's lesson today, the moral that Crispus Attucks taught in the old heroic way. God made mankind to be one in blood, as one in spirit and thought, and so great a boon by a brave man's death is never dearly bought. John Boyle O'Reilly. This insignificant street riot was the famous Boston Massacre. It created a great stir, and the victims were buried with military honors on March 8, the bodies being deposited in a single vault. A few days later, Paul Revere engraved and printed a large handbill giving a picture of the scene, accompanied by the following lines: Unhappy Boston, March 8, 1770. Unhappy Boston, see thy sons deplore thy hallowed walks besmeared with guiltless gore, while faithless Preston and his savage bands with murderous rancor stretch their bloody hands, like fierce barbarians gritting o'er their prey, approve the carnage and enjoy the day. If scalding drops from rage, from anguish wrung, if speechless sorrows laboring for a tongue, or if a weeping world can aught appease the plaintive ghosts of victims such as these, the patriots' copious tears for each are shed, a glorious tribute which embalms the dead. But no, fate summons to that awful goal, where justice strips the murderer of his soul. Should venal see, the scandal of the land, snatch the relentless villain from her hand, keen execrations on this plate inscribed shall reach a judge who never can be bribed. Paul Revere. End of Section 1. Recording by Greg Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida. Section 2 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 1. The Coming of Discontent, Part 2. A conflict of a much more serious nature took place at Alamance, North Carolina, on May 7, 1771, between a body of colonists, goaded to rebellion by repeated acts of extortion, and a force of British regulars under Governor Tryon. The colonists were totally defeated, and left 200 dead and wounded on the field. Alamance, May 7, 1771. No stately column marks the hallowed place, where silent sleeps, unearned their sacred dust. The first free martyrs of a glorious race, their fame a people's wealth, a nation's trust. The rustic plowman at the early morn, the yielding furrow turns with heedless tread, or tends with frugal care the springing corn, where tyrants conquered and where heroes bled. Above their rest the golden harvest waves, the glorious stars stand sentinels on high, while in sad requiem, near their turfless graves, the winding river murmurs, mourning by. No stern ambition moved them to the deed, in freedom's cause they nobly dared to die, the first to conquer, or the first to bleed, God and their country's right their battle cry. But holier watchers here their vigils keep, than storied urn or monumental stone, for law and justice guard their dreamless sleep, and plenty smiles above their bloody home. Immortal youth shall crown their deathless fame, and as their country's glories shall advance, shall brighter blaze o'er all the earth thy name, thou first fought field of freedom, Alamance. Seymour W. Whiting. The first American victory occurred on the night of June 9, 1772, when the British 8-gun schooner Gaspee was captured and burned to the water's edge. For some months the crew of the Gaspee, commissioned to enforce the revenue acts in Narragansett Bay, had been stopping vessels, seizing goods, stealing sheep and hogs, and committing other depredations along the shore. On June 9, while pursuing the Providence packet, the schooner ran aground, and that night was boarded by a party of Rhode Islanders, the crew overpowered, and the boat burned. A new song called the Gaspee, June 9 and 10, 1772. 'Twas in the reign of George III. The public peace was much disturbed by ships of war that came and laid within our ports to stop our trade. In 1772, in Newport harbor lay a crew that played the parts of pirates there, the sons of freedom could not bear. Sometimes they'd weigh and give them chase, such actions sure were very base. No honest coasters could pass by, but what they would let some shot fly, which did provoke to high degree those true-born sons of liberty, so that they could no longer bear these sons of Belial staying there. But 'twas not long 'fore it fell out that William Doddington so stout, commander of the Gaspee tender, which he had reason to remember, because, as people do assert, he almost had his just desert. Here, on the 10th day of last June, between the hours of 12 and 1, did chase the sloop called the Hannah, of whom one Lindsay was commander. They dogged her up to Providence Sound, and there the rascal got aground. The news of it flew that very day, that they on Nanquit Point did lay. That night, about half after 10, some Narragansett Indian men, being 64, if I remember, soon made this stout coxcomb surrender. And what was best of all their tricks, they in his breech a ball did fix. They set the men upon the land, and burned her up, we understand, which thing provoked the king so high, he said those men should surely die. So, if he can but find them out, the hangman he'll employ, no doubt, for he has declared, in his passion, he'll have them tried in a new fashion. Now for to find those people out, King George has offered very stout £1,000 to find out one that wounded William Doddington. 1,000 more he says he'll spare For those who say they sheriffs were, 1,000 more there doth remain, for to find out the leader's name. Likewise £100 per man, for any one of all the clan. But let them try his utmost skill, I'm apt to think he never will find out any of those hearts of gold, though he should offer 50-fold. The duty on tea, imposed 5 years before by Townshend, had been retained by the British government as a matter of principle, and in the autumn of 1773 the king determined to assert the obnoxious principle which the tax involved. Several ships loaded with tea were accordingly started for America. On Sunday, November 28th, the first of these arrived at Boston, and 2 others came in a few days later. The town went wild, meeting after meeting was held, and on the night of Tuesday, December 16, 1773, a band of about 20, disguised as Indians, boarded the ships, cut open the tea chests, and flung the contents into the water. A Ballad of the Boston Tea Party, December 16, 1773. No, never such a draught was poured, since Hebe served with nectar the bright Olympians and their lord, her over-kind protector. Since Father Noah squeezed the grape, and took to such behaving as would have shamed our grandsire ape before the days of shaving. No, never was mingled such a draught in palace, hall, or arbor, as freemen brewed and tyrants quaffed that night in Boston harbor. It kept King George so long awake, his brain at last got addled. It made the nerves of Britain shake, with 70 millions saddled. Before that bitter cup was drained, amid the roar of cannon, the western war clouds crimson stained the Thames, the Clyde, the Shannon. Full many a 6-foot grenadier the flattened grass had measured, and many a mother, many a year, her tearful memories treasured. Fast spread the tempest's darkening pall, the mighty realms were troubled, the storm broke loose, but first of all the Boston teapot bubbled. An evening party, only that, no formal invitation, no gold-laced coat, no stiff cravat, no feast and contemplation, no silk-robed dames, no fiddling band, no flowers, no songs, no dancing, a tribe of red men, axe in hand. Behold the guests advancing! How fast the stragglers join the throng, from stall and workshop gathered. The lively barber skips along, and leaves a chin half lathered. The smith has flung his hammer down, the horseshoe still is glowing. The truant tapster at the Crown has left a beer cask flowing. The cooper's boys have dropped the ades, and trot behind their master. Up run the tarry shipyard lads, the crowd is hurrying faster. Out from the mill pond perilous gush the streams of white-faced millers, and down their slippery alleys rush the lusty young Fort Hillers. The rope-walk lends its prentice crew, the Tories seize the omen. Aye, boys, you'll soon have work to do for England's rebel foremen, King Hancock, Adams, and their gang, that fire the mob with treason. When these we shoot, and those we hang, the town will come to reason. On, on to where the tea-ships ride, and now their ranks are forming. A rush, and up the Dartmouth side the Mohawk band is swarming. See the fierce natives, what a glimpse of paint and fur and feather, as all at once the full-grown imps light on the deck together. A scarf the pigtail's secret keeps, a blanket hides the breeches, and out the cursed cargo leaps, and overboard it pitches. O woman at the evening board, so gracious, sweet, and purring, so happy while the tea is poured, so blessed while spoons are stirring, what martyr can compare with thee, the mother, wife, or daughter, that night, instead of best bohea, condemned to milk and water? Ah, little dreams the quiet dame, who plies with rock and spindle the patient flax, how great a flame yon little spark shall kindle. The lurid morning shall reveal a fire no king can smother, where British flint and Boston steel have clashed against each other. Old charters shrivel in its track, his warship's bench has crumbled, it climbs and clasps the Union Jack, its blazoned pomp is humbled. The flags go down on land and sea, like corn before the reapers. So burn the fire that brewed the tea that Boston served her keepers. The waves that wrought a century's wreck have rolled o'er Whig and Tory. The Mohawks on the Dartmouth's deck still live in song and story. The waters in the rebel bay have kept the tea-leaf savor. Our old North Enders in their spray still taste a hyson flavor. And Freedom's teacup still o'erflows ever fresh libations, to cheat of slumber all her foes, and cheer the wakening nations. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Next morning, Paul Revere, booted and spurred, started for Philadelphia with the news that Boston had at last thrown down the gauntlet. The following song appeared in the Pennsylvania Packet a few days after Revere reached Philadelphia. A New Song, December 16, 1773. As near beauteous Boston lying, on the gentle swelling flood, without jack or pendant flying, 3 ill-fated tea-ships rode. Just as glorious Sol was setting, on the wharf a numerous crew, sons of freedom, fear forgetting, suddenly appeared in view, armed with hammers, axe, and chisels, weapons new for warlike deed. Towards the herbage freighted vessels they approached with dreadful speed. O'er their heads aloft in mid-sky 3 bright angel forms were seen. This was Hampton, that was Sydney, with fair Liberty between. "Soon," they cried, "your foes you'll banish, soon the triumph shall be won. Scarce shall setting Phoebus vanish, ere the deathless deed be done." Quick as thought the ships were boarded, hatches burst, and chests displayed. Axes, hammers, help afforded, what a glorious crash they made! Squash into the deep descended, cursed weed of China's coast. Thus at once our fears were ended, British rights shall ne'er be lost. Captains, once more hoist your streamers, spread your sails, and plough the wave. Tell your masters they were dreamers when they thought to cheat the brave. News of the insurrection was received in England with the greatest indignation, and measures of reprisal were at once undertaken. No ships were to be allowed to enter the port of Boston until the rebellious town should have repaid the East India Company for the loss of its tea. The charter of Massachusetts was annulled and her free government destroyed, and General Gage was sent over with 4 regiments to take possession of the town. How we became a nation. April 15, 1774. When George the King would punish folk who dared resist his angry will, resist him with their hearts of oak that neither king nor council broke, He told Lord North to mend his quill, and sent his Parliament a bill. The Boston Port Bill was the thing he flourished in his royal hand, a subtle lash with scorpion sting, across the seas he made it swing, and with its cruel thong he planned to quell the disobedient land. His minions heard it sing and bear, the port of Boston felt his wrath, they let no ship cast anchor there, they summoned hunger and despair, and curses in an aftermath followed their desolating path. No coal might enter there, nor wood, nor Holland flax, nor silk from France, no drugs for dying pangs, no food for any mother's little brood. "Now," said the king, "we have our chance, we'll lead the haughty knaves a dance." No other flags lit up the bay, like full-blown blossoms in the air, than where the British war-ships lay. The wharves were idle all the day. The idle men, grown gaunt and spare, saw trouble, pall-like, everywhere. Then in across the meadow land, from lonely farm and hunter's tent, from fertile field and fallow strand, pouring it out with lavish hand, the neighboring burghs their bounty sent, and laughed at king and parliament. To bring them succor, Marblehead, joyous her deep-sea fishing sought, her trees with ringing stroke and tread, old many-rivered Newbury sped, and Groton in her granaries wrought, and generous flocks old Wyndham brought. Rice from the Carolinas came, iron from Pennsylvania's forge, and, with a spirit all aflame, tobacco leaf, and corn, and game, the Midlands sent, and in his gorge the colonies defied King George. And Hartford hung in black array, her town house, and at half-mast there the flags flowed, and the bells all day tolled heavily and far away. In great Virginia's solemn air the House of Burgesses held prayer. Down long glades of the forest floor the same thrill ran through every vein, and down the long Atlantic shore its heat the tyrant's fetters tore, and welded them through stress and strain of long years to a mightier chain. That mighty chain with links of steel bound all the old 13 at last, through one electric pulse to feel the common woe, the common weal. And that great day the Port Bill passed, made us a nation hard and fast. Harriet Prescott Spofford. End of Section 2. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 3 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 1. The Coming of Discontent, Part 3. Gage arrived at Boston in May 1774, and at once issued a proclamation calling upon the inhabitants to be loyal, and warning them of his intention to maintain the authority of the king at any cost. A Proclamation, May 1774. America, thou fractious nation, attend thy master's proclamation. Tremble, for know, I, Thomas Gage, determined, come the war to wage, with the united powers sent forth, of Bute, of Mansfield, and of North, to scourge your insolence, my choice, while England mourns and Scots rejoice. Bostonia first shall feel my power, and gasping midst the dreadful shower of ministerial rage shall cry, "O save me, Bute, I yield and die." Then shall my thundering cannons rattle, my hardy veterans march to battle, against Virginia's hostile land, to humble that rebellious band. At my approach her trembling swains shall quit well cultivated plains, to seek the inhospitable wood, or try, like swine of old, the flood. Rejoice, ye happy Scots, rejoice! Your voice lift up, a mighty voice, the voice of gladness on each tongue. The mighty praise of Bute be sung, the praise of Mansfield and of North. Let next your hymns of joy set forth, nor shall the rapturous strain assuage, till sung's your own proclaiming gage. Whistle, ye pipes, ye drones drone on, ye bellows blow, Virginia's won. Your gage has won Virginia's shore, and Scotia's sons shall mourn no more. Hail, Middlesex, O happy county! Thou too shalt share thy master's bounty. Thy sons obedient naught shall fear, the wives and widows drop no tear. Thrice happy people ne'er shall feel the force of unrelenting steel. What brute would give the ox a stroke, who bends his neck to meet the yoke? To Murray bend the humble knee, he shall protect you under me. His generous pen shall not be mute, but sound your praise through Fox to Bute. By Scotchmen loved, by Scotchmen taught, by all your country Scotchmen thought, fear Bute, fear Mansfield, North and me, and be as blessed as slaves can be. The Virginia Gazette, 1774. The colonies rallied nobly to Boston's support. Provisions of all sorts were sent overland to the devoted city. The 1st of June, the day on which the Port Bill went into effect, was observed as a day of fasting and prayer throughout the country, and it became a point of honor with all good patriots to refrain from indulgence in the blasted herb. The Blasted Herb, 1774. Rouse every generous, thoughtful mind, the rising danger flee. If you would lasting freedom find, now then abandon tea. Scorn to be bound with golden chains, though they allure the sight. Bid them defiance if they claim our freedom and birthright. Shall we our freedom give away, and all our comfort place, in drinking of outlandish tea, only to please our taste? Forbid it heaven, let us be wise, and seek our country's good, nor ever let a thought arise, that tea should be our food. Since we so great a plenty have, of all that's for our health, shall we that blasted herb receive, impoverishing our wealth? When we survey the breathless corpse, with putrid matter filled, for crawling worms a sweet resort, by us reputed ill, noxious effluvia sending out from its pernicious store, not only from the foaming mouth, but every lifeless pore, to view the same enrolled in tea, besmeared with such perfumes, and then the herb sent o'er the sea, to us it tainted comes. Some of it tinctured with the filth of carcasses embalmed. Taste of this herb then if thou wilt, sure me it cannot charm. Adieu, away, O tea, be gone, salute our taste no more, thou art coveted by some, who are destined to be poor. Misek Ware, Fowles Gazette, July 22nd, 1774. Epigram, on the poor of Boston being employed in paving the streets, 1774. In spite of rice, in spite of wheat, sent for the Boston poor to eat, in spite of brandy, one would think, sent for the Boston poor to drink. Poor are the Boston poor indeed, and needy though there is no need. They cry for bread, the mighty ones, instead of bread give only stones. Rivington's New York Gazette, September 2nd, 1774. It was plain that, in this crisis, the colonies must stick together, and the proposal for a Continental Congress, first made by the Sons of Liberty in New York, was approved by colony after colony, and the Congress was finally called to meet at Philadelphia, September 1. The Daughters' Rebellion. When fair Columbia was a child, and Mother Britain on her smiled with kind regard, and stroked her head, and gave her dolls and gingerbread, and shook her plums, and many a toy, which prompted gratitude and joy, then a more duteous maid, I ween, ne'er frisked over the playful green. Whatever the mother said, approved, and with sincere affection loved. With reverence listened to her dreams, and bowed obsequious to her schemes. Bartered the products of her garden for trinkets worth more than a farthing. And whensoever the mother sighed, she, sympathetic daughter, cried, fearing the heavy, long-drawn breath betokened her approaching death. But when at puberty arrived, forgot the power in whom she lived, and gained to make preposterous splutter 'bout spreading her own bread and butter, and stubbornly refused to agree in form to drink her bohea tea, and like a base, ungrateful daughter, hurled a whole tea-box in the water, 'bout writing paper made a pother, and dared to argue with her mother, contented pertly that the nurse should not be keeper of the purse, but that herself, now older grown, would have a pocket of her own, in which the purse she would deposit as safely as in nurse's closet. Francis Hopkinson. The Whig papers generally at this time adopted for a headpiece a snake broken into parts representing the several colonies, with the motto, "Unite or Die," on the snake depicted at the head of some American newspapers. Ye sons of sedition, how comes it to pass that America's typed by a snake in the grass? Don't you think 'tis a scandalous, saucy reflection that merits the soundest, severest correction? New England's the head too, New England abused, for the head of the serpent we know should be bruised. From Rivington's New York Gazetteer, August 25, 1774. The feeling of the entire country was aptly voiced in Free America, which appeared at that time, and which was ascribed to Dr. Joseph Warren. Free America, 1774. That seat of science, Athens, and earth's proud mistress, Rome, where now are all their glories, we scarce can find a tomb. Then guard your rights, Americans, nor stoop to lawless sway. Oppose, 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 for North America. We led fair freedom hither, and lo, the desert smiled. A paradise of pleasure was opened in the wild. Your harvest, bold Americans, no power shall snatch away. Huzza, 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 for free America. Torn from a world of tyrants, beneath this western sky, we formed a new dominion, a land of liberty. The world shall own we're masters here, then hasten on the day. Huzza, 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 for free America. Proud Albion bowed to Caesar, and numerous lords before, to Picts, to Danes, to Normans, and many masters more. But we can boast, Americans, we've never fallen a prey Huzzah, 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 for free America. God bless this maiden climate, and through its vast domain may hosts of heroes cluster, who scorn to wear a chain, and blast the venal sycophant that dares our rights betray. Huzzah, 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 for free America. Lift up your hands, ye heroes, and swear with proud disdain, the wretch that would ensnare you shall lay his snares in vain. Should Europe empty all her force, we'll meet her in array, and fight and shout and shout and fight for North America. Some future day shall crown us the masters of the main. Our fleets shall speak in thunder to England, France, and Spain, and the nations over the ocean spread shall tremble and obey. The sons, the sons, the sons, the sons of brave America. Joseph Warren. The Continental Congress assembled at Philadelphia, September 5, 1774, and after 4 weeks' deliberation, agreed upon a Declaration of Rights, claiming for the American people the right of free legislation, and calling for the repeal of 11 acts of Parliament. Liberty Tree. In a chariot of light from the regions of day, the goddess of liberty came. 10,000 celestials directed the way, and hither conducted the dame. A fair budding branch from the gardens above, where millions with millions agree, she brought in her hand as a pledge of her love, and the plant she named Liberty Tree. The celestial exotic struck deep in the ground, like a native it flourished and bore. The fame of its fruit drew the nations around to seek out this peaceable shore. Unmindful of names or distinction they came, for freemen like brothers agree. With one spirit endued, they one friendship pursued, and their temple was Liberty Tree. Beneath this fair tree, like the patriarchs of old, their bread in contentment they ate, unvexed with the troubles of silver and gold, the cares of the grand and the great. With timber and tar they old England supplied, and supported her power on the sea. Her battles they fought, without getting a grout, for the honor of Liberty Tree. But hear, O ye swains, 'tis a tale most profane, how all the tyrannical powers, kings, commons, and lords, are uniting amain to cut down this guardian of ours. From the east to the west blow the trumpet to arms, through the land let the sound of it flee. Let the far and the near all unite with a cheer in defense of our Liberty Tree. Thomas Paine, Pennsylvania Magazine, 1775. End of Section 3. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 4 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 1. The Coming of Discontent. Part 4. The duty of presenting to the British government the Declaration of Rights, prepared by the Congress, devolved upon Benjamin Franklin, who was in England at the time. Lord Dartmouth received the document, but permission was refused Franklin to present the case for the Continental Congress, and to defend it before the House of Commons. The Mother Country, 1775. We have an old mother that peevish is grown. She snubs us like children that scarce walk alone. She forgets we're grown up and have sense of our own, which nobody can deny, which nobody can deny. If we don't obey orders, whatever the case, she frowns and she chides and she loses all patience, and sometimes she hits us a slap in the face, which nobody, etc. Let's bear with her humours as well as we can, but why should we bear the abuse of her man? When servants make mischief, they earn the rattan, which nobody, etc. Know too, ye bad neighbours, who aim to divide the sons from the mother, that still she's our pride, and if we attack her, we're all of her side, which nobody, etc. We'll join in her lawsuits to baffle all those who, to get what she has, will be often her foes, for we know it must all be our own when she goes, which nobody can deny, which nobody can deny. Benjamin Franklin. Very few Englishmen believed that the Americans would fight. Lord Sandwich said they were a lot of undisciplined cowards who would take to their heels at the first sound of a cannon, and that it would be easy to frighten them into submission. The Pennsylvania song was evidently written to answer this assertion. Pennsylvania Song. We are the troop that ne'er will stoop to wretched slavery, nor shall our seed be our base deed, despised vassals be. Freedom we will bequeath to them, or we will bravely die. Our greatest foe ere long shall know how much did Sandwich lie. And all the world shall know Americans are free, nor slaves nor cowards we will prove, Great Britain soon shall see. We'll not give up our birthright, our foes shall find us men, as good as they, in any shape, the British troops shall ken. Huzza, brave boys, we'll beat them on any hostile plain, for freedom, wives, and children dear, the battle will remain, and all the world, etc. What! Can those British tyrants think our fathers crossed the main, and savage foes in dangers met, to be enslaved by them? If so, they are mistaken, for we will rather die, and since they have become our foes, their forces we defy, and all the world, etc. Dunlap's Packet, 1775. About the middle of December, 1774, deputies appointed by the freemen of Maryland met at Annapolis, and unanimously resolved to resist the attempts of Parliament to tax the colonies, and to support the acts of the Continental Congress. They also recommended that every man shall provide himself with a good firelock, with bayonet attached, powder, and ball, to be in readiness to act in any emergency. Maryland resolves, December, 1774. On Calvert's plains new faction reigns. Great Britain we defy, sir. True liberty lies gagged in chains, though freedom is the cry, sir. The Congress and their factious tools most wantonly oppress us. Hypocrisy triumphant rules, and sorely does distress us. The British bands, with glory crowned, no longer shall withstand us. Our martial deeds loud fame shall sound, since mad Lee now commands us. Triumphant soon a blow he'll strike, that all the world shall awe, sir. And General Gage, Sir Perseus like, behind his wheels he'll draw, sir. When Gallic hosts, ungrateful men, our race meant to exterm, pray did committees save us then, or Hancock, or such vermin? Then factions spurn think for yourselves, your parent state, believe me, from real griefs, from factious elves, will speedily relieve ye. Rivington's Gazetteer. Such effusions as the Massachusetts Liberty Song became immensely popular, and bands of liberty-loving souls met nightly to sing them. Massachusetts Song of Liberty. Come swallow your bumpers, ye Tories, and roar that the sons of fair freedom are hampered once more. But know that no cutthroats our spirits can tame, nor a host of oppressors shall smother the flame. In freedom we're born, and, like sons of the brave, we'll never surrender, but swear to defend her, and scorn to survive, if unable to save. Our grandsires, blessed heroes, will give them a tear, nor sully their honors by stooping to fear. Through deaths and through dangers their trophies they won. We dare be their rivals, nor will be outdone. In freedom we're born, etc. Let tyrants and minions presume to despise, encroach on our rights, and make freedom their prize. The fruits of the rapine they never shall keep. Though vengeance may nod, yet how short is her sleep. In freedom we're born, etc. The tree which proud Haman for Mordecai reared stands recorded that virtue endangered is spared, that rogues whom no bounds and no laws can restrain must be stripped of their honors and humbled again. In freedom we're born, etc. Our wives and our babes, still protected, shall know those who dare to be free shall forever be so. On these arms and these hearts they may safely rely, for in freedom we'll live, or like heroes we'll die. In freedom we're born, etc. Ye insolent tyrants, who wish to enthrall, ye minions, ye placemen, pimps, pensioners, all, how short is your triumph, how feeble your trust! Your honor must wither and nod to the dust. In freedom we're born, etc. When oppressed and approached, our King we implore, so firmly persuaded our rights he'll restore. When our hearts beat to arms to defend a just right, our monarch rules there and forbids us to fight. In freedom we're born, etc. Not the glitter of arms, nor the dread of a fray, could make us submit to their chains for a day. Withheld by affection, on Britons we call, prevent the fierce conflict which threatens your fall. In freedom we're born, etc. All ages shall speak with amaze and applause of the prudence we show in support of our cause. Assured of our safety, a Brunswick still reigns, whose free loyal subjects are strangers to chains. In freedom we're born, etc. Then join hand in hand, brave Americans all. To be free is to live, to be slaves is to fall. Has the land such a dastard as scorns not a lord, who dreads not a fetter much more than a sword? In freedom we're born, etc. Attributed to Mrs. Mercy Warren. Epigram. Rudely forced to drink tea, Massachusetts in anger spills the tea on John Bull. John falls on to bang her. Massachusetts enraged calls her neighbors to aid, and give Master John a severe bastinade. Now, good men of the law, who is at fault? The one who begins or resists the assault? Anderson's Constitutional Gazette, 1775. To the Boston Women. O Boston wives and maids, draw near and see our delicate souchong and hyson tea. Buy it, my charming girls, fair black or brown. If not, we'll cut your throats and burn your town. St. James Chronicle. It was evident that, in the excited state of the country, A single incident might turn the balance between peace and war, and produce a general explosion. That incident was not long in coming. Prophecy, 1774. Hail, happy Britain, freedom's blest retreat! Great is thy power, thy wealth, thy glory great. But wealth and power have no immortal day, for all things ripen only to decay. And when that time arrives, the lot of all, when Britain's glory, power, and wealth shall fall, then shall thy sons by fate's unchanged decree in other worlds another Britain see, and what thou art, America, shall be. Julian Verplanck. End of Section 4. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 5 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chris Pyle. Chapter 2, The Bursting of the Storm. All through the winter of 1774 to 1775, the people of Massachusetts had offered a passive but effective resistance to General Gage. Not a counselor, judge, sheriff, or juryman could be found to serve under the Royal Commission, and for 9 months the ordinary functions of government were suspended. At eventide, on every village green, a company of yeomen drilled, and a supply of powder and ball were gradually collected at Concord. But every man in the province was given to understand that England must fire the first shot. At the beginning of spring, Gage received peremptory orders to arrest Samuel Adams and John Hancock, and send them to England to be tried for treason. He learned that they would be at a friend's house at Lexington during the middle of April, and on the night of April 18th dispatched a force of 800 men to seize them, and then to proceed to Concord and destroy the military stores collected there. Although the movement was conducted with the greatest secrecy, Joseph Warren divined its purpose, and sent out Paul Revere by way of Charleston to give the alarm. Paul Revere's Ride, April 18th to 19th, 1775. Listen, my children, and you shall hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere. On the 18th of April in 75, hardly a man is now alive who remembers that famous day and year. He said to his friend, if the British march by land or sea from the town tonight, hang a lantern aloft in the belfry arch of the North Church Tower as a signal light. 1 if by land, and 2 if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will be, ready to ride and spread the alarm through every Middlesex village and farm, for the country folk to be up and to arm. Then he said good night, and with muffled oar silently rowed to the Charleston shore. Just as the moon rose over the bay, where swinging wide at her moorings lay the Somerset British man of war, a phantom ship with each mast and spar across the moon like a prison bar, and a huge black hulk that was magnified by its own reflection in the tide. Meanwhile his friend through alley and street wanders and watches with eager ears, till in the silence around him he hears the muster of men at the barrack door, the sound of arms and the tramp of feet, and the measured tread of the grenadiers, moving down to their boats on the shore. Then he climbed the tower of the old North Church by the wooden stairs with stealthy tread, to the belfry chamber overhead, and startled the pigeons from their perch on the sombre rafters that round him made masses and moving shapes of shade. By the trembling ladder steep and tall to the highest window in the wall, where he paused to listen and look down a moment on the roofs of the town, and the moonlight flowing over all. Beneath, in the churchyard, lay the dead, in their night encampment on the hill, wrapped in silence so deep and still that he could hear, like a sentinel's tread, the watchful night wind as it went creeping along from tent to tent, and seeming to whisper all is well. A moment only he feels the spell of the place and the hour, and the secret dread of the lonely belfry and the dead. for suddenly all his thoughts are bent on a shadowy something far away, where the river widens to meet the bay, a line of black that bends and floats on the rising tide like a bridge of boats. Meanwhile, impatient to mount and ride, booted and spurred with a heavy stride, on the opposite shore walked Paul Revere. Now he patted his horse's side, now gazed at the landscape far and near, then, impetuous, stamped the earth and turned and tightened his saddle girth. But mostly he watched with eager search the belfry tower of the old North Church, as it rose above the graves on the hill, lonely and spectral and sombre and still. And lo, as he looks on the belfry's height, a glimmer and then a gleam of light. He springs to the saddle, the bridle he turns, but lingers and gazes till full on his sight a second lamp in the belfry burns. A hurry of hoofs in a village street, a shape in the moonlight, a bulk in the dark, and beneath from the pebbles, in passing, a spark, struck out by a steed flying fearless and fleet. That was all. And yet through the gloom and the light the fate of a nation was riding that night, and the spark struck out by that steed in his flight kindled the land into flame with its heat. He has left the village and mounted the steep, and beneath him, tranquil and broad and deep, is the mystic meeting the ocean tides. And under the alders that skirt its edge, now soft on the sand, now loud on the ledge, is heard the tramp of his steed as he rides. It was 12 by the village clock when he crossed the bridge into Medford town. He heard the crowing of the cock and the barking of the farmer's dog, and felt the damp of the river fog that rises after the sun goes down. It was 1 by the village clock when he galloped into Lexington. He saw the gilded weathercock swim in the moonlight as he passed, and the meeting-house windows, blank and bare, gazed at him with a spectral glare, as if they already stood aghast at the bloody work they would look upon. It was 2 by the village clock when he came to the bridge in Concord town. He heard the bleating of the flock and the twitter of birds among the trees, and felt the breath of the morning breeze blowing over the meadows brown. And one was safe and asleep in his bed, who at the bridge would be the first to fall, who that day would be lying dead, pierced by a British musket ball. You know the rest in the books you have read, how the British regulars fired and fled, how the farmers gave them ball for ball from behind each fence and farmyard wall, chasing the redcoats down the lane, then crossing the fields to emerge again, under the trees at the turn of the road, and only pausing to fire and load. So through the night rode Paul Revere, and so through the night went his cry of alarm to every Middlesex village and farm. A cry of defiance and not of fear, a voice in the darkness, a knock at the door, and a word that shall echo forevermore. For borne on the night wind of the past, through all our history to the last, is the hour of darkness and peril and need. The people will waken and listen to hear the hurrying hoofbeats of that steed, and the midnight message of Paul Revere. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. At the same time, Warren dispatched William Dawes by way of Roxbury. But though Dawes played an important part in the events of the night, his exploits have been completely overshadowed in the popular imagination by those of the other courier. What's in a name? I am a wandering bitter shade, never of me was a hero made. Poets have never sung my praise, nobody crowned my brow with bays. And if you ask me the fatal cause, I answer only my name was Dawes. 'Tis all very well for the children to hear of the midnight ride of Paul Revere, but why should my name be quite forgot, who rode as boldly and well, God wot? Why should I ask? The reason is clear. My name was Dawes, and his Revere. When the lights from the old North Church flashed out, Paul Revere was waiting about, but I was already on my way. The shadows of night fell cold and gray as I rode, with never a break or pause. But what was the use when my name was Dawes? History rings with his silvery name, closed to me are the portals of fame. Had he been Dawes and I Revere, no one had heard of him, I fear. No one has heard of me because he was Revere and I was Dawes. Helen F. Moore. Revere galloped at top speed to Lexington and warned Hancock and Adams, who left the town shortly before daybreak. Meanwhile, the minute men of the village had gathered, and the vanguard of the English column was confronted by about 50 Colonials under command of Captain John Parker. The British commander, Major Pitcairn, ordered them to disperse, and as they stood motionless, he gave the order to fire. His men hesitated, but he discharged his own pistol and repeated the order, whereupon a deadly volley killed 8 of the minutemen and wounded 10. A moment later, the main body of the British came up, and Parker, seeing the folly of resistance, ordered his men to retire. Lexington, April 19th, 1775. From Psalm of the West. O'er Cambridge set the yeoman's mark. Climb, patriot, through the April dark. O lantern, kindle fast thy light, thou budding star in the April night. For never a star more news hath told, or later flame in heaven shall hold. Aye, lantern on North Church tower, when that thy church hath had her hour, still from the top of reverence high shalt thou illume fame's ampler sky. For statured large o'er town and tree, Time's tallest figure stands by thee, and dim as now thy wick may shine, the future lights his lamp at thine. Now haste thee while the way is clear, Paul Revere. Haste, Dawes, but haste thou not, O sun, to Lexington. Then Devens looked and saw the light. He got him forth into the night, and watched alone on the river's shore, and marked the British faring o'er. John Parker, rub thine eyes and yawn. But 1 o'clock, and yet 'tis dawn. Quick, rub thine eyes and draw thy hose. The morning comes ere darkness goes. Have forth and call the yeoman out, for somewhere close about, full soon a thing must come to be. Thine honest eyes shall stare to see. Full soon before thy patriot eyes freedom from out of a wound shall rise. Then haste ye, Prescott and Revere, bring all the men of Lincoln here. Let Chelmsford, Littleton, Carlisle, let Acton, Bedford, hither file. Oh, hither file and plainly see, out of a wound leap liberty. Say, woodman April, all in green, say, robin April, hast thou seen in all thy travel round the earth ever a morn of calmer birth? But morning's eye alone serene can gaze upon yon village green, to where the trooping British run through Lexington. Good men in fustian, stand ye still, the men in red come o'er the hill. Lay down your arms, damned rebels, cry the men in red, full haughty. But never a grounding gun is heard, the men in fustian stand unstirred, dead calm, save maybe a wise bluebird puts in his little heavenly word. O men in red, if ye but knew the least of all that bluebirds do, now in this little godly calm yon voice might sing the future's psalm. The psalm of love with the brotherly eyes, who pardons and is very wise. Yon voice that shouts, high hoarse with ire, fire! The redcoats fire, the homespuns fall. The homespuns' anxious voices call. Brother, art hurt? And where hit, John? And wipe this blood, and men, come on. And neighbor, do but lift my head. And who is wounded? Who is dead? 7 are killed, my God, 7 lie dead on the village sod. 2 Harringtons, Parker, Hadley, Brown, Monroe, and Porter, these are down. Nay, look, stout Harrington not yet dead. He crooks his elbow, lifts his head. He lies at the step of his own house door. He crawls and makes a path of gore. The wife from the window hath seen and rushed. He hath reached the step, but the blood hath gushed. He hath crawled to the step of his own house door, but his head hath dropped. He will crawl no more. Clasp, wife, and kiss, and lift the head. Harrington lies at his doorstep dead. O ye 6 that round him lay, and bloodied up that April day, as Harrington fell, ye likewise fell, at the door of the house wherein ye dwell. As Harrington came, ye likewise came, and died at the door of your house of fame. Sidney Lanier. Lexington, April 19th, 1775. Slowly the mist o'er the meadow was creeping. Bright on the dewy buds glistened the sun, when from his couch, while his children were sleeping, rose the bold rebel and shouldered his gun, waving her golden veil over the silent dale. Blithe looked the morning on cottage and spire. Hushed was his parting sigh, while from his noble eye flashed the last sparkle of liberty's fire. On the smooth green, where the fresh leaf is springing, calmly the firstborn of glory have met. Hark! The death volley around them is ringing. Look! with their life blood the young grass is wet. Faint is the feeble breath, murmuring low in death, tell to our sons how their fathers have died. Nerveless the iron hand, raised for its native land, lies by the weapon that gleams at its side. Over the hillsides the wild knell is tolling, from their far hamlets the yeomanry come, and through the storm clouds of thunder burst rolling circles the beat of the mustering drum. Fast on the soldier's path darken the waves of wrath. Long have they gathered, and loud shall they fall. Red glares the musket's flash, sharp rings the rifle's crash, blazing and clanging from thicket and wall. Gaily the plume of the horseman was dancing, never to shadow his cold brow again. Proudly at morning the war steed was prancing, reeking and panting he droops on the rein. Pale is the lip of scorn, voiceless the trumpet horn. Torn is the silken fringed red cross on high. Many a belted breast low on the turf shall rest, ere the dark hunters the herd have passed by. Snow-girdled crags where the hoarse wind is raving, rocks where the weary floods murmur and wail, wilds where the fern by the furrow is waving, reeled with the echoes that rode on the gale. Far as the tempest thrills over the darkened hills, far as the sunshine streams over the plain, roused by the tyrant band, woke all the mighty land, girded for battle from mountain to main. Green be the graves where her martyrs are lying, shroudless and tombless they sunk to their rest, while o'er their ashes the starry fold flying wraps the proud eagle they roused from his nest. Borne on her lonely pine, long o'er the foaming brine, spread her broad banner to storm and to sun. Heaven keep her ever free, wide as o'er land and sea floats the fair emblem her heroes have won. Oliver Wendell Holmes. The British pressed on to Concord, but the greater part of the stores had been hidden, and minutemen were gathering from all directions. Colonel Smith, commanding the British, began to realize the dangers of his position, and about noon started to retreat to Boston. And none too soon, for the whole country was aroused. Minutemen swarmed in from all directions, and taking advantage of every tree and hillock by the roadside, poured into the British a fire so deadly that the retreat soon became a disorderly flight. The timely arrival of strong reinforcements was all that saved the British from annihilation. New England's Chevy Chase, April 19, 1775. 'Twas the dead of night. By the pine knot's red light Brooks lay, half asleep, when he heard the alarm. Only this and no more, from a voice at the door: "The redcoats are out and have passed Phipps's farm." Brooks was booted and spurred. He said never a word. Took his horn from its peg, and his gun from its rack. To the cold midnight air he led out his white mare, strapped the girths and the bridle, and sprang to her back. Up the north country road at her full pace she strode, till Brooks reined her up at John Tarbell's to say, "We have got the alarm, they have left Phipps's farm. You rouse the east precinct, and I'll go this way." John called his hired man, and they harnessed the span. They roused Abram Garfield, and Abram called me. "Turn out right away, let no minutemen stay. The redcoats have landed at Phipps's," says he. By the Powder-house Green 7 others fell in. At Natham's the men from the sawmill came down, so that when Jabez Bland gave the word of command and said, "Forward march," there marched forward the town. Parson Wilderspin stood by the side of the road, and he took off his hat, and he said, "Let us pray, O Lord God of might, let thine angels of light lead thy children tonight to the glories of day, and let the stars fight all the foes of the right, as the stars fought of old against Sisera. And from heaven's high arch those stars blessed our march, till the last of them faded in twilight away. And with morning's bright beam, by the bank of the stream, half the county marched in, and we heard Davis say, 'On the King's own highway I may travel all day, and no man hath warrant to stop me,' says he. 'I've no man that's afraid, and I'll march at their head.' Then he turned to the boys, 'Forward march, follow me.' And we marched as he said, and the fifer played the old white cockade, and he played it right well. We saw Davis fall dead, but no man was afraid. That bridge we'd have had, though 1,000 men fell. This opened the play, and it lasted all day. We made Concord too hot for the redcoats to stay. Down the Lexington way we stormed, black, white, and gray. We were first in the feast, and were last in the fray. They would turn in dismay as red wolves turn at bay. They leveled, they fired, they charged up the road. Cephas Willard fell dead, he was shot in the head, as he knelt by Aunt Prudence's well sweep to load. John Danforth was hit just in Lexington Street, John Bridge at that lane where you cross Beaver Falls, and Winch in the snows just above John Monroe's, swept away by one swoop of the big cannon balls. I took Bridge on my knee, but he said, "Don't mind me, fill your horn from mine. Let me lie where I be. Our fathers," says he, "that their sons might be free, left their king on his throne and came over the sea. And that man is a knave or a fool who to save his life for a minute should live like a slave." Well, all would not do. There were men good as new, from Rumford, from Saugus, from towns far away, who filled up quick and well for each soldier that fell. And we drove them and drove them and drove them all day. We knew every one it was war that begun, when that morning's marching was only half done. In the hazy twilight, at the coming of night, I crowded 3 buckshot and 1 bullet down. 'Twas my last charge of lead, and I aimed at her and said, "Good luck to you lobsters in old Boston town." In a barn at Milk Row, Ephraim Bates and Monroe and Baker and Abram and I made a bed. We had mighty sore feet and we'd nothing to eat, but we'd driven the redcoats, and Amos he said, "It's the first time," says he, "that it's happened to me to march to the sea by this road where we've come, but confound this whole day, but we'd all of us say, we'd rather have spent it this way than to home." The hunt had begun with the dawn of the sun, and night saw the wolf driven back to his den. And never since then, in the memory of men, has the old Bay State seen such a hunting again. Edward Everett Hale, April 19th, 1882. The King's Own Regulars, and their triumph over the irregulars. Since you all will have singing, and won't be said nay, I cannot refuse when you so beg and pray. So I'll sing you a song, as a body may say, 'tis of the King's regulars who ne'er ran away. Oh, the old soldiers of the King, and the King's Own Regulars. At Prestonpans we met with some rebels one day, we marshalled ourselves all in comely array. Our hearts were all stout and bid our legs stay, but our feet were wrong-headed and took us away. At Falkirk we resolved to be braver, and recover some credit by better behavior. We wouldn't acknowledge feet had done us a favor, so feet swore they would stand, but legs ran, however. No troops perform better than we at reviews, we march and we wheel, and whatever you choose. George would see how we fight, and we never refuse. There we all fight with courage, you may see't in the news. To Monongahela, with fifes and with drums, we marched in fine order with cannon and bombs. The great expedition cost infinite sums, but a few irregulars cut us all into crumbs. It is not fair to shoot at us from behind trees. If they had stood open, as they ought, before our great guns, we should have beat them with ease. They may fight with one another that way if they please, but it is not regular to stand and fight with such rascals as these. At Fort George and Oswego, to our great reputation, we showed our vast skill in fortification. The French fired 3 guns, of the 4th they had no occasion, for we gave up those forts, not through fear, but mere persuasion. To Ticonderoga we went in a passion, swearing to be revenged on the whole French nation. We soon turned tail without hesitation, because they fought behind trees, which is not the regular fashion. Lord Loudon, he was a regular general, they say, with a great regular army he went on his way, against Louisburg to make it his prey, but returned without seeing it, for he didn't feel bold that day. Grown proud at reviews, great George had no rest. Each grandsire he had heard a rebellion suppressed. He wished a rebellion, looked round and saw none, so revolved a rebellion to make of his own. The Yankees he bravely pitched on, because he thought they wouldn't fight. So he sent us over to take away their right. But lest they should spoil our review clothes, he cried braver and louder, "For God's sake, brother kings, don't sell the cowards any powder." Our general with his council of war did advise how at Lexington we might the Yankees surprise. We marched and remarched, all surprised at being beat, and so our wise general's plan of surprise was complete. For 15 miles they followed us and pelted us, we scarce had time to pull a trigger. But did you ever know a retreat performed with more vigor? For we did it in 2 hours, which saved us from perdition. 'Twas not in going out, but in returning, consisted our expedition. Says our general, we were forced to take to our arms in defense. For arms, read legs, and it will be both truth and sense. Lord Percy, says he, I must say something of him in civility, and that is, I can never enough praise him for his great agility. Of their firing from behind fences he makes a great pother. Each fence has 2 sides, they made use of one, and we only forgot to use the other. Then we turned our backs and ran away so fast, don't let that disgrace us. 'Twas only to make good what Sandwich said, that the Yankees could not face us. As they could not get before us, how could they look us in the face? We took care they shouldn't by scampering away apace. That they had not much to brag of is a very plain case, for if they beat us in the fight, we beat them in the race. Pennsylvania Evening Post, March 30th, 1776. How the alarm of the fight spread through the countryside, how men left the plow, the loom, the anvil, and hastened, musket in hand, to the land's defense that day, has been told and retold in song and story. Here is the story of Morgan Stanwood, one among hundreds such. Morgan Stanwood, Cape Ann, 1775. Morgan Stanwood, patriot, little more is known. Nothing of his home is left but the doorstep stone. Morgan Stanwood, to our thought you return once more. Once again the meadows lift daisies to your door. Once again the morn is sweet, half the hay is down. Hark! What means that sudden clang from the distant town? Larum bell and rolling drum answers sea-borne guns. Larum bell and rolling drum summon freedom's sons. And the mower thinks to him, cry both bell and drum, Morgan Stanwood, where art thou? Here the invaders come. Morgan Stanwood need no more bell and drumbeat call. He is one who, hearing once, answers once for all. Ne'er the mower murmured then, half my grass is mown. Homespun isn't soldier wear, each may save his own. Fallen scythe and aftermath lie forgotten now. Winter need may come and find but a barren mow. Down the musket comes, good wife, wife, a quicker flint. And the face that questions face hath no color in't. Wife, if I am late tonight, milk the heifer first. Ruth, if I'm not home at all, worse has come to worst. Morgan Stanwood sped along, not the common road. Over wall and hilltop straight, straight to death he strode, leaving her to hear at night tread of burdened men, by the gate and through the gate, at the door and then. Ever after that to hear, when the grass is sweet, through the gate and through the night, slowly coming feet. Morgan Stanwood's roof is gone, here the doorstep lies, one may stand thereon and think, for the thought will rise. Were we where the meadow was, mowing grass alone, would we go the way he went, from this very stone? Were we on the doorstep here, parting for a day, would we utter words as though parting were for aye? Would we? Heart, thy hearth is dear, meadow math is sweet, parting be as parting may, after all we meet. Hiram Rich. Tidings of the fight reached Northborough early in the afternoon, while a company of minutemen were listening to a patriotic address. They shouldered their muskets and started at once for the firing line. The Minutemen of Northborough, April 19th, 1775. 'Tis noonday by the buttonwood, with slender shadowed bud. 'Tis April by the Assabet, whose banks scarce hold his flood. When down the road from Marlborough we hear a sound of speed, a cracking whip and the clanking hoofs, a case of crying need. And there a dusty rider hastes to tell us of flowing blood, of troops afield, of war abroad, and many a desperate deed. The Minutemen of Northborough were gathering that day to hear the parson talk of God, of freedom and the state. They throng about the horseman, drinking in all he should say, beside the perfumed lilacs blooming by the parson's gate. The British march from Boston through the night to Lexington. Revere alarms the countryside to meet them ere the sun. Upon the common, in the dawn, the redcoat butchers slay, on conquered march, and there again pursue their murderous way. We drive them back, we follow on. They have begun to run. All Middlesex and Worcester's up, Pray God, ours is the day. The Minutemen of Northborough let rust the standing plow. The seed may wait, the fertile ground up smiling to the spring. They seize their guns and powder horns, there is no halting now, at thought of homes made fatherless by order of the king. The pewter ware is melted into bullets long past due. The flints are picked, the powder's dry, the rifles shine like new. Within their captain's yard in rank they hear the parson's prayer unto the God of armies for the battles they must share. He asks that to their fathers and their altars they be true, for country and for liberty unswervingly to dare. The Minutemen of Northborough set out with drum and fife. With shining eyes they've blessed their babes and bid their wives good-bye. The hands that here release the plow have taken up a strife that shall not end until all earth has heard the battle cry. At every town new streams of men join in the mighty flow. At every crossroad comes the message of a fleeing foe. The British force, though troubled, fails against the advancing tide. Our rifles speak from fence and tree in front on every side. The British fall, the Minutemen have mixed with bitterest woe their late vainglorious vaunting and their military pride. The Minutemen of Northborough, they boast no martial air, no uniforms gleam in the sun, where on and on they plod. But generations yet unborn their valor shall declare. They strike for Massachusetts Bay, they serve New England's God. The hirelings who would make us slaves themselves are backward hurled. On Worcester and on Middlesex their flags forever furled. Theirs was the glinting pomp of war, ours is the victor's prize. That day of burgeoning has seen a race of freemen rise. A nation born in fearlessness stands forth before the world, with God her shield, the right her sword, and freedom in her eyes. The Minutemen of Northborough sit down by Boston town. They fight and bleed at Bunker Hill, they cheer for Washington. And thankfulness they speed their bolt against the British crown, and take the plow again in peace, their warriors' duty done. Wallace Rice. Lexington, 1775. No berserk thirst of blood had they, no battle joy was theirs, who set against the alien bayonet their homespun breast in that old day. Their feet had trodden peaceful ways, they loved not strife, they dreaded pain. They saw not, what to us is plain, that God would make man's wrath his praise. No seers were they, but simple men, its vast results the future hid. The meaning of the work they did was strange and dark and doubtful then. Swift as their summons came, they left the plow mid-furrow standing still, the half-ground corn grist in the mill, the spade in earth, the axe in cleft. They went where duty seemed to call, they scarcely asked the reason why. They only knew they could but die, and death was not the worst of all. Of man for man the sacrifice, all that was theirs to give they gave. The flowers that blossomed from their grave have sown themselves beneath all skies. Their death shot shook the feudal tower, and shattered slavery's chain as well. On the sky's dome as on a bell, its echo struck the world's great hour. That fateful echo is not dumb. The nations, listening to its sound, wait, from a century's vantage ground, the holier triumphs yet to come. The bridal time of law and love, the gladness of the world's release, when war-sick, at the feet of peace, the hawk shall nestle with the dove. The golden age of brotherhood, unknown to other rivalries, than of the mild humanities and gracious interchange of good, when closer strand shall lean to strand, till meet, beneath saluting flags, the eagle of our mountain crags, the lion of our motherland. John Greenleaf Whittier. The news of the fight at Lexington spread with remarkable rapidity throughout the whole country, and nearly every colony at once took steps for the enlistment and training of a colonial militia. No stronger proof of the electric condition of the country could be offered than the way in which men everywhere rushed to arms. The Rising, from the Wagoner of the Alleghanies. Out of the north the wild news came, far flashing on its wings of flame, swift as the boreal light which flies at midnight through the startled skies. And there was tumult in the air, the fife's shrill note, the drum's loud beat, and through the wild land everywhere the answering tread of hurrying feet. When the first oath of freedom's gun came on the blast from Lexington, and conquered, roused, no longer tame, forgot her old baptismal name, made bare her patriot arm of power, and swelled the discord of the hour. Within its shade of elm and oak the church of Berkeley Manor stood. There Sunday found the rural folk, and some esteemed of gentle blood. In vain their feet with loitering tread passed mid the graves where rank is naught. All could not read the lesson taught in that republic of the dead. The pastor rose, the prayer was strong, the psalm was warrior David's song. The text a few short words of might: the Lord of hosts shall arm the right. He spoke of wrongs too long endured, of sacred rights to be secured. Then from his patriot tongue of flame the startling words for freedom came. The stirring sentences he spake compelled the heart to glow or quake. And rising on his theme's broad wing, and grasping in his nervous hand the imaginary battle brand, in face of death he dared to fling defiance to a tyrant king. Even as he spoke, his frame, renewed in eloquence of attitude, rose, as it seemed, a shoulder higher. Then swept his kindling glance of fire from startled pew to breathless choir, when suddenly his mantle wide his hands impatient flung aside, and lo, he met their wondering eyes, complete in all a warrior's guise. A moment there was awful pause, when Berkeley cried, "Cease, traitor, cease! God's temple is the house of peace." The other shouted, "Nay, not so, when God is with our righteous cause, His holiest places then are ours. His temples are our forts and towers, that frown upon the tyrant foe. In this, the dawn of freedom's day, there is a time to fight and pray." And now before the open door, the warrior priest had ordered so, the enlisting trumpet's sudden soar rang through the chapel, o'er and o'er. Its long reverberating blow so loud and clear, it seemed the ear of dusty death might wake and hear. And there the startling drum and fife fired the living with fiercer life, while overhead with wild increase, forgetting its ancient toll of peace, the great bell swung as ne'er before. It seemed as it would never cease, and every word its ardor flung from off its jubilant iron tongue was war, war, war. "Who dares?" that was the patriot's cry, as striding from the desk he came. "Come out with me in freedom's name, for her to live, for her to die." 100 hands flung up reply, 100 voices answered, "Aye!" Thomas Buchanan Reed. Early in May, news of the fight at Lexington reached Machias, Maine, and on the 11th a party of young men boarded the British armed schooner Margaretta, which was in the harbor there, and forced her to surrender after a loss of about 20 on each side. The Prize of the Margaretta, May 11th, 1775. 4 young men of a Monday morn heard that a flag of peace was torn, heard that rebels with sword and gun had fought the British at Lexington. While they were far from that bloody plain, safe on the green-clad shores of Maine, with eyes that glittered and hearts that burned, they talked of the glory their friends had earned, and asked each other, "What can we do, so our hands may prove that our hearts are true?" Silent the Margaretta lay, out on the bosom of the bay. On her masts rich bunting gleamed, bravely the flag of England streamed. The young men gazed at the tempting prize, they wistfully glanced in each other's eyes. Said one, "We can lower that cloth of dread, and hoist the pine tree flag instead. We are only boys to the old and sage, we have not yet come to manhood's age. But we can show them that, when there's need, men may follow and boys may lead." Tightly each other's hand they pressed, loudly they cried, "We will do our best. The pine tree flag, ere day is past, shall float from the Margaretta's mast." They ran to a sloop that lay near by, they roused their neighbors with hue and cry. They doffed their hats, gave 3 loud cheers, and called for a crew of volunteers. Their bold, brave spirit spread far and wide, and men came running from every side. Curious armed were the dauntless ones, with axes, pitchforks, scythes, and guns. They shouted, "Ere this day be past, the pine tree grows from the schooner's mast." With sails all set, trim as could be, the Margaretta stood out to sea. With every man and boy in place, the gallant Yankee sloop gave chase. Rippled and foamed the sunlit seas, freshened and sung the soft May breeze. And came from the sloop's low deck, "Hooray! We're gaining on her, we'll win the day." A sound of thunder echoing wide came from the Margaretta's side. A deadly crash and a loud death yell. and one of the brave pursuers fell. They aimed a gun at the schooner then, and sent the compliment back again. He who at the helm of the schooner stood covered the deck with his rich life blood. Each burning to pay a bloody debt, the crews of the hostile vessels met. The western nation now to be made her first fight upon the sea. And not till 40 men were slain did the pine tree flag a victory gain. But at last the hearts of the Britons quailed, and grandly the patriot arm prevailed. One of the youths, the deed to crown, grasped the colors and pulled them down, and raised mid cries of wild delight the pine tree flag of blue and white. And the truth was shown for the world to read, that men may follow and boys may lead. Will Carleton. In North Carolina, the men of Mecklenburg County met, May 31st, and adopted their famous resolves, declaring that each provincial congress was invested with all legislative and executive powers for the government of the colonies, and should exercise them independently of Great Britain until Parliament should resign its arbitrary pretensions. It was from these resolves that the legend of the Mecklenburg Declaration of Independence, said to have been signed on May 20th, originated. The Mecklenburg Declaration, May 20th, 1775. Oppressed and few, but freemen yet, the men of Mecklenburg have met, determined to be free, and crook no coward knee, though might in front and treason at the back brought death and ruin in their joint attack. The tyrant's heel was on the land when Polk convoked his gallant band, and told in words full strong the bitter tale of wrong. Then came a whisper like the storm's first waves, "We must be independent, or be slaves." But hark! What hurried rider this, with jaded horse and garb amiss, whose look some woe proclaims ere he his mission names? He rides amain from far off Lexington, and tells the blood-red news of war begun. Then Brevard, Balch, and Kennon spoke the wise bold words that I invoke, men to defend the right and scorn the despot's might, until from all there rose the answering cry, "We shall be independent, or we die." When Alexander called the vote, no dastard nay's discordant note broke on that holy air, for dastard none was there. But in prompt answer to their country's call, they pledged life, fortune, sacred honor, all. In solemn hush the people heard, with shout and cheer they caught the word, "Independence! In that sign we grasp our right divine. For the tyrant's might and the traitor's hate must yield to men who fight for God and state." The hero's shout flew on the breeze, rushed from the mountains to the seas, till all the land uprose their faces to their foes, shook off the thraldom they so long had borne, and swore the oath that Mecklenburg had sworn. And well those men maintained the right, they kept the faith and fought the fight, till might and treason both fled fast before the oath which brought the God of freedom's battles down, to place on patriot brows the victor's crown. William C. Elam. Up and down the land, in every city, town, and hamlet, men were drilling with brooms and cornstalks, when no muskets were available. The storm, which had been gathering for years, had burst at last. A Song. Hark! 'Tis freedom that calls. Come, patriots, awake! To arms, my brave boys, and away! 'Tis honor, 'tis virtue, 'tis liberty calls, and upraise the too tedious delay. What pleasure we find in pursuing our foes, through blood and through carnage we'll fly, then follow, we'll soon overtake them, huzzah! The tyrants are seized on, they die. Triumphant returning, with freedom secured, like men we'll be joyful and gay. With our wives and our friends we'll sport, love, and drink, and lose the fatigues of the day. 'Tis freedom alone gives relish to mirth, but oppression all happiness sours. It will smooth life's dull passage, 'twill slope the descent, and strew the way over with flowers. Pennsylvania Journal, May 31st, 1775. End of section 5. Recording by Chris Pyle.
Section 6 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 3. The Colonists Take the Offensive. Part 1. A rustic army of nearly 20,000 men quickly gathered about Boston to besiege Gage there, but its warlike spirit ran too high to be contented with passive and defensive measures. Benedict Arnold suggested that expeditions be sent against the fortresses at Ticonderoga and Crown Point, which commanded the northern approach to the Hudson, and were of great strategic importance. The suggestion was at once adopted. Arnold was created colonel, and set out to raise a regiment among the Berkshire Hills. When he arrived there, he found that Ethan Allen had already raised a force of Vermonters, and started for Ticonderoga. The Green Mountain Boys. May 9, 1775. 1. Here halt we our march, and pitch our tent on the rugged forest ground, and light our fire with the branches rent by winds from the beeches round. Wild storms have torn this ancient wood, but a wilder is at hand, with hail of iron and rain of blood, to sweep and waste the land. 2. How the dark wood rings with our voices shrill, that startle the sleeping bird. To-morrow eve must the voice be still, and the step must fall unheard. The Briton lies by the blue Champlain, in Ticonderoga's towers, and ere the sun rise twice again, must they in the lake be ours. 3. Fill up the bowl from the brook that glides, where the fireflies light the brake. A ruddier juice the Briton hides in his fortress by the lake. Build high the fire till the panther leap from his lofty perch in flight, and will strengthen our weary arms with sleep for the deeds of to-morrow night. William Cullen Bryant. Arnold overtook Allen and his Green Mountain Boys on May 9, and accompanied the expedition as a volunteer. At daybreak of the 10th, Allen and Arnold, with 83 men, crossed Lake Champlain and entered Ticonderoga side by side. The garrison was completely surprised and surrendered the stronghold without a blow. The surprise at Ticonderoga, May 10, 1775. 'Twas May upon the mountains, and on the airy wing Of every floating zephyr came pleasant sounds of spring, Of robins in the orchards, brooks running clear and warm, or chanticleer's shrill challenge from busy farm to farm. But ranged in serried order, attent on sterner noise, stood stalwart Ethan Allen and his Green Mountain Boys. 200 patriots listening, as with the ears of one, to the echo of the muskets that blazed at Lexington. My comrades, thus the leader spake to his gallant band, the key of all the Canadas is in King George's hand. Yet while his careless warders our slender armies mock, good Yankee swords, God willing, may pick his rusty lock. At every pass a sentinel was set to guard the way, lest the secret of their purpose some idle lip betray. As on the rocky highway they marched with steady feet, to the rhythm of the brave hearts that in their bosoms beat. The curtain of the darkness closed round them like a tent, when, travel worn and weary, yet not with courage spent, they halted on the border of slumbering Champlain, and saw the watchlights glimmer across the glassy plain. O proud Ticonderoga, enthroned amid the hills! O bastions of old Carillon, the fort of chiming rills! Well might your quiet garrison have trembled where they lay, and, dreaming, grasped their sabres against the dawn of day. In silence and in shadow the boats were pushed from shore. Strong hands laid down the musket to ply the muffled oar. The startled ripples whitened and whispered in their wake, then sank again reposing upon the peaceful lake. 83 they landed, just as the morning gray Gave warning on the hilltops to rest not or delay. Behind, their comrades waited, the fortress frowned before, and the voice of Ethan Allen was in their ears once more. Soldiers, so long united, dread scourge of lawless power, our country torn and bleeding calls to this desperate hour, when choice alone is left us, who hear that high behest, to quit our claims to valor, or put them to the test. I lead the storming column up yonder fateful hill, yet not a man shall follow, save at his ready will. There leads no pathway backward, 'tis death or victory. Poise each his trusty firelock, ye that will come with me. From man to man a tremor ran at their captain's word, like the going in the mulberry trees that once King David heard. While his eagle glances sweeping adown the triple line, saw in the glowing twilight each even barrel shine. Right face, my men, and forward! Low spoken, swift obeyed. They mount the slope unfaltering, they gain the esplanade. A single drowsy sentry beside the wicket gate, snapping his aimless fusil, shouts the alarm, too late. They swarm before the barracks, the quaking guards take flight, and such a shout resultant resounds along the height, as rang from shore and headland scarce 20 years ago, when brave Montcalm's defenders charged on a British foe. Leaps from his bed in terror the ill-starred de la Place, to meet across his threshold a wall he may not pass. The bayonet's lightning flashes athwart his dazzled eyes, and in tones of sudden thunder, "Surrender!" Allen cries. Then in whose name the summons? The ashen lips reply. The mountaineer's stern visage turns proudly to the sky. In the name of great Jehovah! He speaks with lifted sword, and the Continental Congress, who wait upon his word. Light clouds, like crimson banners, trailed bright across the east, as the great sun rose in splendor above a conflict ceased, gilding the bloodless triumph for equal rights and laws, as with the smile of heaven upon a holy cause. Still, wave on wave of verdure, the emerald hills arise, where once were heroes mustered from men of common guise. And still, on freedom's roster, through all her glorious years, shine the names of Ethan Allen and his bold volunteers. Mary A. P. Stansbury. The Continental Army at Cambridge, meanwhile, was busy day and night, drilling and getting into shape. It was at this time that a gentleman of Connecticut, whose name, it is said, was Edward Bangs, described his visit to the camp in verses destined to become famous. They were printed originally as a broadside. The Yankees returned from camp, June, 1775. Father and I went down to camp, along with Captain Gooding, and there we see the men and boys, as thick as hasty pudding. Chorus. Yankee Doodle, keep it up, Yankee Doodle dandy, mind the music and the step, and with the girls be handy. And there we see 1,000 men, as rich as Squire David, and what they wasted every day, I wish it could be saved. The lasses they eat every day would keep in house a winter. They have as much that, I'll be bound, they eat it when they're a mind to. And there we see a swamping gun, large as a log of maple, upon a deuced little cart, a load for father's cattle. And every time they shoot it off, it takes a horn of powder, and makes a noise like father's gun, only a nation louder. I went as nigh to one myself, as 'Siah's underpinning, and father went as nigh again. I thought the deuce was in him. Cousin Simon grew so bold, I thought he would have cocked it. It scared me so, I shrinked it off, and hung by father's pocket. And Captain Davis had a gun. He kind of clapped his hands on it, and stuck a crooked stabbing iron upon the little end on't. And there I see a pumpkin shell, as big as mother's basin, and every time they touched it off, they scampered like the nation. I see a little barrel too, the heads were made of leather. They knocked upon it with little clubs, and called the folks together. And there was Captain Washington, and gentlefolks about him. They say he's grown so tarnal proud, he will not ride without 'em. He got him on his meeting clothes, upon a strapping stallion. He set the world along in rows, in hundreds and in millions. The flaming ribbons in his hat, they look so tearing fine, I wanted Pockley to give it to my Jemima. I see another snarl of men, a-digging graves they told me, so tarnal long, so tarnal deep, they tended they should hold me. It scared me so, I hooked it off, nor stopped as I remember, nor turned about till I got home, locked up in mother's chamber. Edward Bangs. Howe, Clinton, and Burgoyne arrived May 25 with reinforcements which raised the British force in Boston to 10,000 men, and plans were at once made to extend the lines to cover Charlestown and Dorchester, the occupation of which by the Americans would render Boston untenable. Confident of victory, Gage, on June 12, issued a proclamation offering pardon to all rebels who should lay down their arms and return to their allegiance, save only John Hancock and Samuel Adams. At the same time, all who remained in arms were threatened with the gallows. Tom Gage's proclamation, or blustering denunciation, replete with defamation, threatening devastation, and speedy jugulation of the new English nation, who shall his pious ways shun. June 12, 1775. Whereas the rebels hereabout are stubborn still, and still hold out, refusing yet to drink their tea, in spite of Parliament and me, and to maintain their bubble right, prognosticate a real fight, preparing flints and guns and ball, my army and the fleet to maul, mounting their guilt to such a pitch, as to let fly at soldiers' breech, pretending they designed a trick, though ordered not to hurt a chick, but peaceably, without alarm, the men of Concord to disarm, or, if resisting, to annoy, and every magazine destroy. All which, though long obliged to bear, through want of men, and not of fear, I'm able now, by augmentation, to give a proper castigation. For since the addition to the troops, now reinforced as thick as hops, I can, like Jeremy at the Boyne, look safely on, fight you, Burgoyne. And now, like grass, the rebel Yankees, I fancy not these doodle dances, yet ere I draw the vengeful sword, I have thought fit to send abroad this present gracious proclamation, of purpose mild the demonstration, that whosoever keeps gun or pistol, I'll spoil the motion of his systole, or whip his or cut his weason, as haps the measure of his treason. But every one that will lay down his hanger bright and musket brown, shall not be beat, nor bruised, nor banged, much less for past offences hanged, but on surrendering his Toledo, go to and fro unhurt as we do. But then I must, out of this plan lock, both Samuel Adams and John Hancock, for those vile traitors, like debentures, must be tucked up at all adventures, as any proffer of a pardon would only tend those rogues to harden. But every other mother's son, the instant he destroys his gun, for thus doth run the King's command, may, if he will, come kiss my hand, and to prevent such wicked game as pleading the plea of ignoramus, be this my proclamation spread to every reader that can read, and as nor law nor right was known since my arrival in this town, to remedy this fatal flaw, I hereby publish martial law. Meanwhile let all and every one who loves his life forsake his gun, and all the council, by mandamus, who have been reckoned so infamous, return unto their habitation, without or let or molestation. Thus graciously the war I wage, as witnesseth my hand, Tom Gage. By command of Mother Carey, Thomas Flucker, Secretary, Pennsylvania Journal, June 28, 1775. The Committee of Safety received intelligence of Gage's plans, and ordered out a force of 1,200 men to take possession of Bunker Hill in Charlestown. At sunset of June 16th, this brigade started from Cambridge, under command of Colonel William Prescott, a veteran of the French War. On reaching Bunker Hill, a consultation was held, and it was decided to push on to Breed's Hill, and erect a fortification there. Breed's Hill was reached about midnight, and the work of throwing up entrenchments began at once. The Eve of Bunker Hill, June 16, 1775. 'Twas June on the face of the earth, June with the rose's breath, when life is a gladsome thing, and a distant dream is death. There was gossip of birds in the air, and a lowing of herds by the wood, and a sunset gleam in the sky that the heart of a man holds good. Then the nun-like twilight came, violet vestured and still, and the night's first star outshone afar on the eve of Bunker Hill. There rang a cry through the camp, with its word upon rousing word. There was never a faltering foot in the ranks of those that heard. Lads from the Hampshire hills and the rich Connecticut vales, sons of the old Bay Colony, from its shores and its inland dales, swiftly they fell in line, no fear could their valor chill. Ah, brave the show as they ranged a row on the eve of Bunker Hill. Then a deep voice lifted a prayer to the God of the brave and the true, and the heads of the men were bare in the gathering dusk and dew. The heads of 1,000 men were bowed, as the pleading rose. Smite thou, Lord, as of old thou smotest thy people's foes. O nerve thy servants' arms to work with a mighty will. A hush, and then a loud Amen on the eve of Bunker Hill. Now they are gone through the night with never a thought of fame, gone to the field of a fight that shall win them a deathless name. Some shall never again behold the set of the sun, but lie like the Concord slain and the slain of Lexington. Martyrs to freedom's cause, ah, how at their deeds we thrill, the men whose might made strong the height on the eve of Bunker Hill. Clinton Scollard. June 17 dawned fair and bright, and the entrenchments were at once discovered by the British. A lively cannonade was opened upon them by the ships in the harbor, but without effect. At noon, 3,000 veterans were ordered forward to rout out the peasants, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon had crossed the river and were ready to storm the entrenchments. Commanded by General Howe and General Piggott, they advanced steadily up the hill, only to be met by so terrific a fire they gave way and retreated in disorder. Warren's Address to the American Soldiers, June 17, 1775. Stand! The ground's your own, my braves! Will ye give it up to slaves? Will ye look for greener graves? Hope ye mercy still? What's the mercy despots feel? Hear it in that battle peal, read it on yon bristling steel, ask it, ye who will. Fear ye foes who kill for hire? Will ye to your homes retire? Look behind you, there a fire, and before you see who have done it from the vale. On they come, and will ye quail? Let in rain and iron hail, let their welcome be. In the God of battles trust. Die we may, and die we must. But oh, where can dust to dust be consigned so well, as where heaven its dews shall shed on the martyred patriot's bed, and the rocks shall raise their head of his deeds to tell. John Pierpont. End of Section 6. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida. Section 7 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. Chapter 3. The Colonists Take the Offensive, Part 2. A pause followed, during which Charlestown was set on fire by shells from the fleet, and was soon in a roaring blaze. Then a second time the British advanced to the assault. Again the Americans held their fire, and again, at 30 yards, poured into the redcoats so deadly a volley that they were forced to retreat. The Ballad of Bunker Hill. We lay in the trenches, we dug in the ground, while Phoebus blazed down from his glory-lined car, and then from the lips of our leader renowned, these lessons we'd learned in the science of war. Let the foeman draw nigh, till the white of his eye is in range with your rifles, and then, lads, let fly, and shew to Columbia, to Britain and fame, how justice smiles awful when freemen take aim. The regulars from town to the foot of the hill came in barges and rowboats, some great and some small, but they pottered and dawdled and twaddled until we feared there would be no attack after all. Two men in red coats talked to one in long boots, and all of them pinted and gestured like coots. And we said, as the boys do upon training day, if they waste all their time so, the sham fight won't pay. But when they got ready and all came along, the way they marched up the hillside wasn't slow. But we were not afeard, and we welcomed 'em strong, held our fire till the word, then laid the lads low. But who shall declare the end of the affair? At sundown there wasn't a man of us there, but we didn't depart till we'd given them some, when we burned up our powder, and we had to go home. Edward Everett Hale. So long a time elapsed after the second assault that it seemed for a time that the Americans would be left in possession of the field. In the confusion of the moment, no reinforcements were sent them, and Prescott, to his dismay, discovered that his supply of powder and ball was nearly exhausted. Bunker Hill. Not yet, not yet! Steady, steady! On came the foe in even line, nearer and nearer to thrice paces 9. We looked into their eyes. Ready! A sheet of flame, a roll of death, They fell by scores. We held our breath. Then nearer still they came, another sheet of flame, and brave men fled who never fled before, in mortal fight, foreshadowing flight, back to the astounded shore. Quickly they rallied, reinforced, mid louder roar of ships' artillery, and bursting bombs and whistling musketry, and shouts and groans, anear, afar, all the new din of dreadful war. Through their broad bosoms calmly coursed the blood of those stout farmers aiming for freedom, manhood's birthrights claiming. Onward once more they came, another sheet of deathful flame, another and another still. They broke, they fled, again they sped down the green, bloody hill. Howe, Burgoyne, Clinton, Gage stormed with commander's rage. Into each emptied barge they crowd fresh men for a new charge up that great hill. Again their gallant blood we spill. That volley was the last. Our powder failed. On three sides fast the foe pressed in, nor quailed a man. Their barrels empty, with musket stocks, they fought and gave death-dealing knocks, till Prescott ordered the retreat. Then Warren fell, and through a leaden sleet, from Bunker Hill and Breed, Stark, Putnam, Pomeroy, Knowlton, Reed, led off the remnant of those heroes true, the foe too shattered to pursue. The ground they gained, but we the victory. The tidings of that chosen band flowed in a wave of power over the shaken, anxious land. To men, to man, a sudden dower from that stanch, beaming hour. History took a fresh, higher start, and when the speeding messenger that bare the news that strengthened every heart met near the Delaware, riding to take command, the leader who had just been named, who was to be so famed, the steadfast, earnest Washington, with hand uplifted cries, his great soul flashing to his eyes. Our liberties are safe, the cause is won. A thankful look he cast to heaven, and then his steed he spurred, in haste to lead such noble men. George H. Calvert. There was, in fact, a difference of opinion among the British generals as to continuing the assault, but Howe insisted that a third attempt be made, and at 5 o'clock it was ordered. For a moment the advancing column was again shaken by the American fire, but the last cartridges were soon spent, and, at the bayonet point, the Americans were driven from their works and forced to retreat across Charlestown Neck. Grandmother's story of Bunker Hill battle, as she saw it from the belfry. 'Tis like stirring, living embers when, at 80, one remembers all the achings and the quakings of the times that tried men's souls. When I talk of Whig and Tory, when I tell the rebel story, to you the words are ashes, but to me they're burning coals. I had heard the muskets rattle of the April running battle, Lord Percy's hunted soldiers, I can see their red coats still. But a deadly chill comes o'er me, as the day looms up before me, when 1,000 men lay bleeding on the slopes of Bunker's Hill. 'Twas a peaceful summer's morning, when the first thing gave us warning was the booming of the cannon from the river and the shore. "Child," says Grandma, "what's the matter? What is all this noise and clatter? Have those scalping Indian devils come to murder us once more?" Poor old soul, my sides were shaking in the midst of all my quaking, to hear her talk of Indians when the guns began to roar. She had seen the burning village, and the slaughter and the pillage, when the Mohawks killed her father, with their bullets through his door. Then I said, "Now, dear old granny, don't you fret and worry any, for I'll soon come back and tell you whether this is work or play. There can't be mischief in it, so I won't be gone a minute." For a minute then I started, I was gone the livelong day. No time for bodice lacing, or for looking-glass grimacing. Down my hair went as I hurried, tumbling halfway to my heels. God forbid you ever knowing, when there's blood around her flowing, how the lonely, helpless daughter of a quiet household feels. In the street I heard a thumping, and I knew it was the stumping of the corporal, our old neighbor, on that wooden leg he wore, with a knot of women round him. It was lucky I had found him, so I followed with the others, and the corporal marched before. They were making for the steeple, the old soldier and his people. The pigeons circled round us as we climbed the creaking stair. Just across the narrow river, oh, so close it made me shiver, stood a fortress on the hilltop that but yesterday was bare. Not slow our eyes to find it, well we knew who stood behind it, though the earthwork hid them from us, and the stubborn walls were dumb. Here were sister, wife, and mother, looking wild upon each other, and their lips were white with terror as they said, "The hour has come." The morning slowly wasted, not a morsel had we tasted, and our heads were almost splitting with the cannon's deafening thrill, when a figure tall and stately round the rampart strode sedately. It was Prescott, one since told me, he commanded on the hill. Every woman's heart grew bigger when we saw his manly figure, with a banyan buckled round it, standing up so straight and tall, like a gentleman of leisure who was strolling out for pleasure. Through the storm of shells and cannon shot he walked around the wall. At 11 the streets were swarming, for the redcoats' ranks were forming. At noon in marching order they were moving to the piers. How the bayonets gleamed and glistened as we looked far down and listened to the trampling and the drumbeat of the belted grenadiers. At length the men have started, with a cheer, it seemed faint-hearted, in their scarlet regimentals, with their knapsacks on their backs, in the reddening, rippling water, as after a sea-fight slaughter, round the barges gliding onward, blushed like blood along their tracks. So they crossed to the other border, and again they formed in order, and the boats came back for soldiers, came for soldiers, soldiers still. The time seemed everlasting to us women faint and fasting. At last they're moving, marching, marching proudly up the hill. We can see the bright steel glancing all along the lines advancing. Now the front rank fires a volley, they have thrown away their shot. For behind their earthwork lying, all the balls above them flying, our people need not hurry, so they wait and answer not. Then the corporal, our old cripple, he would swear sometimes and tipple, he had heard the bullets whistle in the old French war before, calls out in words of jeering, just as if they all were hearing, and his wooden leg thumps fiercely on the dusty belfry floor. "Oh, fire away, ye villains, and earn King George's shillin's, but you'll waste a ton of powder afore a rebel falls. Ye may bang the dirt and welcome, they're as safe as Dan'l Malcolm, 10 foot beneath the gravestone that you've splintered with your balls." In the hush of expectation, in the awe of trepidation, of the dread approaching moment, we are well nigh breathless all. Though the rotten bars are failing on the rickety belfry railing, we are crowding up against them like the waves against a wall. Just a glimpse, the air is clear, they are nearer, 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 when a flash, a curling smoke wreath, then a crash, the steeple shakes. The deadly truce is ended, the tempest's shroud is rended, Like a morning mist it gathered, like a thunder cloud it breaks. Oh, the sight our eyes discover, as the blue-black smoke blows over the redcoats stretched in windrows, as a mower rakes his hay. Here a scarlet heap is lying, there a headlong crowd is flying, like a billow that has broken and is shivered into spray. Then we cried, "The troops are routed, they are beat, it can't be doubted. God be thanked, the fight is over." Ah, the grim old soldiers smile. Tell us why you look so." We could hardly speak, we shook so. "Are they beaten? Are they beaten? Are they beaten?" Wait a while. Oh, the trembling and the terror, for too soon we saw our error. They are baffled, not defeated. We have driven them back in vain. And the columns that were scattered round the colors that were tattered, toward the sullen, silent fortress turn their belted breasts again. All at once, as we are gazing, lo, the roofs of Charlestown blazing. They have fired the harmless village, in an hour it will be down. The Lord in heaven confound them, rain his fire and brimstone round them, the robbing, murdering redcoats that would burn a peaceful town. They are marching, stern and solemn. We can see each massive column as they near the naked earth mound with the slanting wall so steep. Have our soldiers got faint-hearted and in noiseless haste departed? Are they panic-struck and helpless? Are they palsied or asleep? Now, the walls, they're almost under, scarce a rod the foes asunder. Not a firelock flashed against them. Up the earthwork they will swarm. But the words have scarce been spoken, when the ominous calm is broken, and a bellowing crash has emptied all the vengeance of the storm. So again, with murderous slaughter, pelted backwards to the water, fly Pickett's running heroes, and the frightened braves of Howe. And we shout, "At last they're done for! It's their barges they have run for! They are beaten, 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 and the battle's over now!" And we looked, poor timid creatures, on the rough old soldier's features, our lips afraid to question, but he knew what we would ask. "Not sure," he said, "keep quiet. Once more, I guess, they'll try it. Here's damnation to the cutthroats." Then he handed me his flask, saying, "Gal, you're looking shaky. Have a drop of old Jamaiky. I'm afeard there'll be more trouble afore the job is done." So I took one scorching swallow. Dreadful faint I felt, and hollow, standing there from early morning, when the firing was begun. All through those hours of trial I had watched a calm clock dial. As the hands kept creeping, creeping, they were creeping round to 4. When the old man said, "They're forming, with their bagonets fixed for storming. It's the death grip that's a-coming, they will try the works once more." With brazen trumpets blaring, the flames behind them glaring, the deadly wall before them, in close array they come. Still onward, upward toiling, like a dragon's fold uncoiling, like the rattlesnake's shrill warning, the reverberating drum. Over heaps all torn and gory, shall I tell the fearful story, how they surged above the breastwork, as a sea breaks over a deck. How, driven, yet scarce defeated, our worn-out men retreated, with their powder horns all emptied, like the swimmers from a wreck. It has all been told and painted. As for me, they say I fainted, and the wooden-legged old corporal stumped with me down the stair. When I woke from dreams affrighted, the evening lamps were lighted. On the floor a youth was lying, his bleeding breast was bare. And I heard through all the flurry, "Send for Warren, hurry, hurry! Tell him here's a soldier bleeding, and he'll come and dress his wound." Ah, we knew not till the morrow told its tale of death and sorrow, how the starlight found him stiffened on the dark and bloody ground. who the youth was, what his name was, where the place from which he came was, who had brought him from the battle, and had left him at our door. He could not speak to tell us, but 'twas one of our brave fellows, as the homespun plainly showed us, which the dying soldier wore. For they all thought he was dying, as they gathered round him crying, and they said, "Oh, how they'll miss him, and what will his mother do?" Then, his eyelids just unclosing, like a child's that has been dozing, he faintly murmured, "Mother," and I saw his eyes were blue. "Why, Grandma, how you're winking! Ah, my child, it sets me thinking of a story not like this one. Well, he somehow lived along, so we came to know each other, and I nursed him like a mother, till at last he stood before me, tall and rosy-cheeked and strong. And we sometimes walked together in the pleasant summer weather. Please tell us what his name was, just your own, my little dear. There's his picture coply painted, we became so well acquainted. That, in short, that's why I'm Grandma, and you children all are here." Oliver Wendell Holmes. In this last charge, the Americans met with an irreparable loss in the death of General Joseph Warren, who was shot through the head as he lingered on the field, loath to join in the retreat. He had hastened to the battlefield in the early morning, replying to the remonstrance of a friend, "Dulce et decorum est pro patria more." He had just been appointed Major General, but refused the command tendered him by Prescott, saying that he was only too glad to serve as a volunteer aide. THE DEATH OF WARREN, June 17, 1775. When the war cry of liberty rang through the land, to arms sprang our fathers, the foe to withstand. On old Bunker Hill their entrenchments they rear, when the army is joined by a young volunteer. "Tempt not death," cried his friends, but he bade them good bye, saying, "Oh, it is sweet for our country to die." The tempest of battle now rages and swells, 'mid the thunder of cannon, the pealing of bells. And a light, not of battle, illumes yonder spire, scene of woe and destruction, 'tis Charlestown on fire. The young volunteer heedeth not the sad cry, but murmurs, "'Tis sweet for our country to die." With trumpets and banners the foe draweth near, a volley of musketry checks their career. With the dead and the dying the hillside is strown, and the shout through our lines is, "The day is our own." "Not yet," cries the young volunteer, "do they fly. Stand firm, it is sweet for our country to die." Now our powder is spent, and they rally again. "Retreat," says our chief, "since unarmed we remain." But the young volunteer lingers yet on the field, reluctant to fly, and disdaining to yield. A shot! Ah, he falls! But his life's latest sigh is, "'Tis sweet, oh, 'tis sweet for our country to die." And thus Warren fell, happy death, noble fall, to perish for country at liberty's call. Should the flag of invasion profane evermore the blue of our seas or the green of our shore, may the hearts of our people re-echo that cry, "'Tis sweet, oh, 'tis sweet for our country to die." Apes Sargent. The British loss in killed and wounded was 1,054, while the American loss, incurred mainly in the last hand-to-hand struggle, was 449. The British had gained the victory, but the moral advantage was wholly with the Americans. The Battle of Bunker Hill, composed by a British officer, the day after the battle. It was on the 17th, by break of day, the Yankees did surprise us, with their strong works they had thrown up, to burn the town and drive us. But soon we had an order come, an order to defeat them. Like rebels stout they stood it out, and thought we ne'er could beat them. About the hour of 12 that day, an order came for marching, with 3 good flints and 60 rounds, each man hoped to discharge them. We marched down to the long wharf, where boats were ready waiting. With expedition we embarked, our ships kept cannonading. And when our boats all filled were, with officers and soldiers, with as good troops as England had, to oppose who dare control us. And when our boats all filled were, we rode in line of battle, where showers of ball like hail did fly, our cannon loud did rattle. There was Copp's Hill Battery near Charlestown, our 24s they played, and the 3 frigates in the stream that very well behaved. The Glasgow frigate cleared the shore, all at the time of landing, with her grape shot and cannon balls, no Yankee e'er could stand them. And when we landed on the shore, we drawed up all together. The Yankees they all manned their works, and thought we never come thither. But soon they did perceive brave Howe our bold commander, with grenadiers and infantry, we made them to surrender. Brave William Howe on our right wing cried, "Boys, fight on like thunder! You soon will see the rebels flee, with great amaze and wonder." Now some lay bleeding on the ground, and some fell fast a running, o'er hills and dales and mountains high, crying, "Zounds, brave Howe's a coming!" They began to play on our left wing, where Piggott he commanded, but we returned it back again, with courage most undaunted. To our grape shot and musket balls, to which they were but strangers, they thought to come with sword in hand, but soon they found their danger. And when their works we got into, and put them to the flight, sirs, some of them did hide themselves, and others died of fright, sirs. And when their works we got into, without great fear or danger, the works they'd made were firm and strong, the Yankees are great strangers. But as for our artillery, they all behaved dinty, for while our ammunition held, we gave it to them plenty. But our conductor, he got broke, for his misconduct sure, sir. The shot he sent for 12-pound guns were made for 24s, sir. There's some in Boston pleased to say, as we the field were taking, we went to kill their countrymen, while they their hay were making. For such stout Whigs I never saw, to hang them all I'd rather, for making hay with musket balls, and buckshot mixed together. Brave Howe is so considerate, as to guard against all dangers. He allows us half a pint a day, to rum we are no strangers. Long may he live by land and sea, for he's beloved by many. The name of Howe the Yankees dread, we see it very plainly. And now my song is at an end, and to conclude my ditty, it is the poor and ignorant, and only them I pity. But as for their King John Hancock, and Adams, if they're taken, their heads for signs shall hang up high, upon that hill called Beacon. On July 2nd, 1775, George Washington, who had, a fortnight before, been appointed Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army by the Congress then assembled in Philadelphia, arrived at Cambridge, and on the following day, under the shade of the great elm which is still standing near Cambridge Common, he took command of the 16,000 men composing the American forces. The New-Come Chief, from Under the Old Elm, July 3, 1775. Beneath our consecrated elm, a century ago he stood, famed vaguely for that old fight in the wood, whose red surge sought, but could not overwhelm, the life foredoomed to wield our rough-hewn helm. From colleges, where now the gown to arms had yielded from the town, our rude self-summoned levies flocked to see the new-come chief, and wonder which was he. No need to question long, close-lipped and tall, long trained in murder-brooding forests lone, to bridle others' clamors and his own. Firmly erect, he towered above them all, the incarnate discipline that was to free, with iron curb, that armed democracy. A motley rout was that which came to stare, in raiment tanned by years of sun and storm, of every shape that was not uniform, dotted with regimentals here and there, an army all of captains used to pray, and stiff in fight, but serious drills to spare, skilled to debate their orders, not obey. Deacons were there, selectmen, men of note, and half-tamed hamlets ambushed round with woods, ready to settle free will by a vote, but largely liberal to its private moods, prompt to assert by manners, voice, or pen, our ruder arms, their rights as Englishmen, nor much fastidious as to how and when, yet seasoned stuff and fittest to create a thought-stayed army or a lasting state. Haughty they said he was, at first severe, but owned, as all men own, the steady hand upon the bridle, patient to command, prized, as all prize, the justice pure from fear, and learn to honor first, then love him, then revere. Such power there is in clear-eyed self-restraint, and I purpose clean as light from every selfish taint. Never to see a nation born hath been given to mortal man, unless to those who, on that summer morn, gazed silent when the great Virginian unsheathed the sword whose fatal flash shot unison through the incoherent clash of our loose atoms, crystallizing them around a single will's unpliant stem, and making purpose of a motion rash. Out of that scabbard sprang, as from its womb, nebulous at first, but hardening to a star, through mutual share of sunburst and of gloom, the common faith that made us what we are. The lifted blade transformed our jangling clans, till then provincial, to Americans, and made a unity of wildering plans. Here was the doom fixed, here is marked the date, when this new world awoke to man's estate. Burn its last ship and cease to look behind, nor thoughtless was the choice, no love or hate, cold from its poise moved that deliberate mind, weighing between too early and too late. Those pitfalls of the man refused by fate, his was the impartial vision of the great. We see not as they wish, but as they find. He saw the dangers of defeat, nor less the incomputable perils of success, the sacred past thrown by, an empty rind, the future, cloudland, snare of prophets blind, the waste of war, the ignominy of peace, on either hand a sullen rear of woes, whose garnered lightnings none could guess, piling its thunder heads and muttering cease, yet draw not back his hand, but gravely chose the seeming desperate task, whence our new nation rose. James Russell Lowell. Tory balladists found rich material for their rhymes in the undisciplined and motley army of which Washington was the head. But, strangely enough, the commander himself was the object of very few attacks of this kind. The following is almost the only one which has survived. The Trip to Cambridge, July 3, 1775. When Congress sent great Washington, all clothed in power and breeches, to meet old Britain's warlike sons, and make some rebel speeches, 'twas then he took his gloomy way, astride his dapple donkeys, and travelled well, both night and day, until he reached the Yankees. Away from camp, 'bout 3 miles off, from Lilly he dismounted, his sergeant brushed his sunburnt wig, while he the specie counted. All pricked up in full bag wig, the shaking notwithstanding, and leathers tight, oh glorious sight! He reached the Yankee landing. The women ran, the darkies too, and all the bells they tolled, for Britain's sons, by doodle doo, were sure to be consoled. Old Mother Hancock with a pan, all crowded full of butter, unto the lovely Georgius ran, and added to the splutter. Says she, our Brindle has just calved, and John is wondrous happy. He sent this present to you, dear, as you're the country's papa. You'll butter bread and bread butter, but do not butt your speeches. You'll butter bread and bread butter, but do not grease your breeches. Full many a child went into camp, all dressed in homespun kersey, to see the greatest rebel scamp that ever crossed o'er Jersey. The rebel clowns, oh, what a sight! Too awkward was their figure. 'Twas yonder stood a pious wit, and here and there a nigger. Upon a stump he placed himself, great Washington did he, and through the nose of Lawyer Close proclaimed great liberty. The patriot brave, the patriot fair, from fervor had grown thinner, so off they marched with patriot zeal, and took a patriot dinner. End of Section 7. Recording by Giordano, Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 8 of Poems of American History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca. Chapter 3, Part 3. The Colonials, on the other hand, among whom seems to have inspired almost instant respect and affection, made him the subject of many songs, the most popular of which was Sewall's War and Washington, which was sung by soldiers and civilians during the whole Revolution. War and Washington. Vain Britons, no longer with proud indignity, by land your conquering legions, your matchless strength at sea. Since we, your braver sons incensed, our swords have girded on. Huzza, 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 for war and Washington. Urged on by North and vengeance, those valiant champions came, loud bellowing tea and treason, and George was all on flame. Yet, sacrilegious as it seems, we rebels still live on, and laugh at all their empty puffs. Huzza for Washington! Still deaf to mild entreaties, still blind to England's good, you have for 30 pieces betrayed your country's blood. Like Aesop's greedy cur, you'll gain a shadow for your bone, yet find us fearful shades indeed inspired by Washington. Mysterious, unexampled, incomprehensible, the blundering schemes of Britain, their folly, pride, and zeal. Like lions, how ye growl and threat, mere asses have you shown, and ye shall share an ass's fate, and drudge for Washington. Your dark, unfathomed counsels our weakest heads defeat, our children rout your armies, our boats destroy your feet, and to complete the dire disgrace, cooped up within a town, you live the scorn of all our host, the slaves of Washington. Great heaven! Is this the nation whose thundering arms were hurled through Europe, Africa, India, whose navy ruled a world? The luster of your former deeds, whole ages of renown, lost in a moment, or transferred to us and Washington. Yet think not thirst of glory's unsheaths our vengeful swords, to rend your bands asunder, or cast away your cords. 'Tis heaven-born freedom fires us all, and strengthens each brave son, from him who humbly guides the plough to godlike Washington. For this, oh, could our wishes your ancient rage inspire, your armies should be doubled in numbers, force, and fire. Then might the glorious conflict prove which best deserve the boon, America or Albion, a George or Washington? Fired with the great idea, our fathers' shades would rise. To view the stern contention, the gods desert their skies. And Wolfe, midst hosts of heroes, superior bending down, cry out with eager transport, God save great Washington! Should George, too choice of Britons, to foreign realms apply, and madly arm half Europe, yet still we would defy Turk, Hessian, Jew, and infidel, or all those powers in one, while Adams guards our Senate, our camp great Washington. Should warlike weapons fail us, disdaining slavish fears, to swords we'll beat our plowshares, our pruning hooks to spears, and rush all desperate on our foe, nor breathe till battle won. Then shout and shout America, and conquering Washington! Proud France should view with terror, and haughty Spain revere, while every warlike nation would court alliance here. And George, his minions trembling round, dismounting from his throne, pay homage to America and glorious Washington. Jonathan Mitchell Sewall. While the army at Cambridge was getting into shape to assume the offensive, the British were by no means idle. They recovered St. John's, which Arnold had captured in May, and a fleet under Admiral Wallace ravaged the shores of Narragansett Bay. On October 7, 1775, he bombarded the town of Bristol, which had refused to furnish him with supplies, an incident which is described in one of the most ingenious and amusing of Revolutionary ballads. The Bombardment of Bristol, October 7, 1775. In 1775, our Bristol town was much surprised by a pack of thievish villains that will not work to earn their livings. October 'twas the 7th day, as I have heard the people say. Wallace, his name be ever cursed, came on our harbor just at dusk. And there his ship did safely moor, and quickly sent his barge on shore, with orders that should not be broke, or they might expect a smoke. Demanding that the magistrates should quickly come on board his ship, and let him have some sheep and cattle, or they might expect a battle. At 8 o'clock, by signal given, our peaceful atmosphere was riven by British balls both grape and round, as plenty afterwards were found. But oh, to hear the doleful cries of people running for their lives, women with children in their arms, running away to the farms. With all their firing and their skill, they did not any person kill, neither was any person hurt, but the Reverend Parson Burt. And he was not killed by a ball, as judged by jurors one and all, but being in a sickly state, he, frightened, fell, which proved his fate. Another truth to you I'll tell, that you may see they levelled well, for aiming to kill the people, they fired their shot into a steeple. They fired low, they fired high, the women scream, the children cry, and all their firing and their racket shot off the topmast of a packet. From the moment almost of the fight at Lexington, the conquest of Canada had been dreamed of, and in September 1775, a force of 2,000 men, under General Richard Montgomery, started for Quebec. He was joined by another force under Benedict Arnold, and an attempt was made to carry the citadel by storm. But Montgomery fell as he led the way over the walls. Arnold was wounded, and the Americans were beaten back. Montgomery at Quebec, December 31st, 1775. Round Quebec's embattled walls, moodily the patriots lay. Dread disease within its thralls drew them closer day by day, till from suffering man to man, mutinous a murmur ran. Footsore, they had wandered far. They had fasted, they had bled, they had slept beneath the star, with no pillow for the head. Was it but to freeze to stone in this cruel icy zone? Yet their leader held his heart, not discouraged, not dismayed, quelled with unobtrusive art those that muttered, unafraid, waited, watchful for the hour when his golden chance should flower. 'Twas the death tide of the year, night had passed its murky noon. Through the bitter atmosphere pierced nor ray of star nor moon, but upon the bleak earth beat blinding arrows of the sleet. While the trumpets of the storm pealed the bastion heights around, did the dauntless heroes form, did the low sharp orders sound? "Be the watchword Liberty!" cried the brave Montgomery. Here where he had won applause, when Wolfe faced the Gallic foe, for a nobler, grander cause, would he strike the fearless below, smite at wrong upon the throne, at injustice giant groan. "Men, you will not fear to tread where your general dares to lead. On, my valiant boys," he said, and his foot was first to speed. Swifting up the beetling steep, lion-hearted did he leap. Flashed a sudden blinding glare, roared a fearsome battle peal, rang the gloomy vasts of air, seemed the earth to rock and reel, while adown that fiery breath rode the hurtling bolts of death. Woe for him, the valorous one, now a silent clod of clay! Never more for him the sun would make glad the paths of day. Yet 'twere better thus to die than to cringe to tyranny. Better thus the life to yield, striking for the right and God, upon freedom's gory field, than to kiss oppression's rod. Honor then for all time be to brave Montgomery. Clinton Scollard. Though the Americans had lost Canada, they were soon to gain Boston. During the winter of 1775-76, a great number of captured cannon had dragged on sledges from Ticonderoga. The drilling of the army had gone steadily on, and at last Washington felt that he was able to assume the offensive, and on the night of March 4th, 1776, he seized and fortified Dorchester Heights. A Song, 1776. Smile, Massachusetts, smile! Thy virtue still outbraves the frowns of Britain's isle, the rage of home-born slaves. Thy free-born sons disdain their ease when purchased by their liberties. Thy genius, once the pride of Britain's ancient isle, brought o'er the raging tide by our forefathers' toil, in spite of North's despotic power, shines glorious on this western shore. In Hancock's generous mind awakes the noble strife, which so conspicuous shines in gallant Sidney's life. While in its cause the hero bled, immortal honors crowned his head. Let zeal your breasts inspire, let wisdom guide your plans. 'Tis not your cause entire on doubtful conflict hangs. The fate of this vast continent and unborn millions shared the event. To close the gloomy scenes of this alarming day, a happy union reigns through wide America, while awful wisdom hourly waits to adorn the councils of her states. Brave Washington arrives, arrayed in warlike fame, while in his soul revives great Marlborough's martial flame, to lead your conquering armies on to lasting glory and renown. To aid the glorious cause, experienced Lee has come, renowned in foreign wars, a patriot at home, while valiant Putnam's warlike deeds amongst the foe a terror spreads. Let the Britons proudly boast that their 2,000 braves can drive out numerous host, and make us all their slaves, while twice 6,000 quake with fear, nor dare without their lines appear. Kind heaven has deigned to own our bold resistance just, since murderous gage began, the bloody carnage first. Near 10 to 1 has been their cost, for each American we've lost. Stand firm in your defense, like the sons of freedom fight. Your haughty foes convince that you'll maintain your right. Defiance bid to tyrants frown, and glory will your valor crown. The Connecticut Gazette, 1776. Howe realized that Boston was untenable unless the Americans could be dislodged, but with the memory of Bunker Hill before him, he had no heart for the enterprise. While he hesitated, the American works were made well nigh impregnable, and Howe decided to abandon the town. On March 17, 1776, the British troops, 8,000 in number, sailed away for Halifax. Washington at once took possession of the city. A poem containing some remarks on the present war. March 17, 1776. Britons grown big with pride, and wanton ease, and tyranny beside, they sought to please their craving appetite. They strove with all their might, they'd vowed to rise and fight, to make us bow. The plan they laid was deep, even like hell. With sympathy I weep, while here I tell of that base murderous brood, void of the fear of God, who came to spill our blood in our own land. They bid their armies sail, though billows roar, and take the first fair gale, for Boston's shore. They'd cross the Atlantic Sea, a long and watery way. Poor Boston fell a prey to tyranny. Gage was both base and mean, he dare not fight. The men he sent were seen, like owls in the night. It was in Lexington, where patriots' blood did run before the rising sun, in crimson gore. Here the sons of freedom fell, rather than flee, unto those brutes of hell. They fell a prey, but they shall live again. Their names shall rise and reign among the noble slain in all our land. But oh, this cruel foe went on in haste, to conquer they did go, and there did waste some stores in their rage, to gratify old Gage. His name in every page shall be defamed. Their practice thus so base, and murder too, roused up the patriot race, who did pursue, and put this foe to flight. They could not bear the light. Some rued the very night they left their den. And now this cruelty was spread abroad. The sons of liberty this act abhorred. Their noble blood did boil, forgetting all the toil. In troubles they could smile, and went in haste. Our army willingly did then engage to stop the cruelty of tyrants' rage. They did not fear our foe, but were ready to go, and the tyrants know whose sons they were. But when old Gage did see all us withstand, and strive for liberty through all our land, he drove with all his might, for rage was his delight. With fire he did fight, a monster he. On Charlestown he displayed his fire abroad, he it in ashes laid, an act abhorred by the sons of liberty, who saw the flames on high, piercing their native sky, and now lies waste. To Bunker Hill they came most rapidly, and many there were slain, and there did die. They called it Bloody Hill, although they gained their will. In triumph they were still, 'cause of their slain. Here sons of freedom fought right manfully. A wonder here was wrought, though some did die. Here Warren bowed to death, his expiring breath. In language mild he saith, "Fight on, brave boys." Oh! Did this stain of pride of British troops, they saw they were denied of their vain hopes of marching through our land, when twice a feeble band did fight and boldly stand in our defense. Brave Washington did come to our relief. He left his native home, filled with grief. He did not covet again the cause he would maintain, and die among the slain rather than flee. His bosom glowed with love for liberty. His passions much did move to orphans' cry. He let proud tyrants know how far their bounds should go, and then his bombs did throw into their den. This frightened them full sore when bombs were sent, when cannon loud did roar. They left each tent. Oh! Thus did the tyrants fly, went precipitately, their shipping being nigh, they sailed off. And now Boston is free from tyrants base. The sons of liberty possess the place. They now in safety dwell, free from those brutes of hell. Their raptured tongues do tell their joys great. A portion of the British fleet remained in Boston harbor, and apprehensions began to be felt that an effort would be made to recapture the town. It was at this juncture that Captain James Mugford, of the schooner Franklin, captured the British ship Hope, bound for Boston with supplies and 1,500 barrels of powder. 2 days later, on May 19, the Franklin ran aground at Point Shirley, at the mouth of the harbor, and was at once attacked by boats from the British vessels. A sharp engagement ensued, in which Mugford was killed. His last words are said to have been those used by Lawrence nearly 40 years later. "Don't give up the ship! You will beat them off!" And they did. Mugford's Victory, May 17 through 19, 1776. Our mother, the pride of us all, she sits on her crags left by the shore, and her feet they are wet with the waves, whose foam is as flowers from the graves of her sons whom she welcomes no more, and who answer no more to her call. Amid weeds and sea tangle and shells, they are buried far down in the deep which they love to career. Oh! Might we awake them from sleep! Oh! Might they our voices but hear, and the sound of our holiday bells! Can it be she is thinking of them? Her face is so proud and so still, and her lashes are moistened with tears. Ho, little ones! Pluck at her hem, her lap with your jollity fill, and ask of her thoughts and fears. Fears! We have roused her at last. See! Her lips part with a smile, and laughter breaks forth from her eyes. Fears! Whence should they ever arise? In our hearts, O my children, the while we can remember the past. Can remember that morning of May, when Mugford went forth with his men, 20 and all of them ours. 'Tis 100 years to a day, and the sea and the shore are as then, and as bright are the grass and the flowers. But our 20, they come not again. He had heard of the terrible need of the Patriot army there, in Boston town. Now for a deed, to save it from despair, to thrill with joy the great commander's heart, and hope new-born to all the land impart. Hope! Aye, that was the very name of the good ship that came from England far away, laden with enginery of death, food for the cannon's fiery breath. Hope laden for great Washington, who, but for her, was quite undone 100 years ago today. Oh, but to meet her there, and grapple with her fare, out in the open bay, Mugford to Glover said, how could he answer nay? And Mugford sailed away, brave heart and newly wed. But what are the woman's tears, and rosy cheeks made pale, to the one who far off hears the generations hail? A deed like this we celebrate today, 100 years since Mugford sailed away. I love to picture him, clear-eyed and strong of limb, gazing his last upon the rocky shore. His feet should press no more, seeing the tall church steeples fade away in distance soft and gray, so dropping down below the horizon's rim, where fame awaited him. Slow sailing from the east his victim came. They met, brief parley, struggle brief and tame, and she was ours. In Boston harbor safe air set of sun, great joy for Washington! But heavy grew the hours on Mugford's hands, longing to bring me, his mother proud, news of his victory, but that was not to be. Abreast Nantaskett's narrow strip of gray, the British cruisers lay. They saw the daring skipper dropping down from the much-hated rebel-haunted town, and in the twilight dim their boats awaited him, while wind and tide conspired to grant what they desired. Thickly they swarmed about his tiny craft, but Mugford gaily laughed, and gave them blow for blow, and many a hapless foe went hurtling down below, upon the schooner's rail, fell like a thresher's flail. The strokes that beat the soul and sense apart, and pistol crack through many an eager heart, sent deadly hail. But when the fight was o'er, brave Mugford was no more, crying with death-white lip, boys, don't give up the ship. His soul struck out for heaven's peaceful shore. We gave him burial meet. Through every sobbing street 1,000 men marched with their arms reversed, and Parson's story told in sentences of gold, the tale since then 1,000 times rehearsed. Such is the story she tells, our mother, the pride of us all. Ring out your music, O bells, that ever such things could befall. Ring not for Mugford alone, ring for the 20 unknown, who fought hand to hand at his side, who saw his last look when he died, and who brought him, though dead, to his own. John White Chadwick. A month later, on June 14, 1775, the Continentals occupied various islands and points in the bay, and opened so hot a fire upon the British ships that they were finally forced to weigh anchor and sail away. The news of the capture of Boston and departure of the British was received with the greatest rejoicing throughout the country. Among the many songs composed to celebrate the event, one, "Off from Boston," gained wide popularity. Off from Boston. Sons of valor, taste the glories of celestial liberty. Sing a triumph o'er the Tories. Let the pulse of joy beat high. Heaven hath this day foiled the many fallacies of George the King. Let the echo reach Brittany. Bid her mountain summits ring. See yon navies swell the bosom of the late enraged sea. Where'er they go, we shall oppose them. Sons of valor must be free. Should they touch at the fair Rhode Island, there to combat with the brave, driven from each dale and highland, they shall plough the purple wave. Should they hence to fair Virginia bend a squadron to Dunmore, still with fear and ignominy, they shall quit the hostile shore. To Carolina or to Georgie, should they advance their fame, this land of heroes shall disgorge the sons of tyranny and shame. Let them rove to climes far distant, situate under Arctic skies, call on Hessian troops assistant, and savages to rise. Boast of wild brigades from Russia, to fix down the galling chain. Canada and Nova Scotia shall disgorge these hordes again. In New York State, rejoined by Clinton, should their standards mock the air, many a surgeon shall put lint on, wounds of death received there. War, fierce war, shall break their forces, nerves of Tory men shall fail, seeing how with altered courses, bending to the western gale. Thus from every bay of ocean, flying back with sails unfurled, tossed with ever-troubled motion, they shall quit this smiling world. Like Satan banished from heaven, never see the smiling shore. From this land, so happy, driven, never stain its bosom more. End of section 8. Recording by Rebecca.
Section 9 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anne Boulais. Chapter 4. Independence. At the outbreak of the Revolution, very few, even of the more radical colonial leaders, thought of or desired complete independence from Great Britain. Samuel Adams was perhaps the first to proclaim this as the only solution of the problem which confronted the colonies, but the sentiment for independence grew steadily. Emancipation from British dependence, 1775. Libera nos Domini. Deliver us, O Lord, not only from British dependence, but also from a junto that labor for absolute power, whose schemes disappointed have made them look sour, from the lords of the council, who fight against freedom, who still follow on where delusion shall lead 'em, from groups at St. James's, who slight our petitions, and fools that are waiting for further submissions, from a nation whose manners are rough and abrupt, from scoundrels and rascals whom gold can corrupt, from pirates sent out by command of the king to murder and plunder, but never to swing, from Wallace and Graves and vipers and roses, whom, if heaven pleases, we'll give bloody noses, from the valiant Dunmore with his crew of banditti who plunder the Virginians at Williamsburg City, from hot-headed Montague, mighty to swear, the little fat man with his pretty white hair, from bishops in Britain who butchers are grown, from slaves that would die for a smile from the throne, from assemblies that vote against Congress's proceedings, who now see the fruit of their stupid misleadings, from Tyron the mighty who flies from our city, and swell with importance disdains the committee, but since he is pleased to proclaim us his foes, what the devil care we where the devil he goes. From the caitiff Lord North, who would bind us in chains, from our noble King Log with his toothful brains, who dreams, and is certain, when taking a nap, he has conquered our lands as they lay on his map. From a kingdom that bullies and hectors and swears, I send up to heaven my wishes and prayers, that we, disunited, may freemen be still, and Britain go on, to be damned if she will. Philip Freneau. On June 8th, Richard Henry Lee submitted to the Continental Congress a motion that these united colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved from all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is, and ought to be, totally dissolved. The debate on the motion began July 1st. Rodney's Ride, July 3rd, 1776. In that soft midland where the breezes bear the north and south on the genial air, through the county of Kent, on affairs of state, rode Caesar Rodney, the delegate. Burly and big, and bold and bluff, in his three-cornered hat and coat of snuff, a foe to King George and his English state, was Caesar Rodney, the delegate. Into Dover village he rode apace, and his kinsfolk knew, from his anxious face, it was matter grave that brought him there, to the counties three on the Delaware. Money and men we must have, he said, or the Congress fails and our cause is dead. Give us both and the king shall not work his will. We are men, since the blood of Bunker Hill. Comes a rider swift on a panting bay. Ho, Rodney, ho, you must save the day. For the Congress halts at a deed so great, and your vote alone may decide its fate. Answered Rodney then, I will ride with speed, it is liberty's stress, it is freedom's need. When stands it? Tonight, not a moment to spare, but ride with the wind from the Delaware. Ho, saddle the black, I've but half a day, and the Congress sits 80 miles away. But I'll be in time, if God grants me grace, to shake my fist and King George's face. He is up, he is off, and the black horse flies on the northward road ere the Godspeed dies. It is gallop and spur as the leagues they clear, and the clustering milestones move arear. It is 2 of the clock, and the fleet hooves fling the field burrows dusk with a clang and a clang. It is 3, and he gallops with slack rein where the road winds down to the Delaware. 4, and he spurs into Newcastle town, from his panting steed he gets him down. A fresh one, quick, not a moment's wait, and off speeds Rodney the delegate. It is 5, and the beams of the western sun tinge the spires of Wilmington gold and dun. 6, and the dust of Chester Street flies back in a cloud from the courser's feet. It is 7, the horseboat broad of beam, at the Scullygill, ferry crawls over the stream, and at 7:15, by the Rittenhouse clock, he flings his reins to the tavern jock. The Congress is met, the debate's begun, and liberty lags for the vote of one, when into the hall, not a moment late, walks Caesar Rodney, the delegate. Not a moment late, that the half-days ride forwards the world with a mighty stride, for the act was passed ere the midnight stroke o'er the Quaker city its echoes woke. At tyranny's feet was the gauntlet flung. We are free! All the bells through the colonies rung, and the sons of the free may recall with pride the day of Delegate Rodney's ride. The motion was put to a vote the following day, July 2nd, 1776, and was adopted by the unanimous vote of 12 colonies, the delegates from New York being excused from voting as they had no sufficient instructions. This having been decided, the Congress at once went into committee of the whole to consider the form of declaration which should be adopted. American Independence. Make room, all ye kingdoms, in history renowned, whose arms have in battle with victory been crowned. Make room for America, another great nation. She rises to claim in your councils a station. Her sons fought for freedom, and by their own bravery have rescued themselves from the shackles of slavery. America is free, and Britain's aboard, and America's fame is forever restored. Fair freedom in Britain her throne had erected. Her sons they grew venal, and she disrespected. The goddess, offended, forsook that base nation, and fixed on our mountains a more honored station. With glory immortal she sits here enthroned, nor fears the vain vengeance of Britain disowned. Great Washington guards her, with heroes surrounded. Her foes he, with shameful defeat, has confounded. To arms! We to arms flew, 'twas freedom invited us. The trumpet, shrill sounding, to battle excited us. The banners of virtue, unfurled, did wave o'er us. Our hero led on, and the foe flew before us. In heaven and Washington we placed reliance. We met the proud Britons, and bid them defiance. The cause we supported was just, and was glorious. When men fight for freedom, they must be victorious. Francis Hopkinson. A committee had already been appointed to draw up a paper which should be worthy of this solemn occasion. Thomas Jefferson was its chairman, and was chosen to be the author of the Declaration. On the evening of July 4, 1776, the Declaration of Independence was unanimously adopted by 12 colonies, the New York delegates being still unable to act. The 4th of July. Day of glory, welcome day, freedom's banners greet thy ray. See, how cheerfully they play with thy morning breeze, on the rocks where pilgrims kneeled, on the heights where squadrons wheeled, when a tyrant's thunder pealed o'er the trembling seas. God of armies, did thy stars on their courses smite his cars, blast his arm, and wrest his bars from the heaving tide? On our standard, lo, they burn, and when days like this return, sparkle o'er the soldier's urn, who for freedom died. God of peace, whose spirit fills all the echoes of our hills, all the murmur of our rills, now the storm is o'er. O let freemen be our sons, and let future Washingtons rise, to lead their valiant ones till there's war no more. John Pierpont. News of its adoption was received throughout the country with the greatest rejoicing. On the 9th of July it was ratified by New York, and the soldiers there celebrated the occasion by throwing down the leaden statue of George III on the Bowling Green and casting it into bullets. Everywhere there were bonfires, torchlight processions, and ratification meetings. Independence Day. Squeak the fife and beat the drum, Independence Day is come. Let the roasting pig be bled, quick twist off the cockerel's head, quickly rub the pewter platter, heap the nut cakes fried in butter, set the cups and beaker glass, the pumpkin and the applesauce, send the keg to shop for brandy, maple syrup we have handy, Independent staggering Dick, a noggin mix of swingeons thick. Sal, put on your russet skirt, Jotham, get your boughten shirt, today we dance to tiddle diddle. Here comes Sambo with his fiddle. Sambo, take a dram of whiskey, and play up Yankee Doodle friskly. Moll, come leave your witch tricks, and let us have a reel of 6. Father and mother shall make 2. Sal, Moll, and I stand all a row. Sambo, play and dance with quality. This is the day of blessed equality. Mother and father are but men, and Sambo is a citizen. Come foot it, Sal, Moll figure in, and mother, you dance up to him. Now saw as fast as e'er you can do, and father, you cross over to Sambo. Thus we dance and thus we play, on glorious Independence Day. Rub more rosin on your bow, and let us have another go. Zounds, as sure as eggs and bacon, here's Ensign Sneak and Uncle Deacon, Aunt Thia and their bets behind her, on blundering mare, than beetle blinder. And there's the squire too, with his lady. Sal, hold the beast, I'll take the baby. Moll, bring the squire our great armchair. Good folks, we're glad to see you here. Jotham, get the great case bottle, your teeth can pull its corncob stopple. Ensign, Deacon, never mind. Squire, drink until you're blind. Come, here's the French, the guillotine, and here is good Squire Gallatin, and here's each noisy Jacobin. Here's friend Madison so hearty, and here's confusion to the treaty. Come, one more swig to Southern demos, who represent our brother Negroes. Thus we drink and dance away this glorious Independence Day. Royal Tyler. On Independence, August 17, 1776. Come all you brave soldiers, both valiant and free, it's for independence we all now agree. Let us gird on our swords and prepare to defend our liberty, property, ourselves and our friends. In a cause that's so righteous, come let us agree, and from hostile invaders set America free. The cause is so glorious we need not to fear, but from merciless tyrants we'll set ourselves clear. Heaven's blessing attending us, no tyrant shall say that Americans e'er to such monsters give way, but fighting will die in America's cause before we'll submit to tyrannical laws. George III of Great Britain, no more shall he reign with unlimited sway o'er these free states again. Lord North, nor old Brute, nor none of their clan shall ever be honored by an American. May heaven's blessing descend on our United States, and grant that the Union may never abate. May love, peace, and harmony ever be found, for to go hand in hand America round. Upon our grand Congress may heaven bestow both wisdom and skill our good to pursue. On heaven alone dependent we'll be, but from all heavenly tyrants we mean to be free. Unto our brave generals may heaven give skill, our armies to guide, and the sword for to wield. May their hands taught to war, and their fingers to fight, be able to put British armies to flight. And now, brave Americans, since it is so that we are independent, we'll have them to know that united we are and united we'll be, and from all British tyrants we'll try to keep free. May heaven smile on us in all our endeavors, safeguard our seaports, our towns, and our rivers, keep us from invaders by land and by sea, and all who'd deprive us of our liberty. Jonathan Mitchell Sewall. The American Patriot's Prayer, 1776. Parent of all, omnipotent in heaven and earth below, through all creation's bounds unspent, whose streams of goodness flow, teach me to know from whence I rose, and unto what designed. No private aims let me propose, since linked with humankind. But chief to hear my country's voice, may all my thoughts incline. 'Tis reason's law, 'tis virtue's choice, 'tis nature's call and thine. Me from fair freedom's sacred cause, let nothing e'er divide, grandeur, nor gold, nor vain applause, nor friendship false misguide. Let me not faction's partial hate pursue to this land's woe, nor grasp the thunder of the state to wound a private foe. If for the right, to wish the wrong, my country shall combine, single to serve the erroneous throng, spite of themselves be mine. Columbia. Columbia, Columbia, to glory arise, the queen of the world and the child of the skies. Thy genius commands thee, with rapture behold, while ages on ages thy splendor unfold. Thy reign is the last and the noblest of time. Most fruitful thy soil, most inviting thy clime. Let the crimes of the East ne'er encrimson thy name. Be freedom and science and virtue thy fame. To conquest and slaughter let Europe aspire, whelm nations in blood and wrap cities in fire. Thy heroes the rights of mankind shall defend, and triumph pursue them and glory attend. A world is thy realm, for a world be thy laws, enlarged as thine empire and just as thy cause. On freedom's broad basis that empire shall rise, extend with the main and dissolve with the skies. Fair science her gates to thy sons shall unbar, and the east see the morn hide the beams of her star. New bards and new sages, unrivaled shall soar, to fame unextinguished, when time is no more. To thee the last refuge of virtue designed, shall fly from all nations the best of mankind. Here, grateful to heaven, with transport shall bring their incense, more fragrant than odors of spring. Nor less shall thy fair ones to glory ascend, and genius and beauty in harmony blend. The graces of form shall awake pure desire, and the charms of the soul ever cherish the fire. Their sweetness unmingled, their manners refined, and virtue's bright image enstamped on the mind. With peace and soft rapture shall teach life to glow, and light up a smile in the aspect of woe. Thy fleets to all regions thy power shall display, the nations admire and the ocean obey. Each shore to thy glory its tribute unfold, and the east and the south yield their spices and gold. As the day-spring unbounded, thy splendor shall flow, and earth's little kingdoms before thee shall bow, while the ensigns of union, in triumph unfurled, hush the tumult of war and give peace to the world. Thus as down a lone valley, with cedars o'erspread, from war's dread confusion I pensively strayed, the gloom from the face of fair heaven retired, the winds ceased to murmur, the thunders expired. Perfumes as of Eden flowed sweetly along, and a voice as of angels enchantingly sung, Columbia, Columbia, to glory arise, the Queen of the world and the Child of the skies. Timothy Dwight. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Chapter 5, The First Campaign, Part 1. News of the Declaration of Independence was accompanied over the country by that of a brilliant success at the South. Early in June, the British, under Sir Peter Parker, Sir Henry Clinton, and Lord Cornwallis, prepared to capture Charleston, SC. To oppose them, there was practically nothing but a fort of palmetto logs built on Sullivan's Island in Charleston Harbor by Colonel William Moultrie. On June 28, 1776, the British advanced to the attack, but were beaten off with heavy loss. The boasting of Sir Peter Parker. 'Twas the proud Sir Peter Parker came sailing in from the sea, with his serried ships of the line a port, and his ships of the line a lee. A little lead for a cure, he said, for these rebel sires and sons. And the folk on Charleston rooftops heard the roar of the shotted guns. They heard the roar of the guns offshore, but they marked with a hopeful smile the answering ire of a storm of fire from Sullivan's sandy isle. 'Twas the proud Sir Peter Parker who saw with the climbing noon ruin and wreck on each blood-stained deck that day in the wane of June. The shivered spar and the shattered beam and the torn and toppling mast, and the grimy gunners wounded sore, and the seamen falling fast. But from the stubborn fort ashore, no sight of a single sign that the rebel sires and sons had quailed before his ships of the line. 'Twas the proud Sir Peter Parker who saw the fall of the flag from the fortress wall. Then rang his call, "They have lost their rebel rag," and the 50 guns of the Bristol flamed, and the volumed thunder rolled. "'Tis now," the haughty admiral called, "we'll drive them out of their hold." But little he knew, and his British crew, how small was their vaunted power. For lo, to the rampart's crest there leaped the dauntless man of the hour. 'Twas the proud Peter Parker who saw, with a wild amaze, this hero spring from the fortress height, mid the hail and the fiery haze. Under the wall he strode, each step with the deadliest danger fraught, and up from the sand with a triumph hand the splintered staff he caught. Then, still unscathed by the iron rain, he clambered the parapet, and midst the burst of his comrades' cheers, the flag on the bastion set. 'Twas the proud Sir Peter Parker who slunk through the night to the sea, with his shattered ships of the line a port, and his ships of the line a lee. And above there was wreck, and below was wreck, and the sense of loss and woe. For the sneered at rebel sires and sons had proved them a direful foe. But war's dark blight on the land lay light, and they hailed with a joyful smile the stars of victory burning bright over Sullivan's sandy isle. Clinton Scollard. The British fleet remained in the neighborhood for 3 weeks to refit, and then sailed away to New York to cooperate with Howe. Charleston was saved, and for 2 years the southern states were free from the invader. A New War Song by Sir Peter Parker. My lords, with your leave, an account I will give, which deserves to be written in metre, how the rebels and I have been pretty nigh. Faith, 'twas almost too nigh for Sir Peter. Devil take 'em, their shot came so swift and so hot, and the cowardly dogs stood so stiff, sir, that I put ship about and was glad to get out, or they would not have left me a skiff, sirs. With much labor and toil unto Sullivan's Isle I came, swift as Falstaff or pistol, but the Yankees, odd rat 'em, I could not get at 'em. They so terribly mauled my poor Bristol. Behold, Clinton by land did quietly stand, while I made a thundering clatter. But the channel was deep, so he could only peep, and not venture over the water. Now bold as a Turk, I proceeded to York, where with Clinton and Howe you may find me. I've the wind in my tail, and I'm hoisting my sail to leave Sullivan's Island behind me. But, my lords, do not fear, for behold the next year, although a small island should fret us, the continent whole we will take, by my soul, if the cowardly Yankees will let us. The victory of Charleston was the last success which the American arms were to achieve for many months. The British had decided to capture and hold the line of the Hudson in order to cut the colonies in two. Howe, with a trained army of 25,000 men, prepared to attack New York, while to oppose him, Washington had only 18,000 undisciplined levies. Half this force was concentrated at Brooklyn Heights, which was strongly fortified, and here, on August 27, 1776, Howe delivered his attack. Overwhelming superiority of numbers enabled the British to press back their opponents to their works on the heights. Not daring to storm, the British prepared to lay siege to this position. Washington had no way to withstand a siege, which must have resulted in the loss of his whole army. And after nightfall on August 29, he succeeded in ferrying the entire force with their cannon, arms, ammunition, horses, and larder over to the New York side. The Maryland Battalion. Spruce macaronis and pretty to see, tidy and dapper and gallant were we, blooded fine gentlemen, proper and tall, bold in a fox hunt and gay at a ball. Prancing soldados so martial and bluff, billets for bullets in scarlet and buff. But our cockades were clasped with a mother's low prayer, and the sweethearts that braided the sword knots were fair. There was grummer of drums humming hoarse in the hills, and the bugles sang fanfaron down by the mills. By Flatbush the bagpipes were droning amain, and keen cracked the rifles in Martensa's lane. For the Hessians were flecking the hedges with red, and the grenadiers' tramp marked the roll of the dead. 3 to 1, flank and rear, flashed the files of St. George. The fierce gleam of their steel as the glow of the forge, the brutal boom boom of their swart cannoneers was sweet music compared with the taunt of their cheers. For the brunt of their onset our crippled array, and the light of God's leading gone out in the fray. Oh, the rout on the left and the tug on the right, the mad plunge of the charge and the wreck of the flight. When the cohorts of Grant held stout Sterling at strain, and the mongrels of Hesse went tearing the slain. When at Freek's Mill the flumes and the sluices ran red, and the dead choked the dike, and the marsh choked the dead. O Sterling, good Sterling, how long must we wait? Shall the shout of your trumpet unleash us too late? Have you never a dash for brave Mordecai Gist, with his heart in his throat and his blade in his fist? Are we good for no more than to prance in a ball, when the drums beat the charge and the clarions call? Tra-la-ra, tra-la-ra, now praise we the Lord, for the clang of his call and the flash of his sword. Tra-la-ra, now forward to die, for the banner hurrah, and for sweethearts goodbye. 400 wild lads, maybe so. I'll be bound 'twill be easy to count us face up on the ground. If we hold the road open, though death take the toll, we'll be missed on parade when the states call the roll. When the flags meet in peace, and the guns are at rest, and fair freedom is singing, Sweet Home in the West. John Williamson Palmer. On September 15, 1776, the British took possession of New York, and the American lines were withdrawn to the line of the Harlem River. On September 16, the British attempted to break through their center at Harlem Heights. The attack was repulsed, and for nearly a month the lines remained where they had been formed. Harlem Heights. Captain Stephen Brown of Knowlton's Connecticut Rangers tells of the affair of September 16, 1776. They've turned at last, goodbye, King George, despite your hireling band. The farmer boys have borne a brunt, the prentice lads will stand. Though peace may lag and fortune flag, our fight's as good as won. We've made them yield in open field, we've made the redcoats run. Our rangers sallied forth at dawn with Knowlton at their head, to rout the British pickets out and spend a little lead. We gave them 8 brisk rounds apiece, and hurried fighting back. For 18 score the light-armed corps were keen upon our track. Along the vale of Bloomingdale they pressed our scant array. They swarmed the crag and jeered our flag across the hollow way. Their skirmishers bawled, "Hark away!" Their buglers from the wall, in braggart vaunt and bitter taunt, brayed out the hunting call. O sound of shame! It woke a flame in every sunburned face, and every soul was hot as coal to cleanse the foul disgrace. And some that blenched on Brooklyn Heights and fled at Turtle Bay, fair wept for wrath and thronged my path and clamored for the fray. Our general came spurring, there rolled a signal drum. His eye was bright, he rose his height, he knew the time had come. He gave the word to Knowlton to lead us once more. The pick of old Connecticut, and Leech with Whedon's corps of proud Virginia riflemen, tall hunters of the deer, to round the boastful Briton's flank and take him in the rear. We left the dell, we scaled the fell, and up the crest we sprang, when swift and sharp along the scarp a deadly volley rang. And down went Leach of Weedon's corps, deep hurt but gallant still, and down went Knowlton, he that bore the sword of Bunker Hill. I raised his head, but this he said, death wounded as he lay, lead on the fight, I hold it light if we but get the day. In open rank we struck their flank, and oh, the fight was hot. Up came the Hessian Jaegers, up came the kilted Scot. Up came the men of Linsingen, von Donop's grenadiers, but soon we sped the vengeful lead a-whistling 'bout their ears. They buckled front to Varnum's brunt, we crumpled up their right, and hurling back the crimson rack, we swept along the height. The helmets of the Hessians are tumbled in the wheat, the tartan of the Highlander shall be his winding sheet. A mingled rout, we drove them out, from orchard, field, and glen. In goodly case it seemed to chase our hunters home again. We flaunted in their faces the flag they thought to scorn, and left them with a loud hurrah to choke their bugle horn. Upon a ledge embattled above the Hudson shore, we dug the grave for Knowlton and Leach of Weedon's corps. And though in plight of war's despite, we yield this island throne, upon that ledge we left a pledge that we shall claim our own. Arthur Gitterman. At this time occurred the first of the two most dramatic and moving tragedies of the Revolution. It was important that Washington should obtain detailed and accurate information as to the position and intentions of the British. And Nathan Hale, a captain in Knowlton's regiment, volunteered for the service and passed into the British lines in disguise. He was captured and taken before Sir William Howe, to whom he frankly acknowledged his errand. Howe ordered him hanged the next day. Nathan Hale, September 22, 1776. The breezes went steadily through the tall pines, a saying, "Oh hush," a saying, "Oh hush," as stilly stole by a bold legion of horses, for Hale in the bush, for Hale in the bush. "Keep still," said the thrush, as she nestled her young in a nest by the road, in a nest by the road. "For the tyrants are near, and with them appear what bodes us no good, what bodes us no good." The brave captain heard it, and thought of his home, in a cot by the brook, in a cot by the brook, with mother and sister and memories dear, he so gaily forsook, he so gaily forsook. Cooling shades of the night were coming apace. The tattoo had beat, the tattoo had beat. The nobleman sprang from his dark lurking place to make his retreat, to make his retreat. He warily trod on the dry rustling leaves as he passed through the woods, as he passed through the wood, and silently gained his rude launch on the shore as she played with the flood, as she played with the flood. The guards of the camp on that dark, dreary night had a murderous will, had a murderous will. They took him and bore him afar from the shore to a hut on the hill, to a hut on the hill. No mother was there, nor a friend who could cheer. In that little stone cell, in that little stone cell. But he trusted in love from his Father above. In his heart all was well. In his heart all was well. An ominous owl with his solemn bass voice sat moaning hard by, sat moaning hard by. The tyrant's proud minions most gladly rejoice, for he must soon die, for he must soon die. The brave fellow told them no thing he restrained. The cruel general, his errand from camp of the ends to be gained. And he said that was all, and he said that was all. They took him and bound him and bore him away down the hill's grassy side, down the hill's grassy side. 'Twas there the base hirelings in royal array his cause did deride, his cause did deride. 5 minutes were given, short moments, no more, for him to repent, for him to repent. He prayed for his mother, and asked not another. To heaven he went, to heaven he went. The faith of a martyr, the tragedy showed, as he trod the last stage, as he trod the last stage. And Britons will shudder at gallant Hale's blood, as his words do presage, as his words do presage. Thou pale king of terrors, thou life's gloomy foe, go frighten the slave, go frighten the slave. Tell tyrants, to you their allegiance they owe. No fears for the brave, no fears for the brave. The execution took place shortly after sunrise, the scaffold being erected in an orchard near the present junction of Market Street and East Broadway. Hale's last words were the famous, "I only regret that I have but one life to lose for my country." Nathan Hale. To drumbeat and heartbeat a soldier marches by. There is color in his cheek, there is courage in his eye. Yet to drumbeat and heartbeat in a moment he must die. By the starlight and moonlight he seeks the Briton's camp. He hears the rustling flag and the armed sentry's tramp, and the starlight and moonlight his silent wanderings lamp. With slow tread and still tread he scans the tented line, and he counts the battery guns by the gaunt and shadowy pine, and his slow tread and still tread gives no warning sign. The dark wave, the plumed wave, it meets his eager glance, and it sparkles 'neath the stars like the glimmering of a lance. A dark wave, a plumed wave, on the emerald expanse. A sharp clang, a still clang, and terror in the sound. For the sentry, falcon-eyed, in the camp a spy hath found. With a sharp clang and a steel clang, the patriot is bound. With calm brow and steady brow he listens to his doom. In his look there is no fear, nor a shadow trace of gloom. But with calm brow and steady brow he robes him for the tomb. In the long night, the still night, he kneels upon the sod, and the brutal guards withhold e'en the solemn word of God. In the long night, the still night, he walks where Christ hath trod. 'Neath the blue morn, the sunny morn, he dies upon the tree, and he mourns that he can lose but one life for liberty. In the blue morn, the sunny morn, his spirit wings are free. But his last words, his message words, they burn lest friendly eye should read how proud and calm a patriot could die. With his last words, his dying words, a soldier's battle cry. From fane leaf and angel leaf, from monument and urn, the sad of earth, the glad of heaven, his tragic fate shall learn. But on fame leaf and angel leaf, the name of Hale shall burn. Francis Miles Finch. Washington soon found himself unable to cope with Howe's superior force, retreated across New Jersey, and on December 8th reached the west bank of the Delaware River. The British came up the next day and took a position on the east bank, with their center at Trenton. Never did America's future look darker than on that Christmas night of 1776. The Ballad of Sweet Pea. Mistress Penelope Penwick, she, called by her father my Sweet Pea, painted by Pyle, she won renown in a clinging, short-waisted satin gown, a red rose touched by her fingertips, and a smile held back from her roguish lips. Thus William Penwick, the jolly wight, in clouds of smoke night after night, would tell a tale in delighted pride to cronies who came from far and wide, always ending with a candle he, and this is the picture of my Sweet Pea. The tale? 'Twas how Sweet Pea did chance to give to the British a Christmas dance. Penwick's house past the outpost stood, flanked by the ferry and banked by the wood. Hessian and British quartered there, swarmed through chamber and hall and stair. Fires ablaze and candles alight, soldier and officer feasted that night. The enemy? Safe with a river between, black and deadly and fierce and keen, a river of ice and a blinding storm. So they made them merry and kept them warm. But while they mirth and roistering made, up in her dormer window stayed Mistress Penelope Penwick apart, with fearful thought and sorrowful heart. Night by night had her candle's gleam sent through the dark its hopeful beam. But the nights they came and they passed again, with never a sign from her countrymen. For where beat the heart so brave, so bold, which could baffle that river's bulwark cold? Penelope's eyes and her candle's light were mocked by the storm that Christmas night. But lo, full sudden a missile stung, and shattered her casement pane, and rung at her feet. 'Twas a word from the storm outside. She opened her dormer window wide. A wind-swept figure halted below, the ferryman, old and bent and slow. Then a murmur rose upward, only one, thrilling and powerful: Washington. With jest and laughter and candles bright, 'twas 2 by the stairway clock that night, when Penelope Penwick tripped her down, dressed in a short-waisted satin gown, with a red rose cut from her potted bush. There fell on the rollicking crowd a hush. She stood in the soldiers' midst, I ween, the daintiest thing they e'er had seen, and swept their gaze with her eyes most sweet, and patted her little slippered feet. "'Tis Christmas night, sirs," quoth Sweet Pea. "I should like to dance. Will you dance with me?" Oh, but they cheered, ran to and fro, and each for the honor bowed him low. With smiling charm and witching grace, she chose him pranked with officer's lace, and shining buttons and dangling sword. No doubt he strutted him proud as a lord. Doffed with enmity, donned with glee, Oh, she was charming, that sweet pea. And when it was over, and blood aflame, came an eager cry for a game, a game. We'll play at forfeits, Penelope cried, if one holdeth aught in his love and pride. Let each lay it down at my feet in turn, and a fine from me shall he straightway learn. What held they all in their love and pride? Straight flew a hand unto every side. Each man had a sword and nothing more, and the swords they clanged in a heap on the floor. Standing there in her satin gown, with candle light on her yellow crown, and at her feet a bank of steel, I'll wager that look was caught by Pyle. Penelope held her rose on high, I fine each one for a leaf to try. She plucked the petals and blew them out, a rain of red they fluttered about. Over the floor and through the air rushed the officers here and there, when lo, a cry! The door burst in, the enemy! Tumult, terror, and din. Flew a hand unto every side. Swords? Penelope, arms thrown wide, leapt that heap of steel before. Swords behind her upon the floor. Facing her countrymen, staunch and bold, who dared the river of death and cold, who swept them down in a rollicking horde, and found they never a man with sword. And so it happened, but not by chance. In 76 there was given a dance, by a witch with a rose and a satin gown, painted in Philadelphia town. Mistress Penelope Penwick, she, called by her father, my sweet pea. Virginia Woodward Cloud. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Poems of American History. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rebecca. Chapter 5, Part 2. The British soldiers, thinking the war virtually ended, had grown careless, and Howe and Cornwallis had returned to New York to celebrate Christmas. It was at this juncture that Washington decided to attack. More than 10 hours were consumed in getting across the river, which was blocked with ice. At daybreak on the 26th, Washington entered Trenton and surprised the enemy across the Delaware. The winter night is cold and drear along the river's sullen flow. The cruel frost is camping here. The air has living blades of snow. Look, pushing from the icy strand, with ensigns freezing in the air, there sails a small but mighty band across the dangerous Delaware. Oh, wherefore, soldiers, would you fight the bayonets of a winter storm? In truth, it were a better night for blazing fire and blankets warm. We seek to trap a foreign foe who fill themselves with stolen fare. We carry freedom as we go across the storm-swept Delaware. The night is full of lusty cheer, with the Hessians' merry camp, and fainter on the ear doth fall the heedless sentry's tramp. O hirelings, this new nation's rage is something 'tis not well to dare. You are not fitted to engage these men from o'er the Delaware. A rush, a shout, a clarion call, salute the early morning's gray. Now roused invaders yield or fall. The refuge land has won the day. Soon shall the glorious news be hurled wherever men have wrongs to bear. For freedom's torch illumes the world, and God has crossed the Delaware. Will Carleton. The surprise was complete. 18 of the enemy were killed and over 1,000 made prisoners, while the American loss was only 4. The remainder of the enemy retreated in disorder to Princeton, leaving their sick and wounded, and all their heavy arms and baggage behind them. The Battle of Trenton. On Christmas Day in '76, our ragged troops with bayonets fixed, for Trenton marched away. The Delaware Sea, the boats below, the light obscured by hail and snow, but no signs of dismay. Our object was the Hessian band that dared invade fair freedom's land, and quarter in that place, great Washington he led us on, whose streaming flag in storm or sun had never known disgrace. In silent march we passed the night, each soldier panting for the fight. Though quite benumbed with frost, green on the left at 6 began. The right was led by Sullivan, who ne'er a moment lost. Their pickets stormed, the alarm was spread, that rebels risen from the dead were marching into town. Some scampered here, some scampered there, and for action did prepare, but soon their arms laid down. 1,200 servile miscreants, with all their colors, guns, and tents, were trophies of the day, the frolic o'er, the bright canteen, in center, front, and rear was seen, driving fatigue away. Now, brothers of the patriot bands, let's sing deliverance from the hands of arbitrary sway, and as our life is but a span, let's touch the tankard while we can, in memory of that day. At Princeton, Cornwallis joined them, and on January 2nd, 1777, advanced against Trenton at the head of 8,000 men. By the time he reached there, Washington had withdrawn his whole force beyond a little stream called the Assunpink, where he repelled 2 British assaults. That night he marched toward Princeton, routed a British detachment of 2,000, and took up a strong position on the heights at Morristown. Trenton and Princeton, December 26, 1776, through January 3, 1777. On December the 6th and the 20th day, our troops attacked the Hessians and showed them gallant play. Our roaring cannon taught them our valor for to know. We fought like brave Americans. Our roaring cannon taught them our valor for to know. We fought like brave Americans against a haughty foe. The chiefs were killed or taken, the rest were put to flight, and some arrived at Princeton, half fainting with affright. The 3rd of January, the morning being clear, our troops attacked the regulars. At Princeton, we do hear. About a mile from Princeton, the battle is begun, and many a haughty Briton fell before the fight was done. And what our gallant troops have done, we'll let the British know. We fought like brave Americans against a haughty foe. The British, struck with terror and frightened, ran away. They ran across the country like men in deep dismay, crying to everyone they met, "Oh, hide us, do! The rebels will devour us, so hotly they pursue." "Oh, base, ungenerous Britons, to call us by that name! We're fighting for our liberty, our just and lawful claim. We trust in heaven's protection, nor fear to win the day. When time shall come, we'll crown our deeds with many a loud huzza." Our foes are led to Brunswick, where they are close confined. Our men, they are unanimous. in freedom's cause combined. Success to General Washington, and Gates and Putnam too, both officers and privates who liberty pursue. Assunpink and Princeton, January 3rd, 1777. Glorious the day when in arms at Assunpink, and after at Princeton the Briton we met. Few in both armies, they'd skirmishes call them. Now hundreds of thousands in battle are set. But for the numbers engaged, let me tell you, smart brushes they were, and 2 battles that told. There 'twas I first drew a bead on a foeman, I a mere stripling, not 20 years old. Tell it? Well, friends, that is just my intention. There's nothing a veteran hates and abhors more than a chance lost to tell his adventures, or give you his story of battles and wars. Nor is it wonder old men are loquacious, and talk if you listen from sun unto sun. Youth has the power to be up and be doing, while age can but tell of the deeds it has done. Ranged for a mile on the banks of Assunpink, there southward of Trenton, one morning we lay, when with his red coats all marshalled to meet us, Cornwallis came fiercely at close of the day, driving some scouts who had gone out with Longstreet, from where they were crossing at Shabbaconk Run. Trumpets loud blaring, drums beating, flags flying, 3 hours by the clock before setting of sun. 2 ways were left them by which to assail us, and neither was perfectly to their desire. One was the bridge we controlled by our cannon, the other the ford that was under our fire. Death upon one side and dismal on the other, said Sambo our cook as he gazed on our foes. Cheering and dauntless they marched to the battle, and doubtful of choice both the dangers they chose. Down at the ford it was said that the water was reddened with blood from the soldiers who fell. As for the bridge, when they tried it, their forces were beaten with terrible slaughter as well. Grape shot swept causeway, and pattered on water, and riddled their columns that broke and gave way. Thrice they charged boldly, and thrice they retreated. Then darkness came down, and so ended the fray. How did I get there? I came from our corn mill, at noon of the day when the battle begun, bringing in flour to the troops under Proctor. 'Twas not very long ere that errand was done. Up to that time I had never enlisted, though Jacob my brother had entered with Wayne. But the fight stirred me. I sent back the horses, and made up my mind with the rest to remain. We camped on our side, the south, of Assunpink, while they bivouacked for their night upon theirs, both posting sentries and building up watchfires, with those on both sides talking over affairs. "Washington's caught in a trap," said Cornwallis, and smiled with a smile that was joyous and grim. "Fox! But I have him!" The Earl had mistaken. The fox by the coming of daylight had him. Early that night, when the leaders held council, both St. Clair and Reed said our action was clear. Useless to strike at the van of our foeman. His force was too strong. We must fall on his rear. Washington thought so, and bade us replenish our watchfires till nearly the dawn of the day, setting some more to make feint of entrenching, while swiftly in darkness the rest moved away. Marching by Sandtown and Quaker Bridge crossing, we passed Stony Creek a full hour before dawn, leaving there Mercer with one scant battalion, our foes to amuse, should they find we were gone. Then the main force pushed its way into Princeton, all ready to strike those who dreamed of no blow, only a chance that we lost not our labor, and slipped through our fingers unknowing the foe. Mawhood's brigade, never feeling its danger, had started for Trenton at dawn of the day, crossed Stony Creek after we had gone over, when Mercer's weak force they beheld on its way. Turning contemptuously back to attack it, they drove it with ease in disorder ahead. Firelocks alone were no match for their cannon. A fight, and then flight, and brave Mercer lay dead. Murdered, some said, while imploring for quarter. A dastardly deed, if the thing had been true. Cruel our foes, but in that thing we wronged them, and let us in all give the demon his due. So long as his right arm his sabre would wield, stretching his enemies bleeding around him, and then overpowered, fell prone on the field. Hearing the firing, we turned and we met them, our cannon replying to theirs with a will. Fiercely with grape and with canister swept them, and chased them in wrath from the brow of the hill. Racing and chasing it was into Princeton, where seeking the lore to be taught in that hall, redcoats by scores entered college, but stayed not. We rudely expelled them with powder and ball. Only a skirmish you see, though a sharp one, it did not last over the 4th of an hour. But 'twas a battle that did us this service. No more, from that day, had we fear over their power. Trenton revived us, Assunpink encouraged, but Princeton gave hope that we held to the last. Flood tide had come on the black, sullen water, and ebb tide forever and ever had passed. Yes! 'Twas the turn of the tide in our favor, a turn of the tide to a haven that bore. Had Lord Cornwallis crossed over Assunpink, that day we repelled him, our fighting were o'er. Had he o'ertaken us with smote Mawhood, all torn as we were, it seems certain to me, I would not chatter to you about battles, and you and your children would not have been free. Thomas Dunn English. Thus, in a brief campaign of 3 weeks, Washington had rallied the fragments of a defeated and broken army, fought 2 successful battles, taken nearly 2,000 prisoners, and recovered the state of New Jersey. 76. What heroes from the woodland sprung, when through the fresh awakened land the thrilling cry of freedom rung, and to the work of warfare strung the yeoman's iron hand. Hills flung the cry to hills around, and ocean mart replied to mart, and streams whose springs were yet unfound pealed far away the startling sound into the forest's heart. Then marched the brave from rocky steep, from mountain rivers swift and cold, the borders of the stormy deep, the vales where gathered waters sleep, sent up the strong and bold. As if the very earth again grew quick with God's creating breath, and from the sods of grove and glen rose ranks of lion-hearted men to the battle of death. The wife whose first babe smiled that day, the fair fond bride of yester-eve, and aged sire and matron gray, saw the loved warriors haste away, and deemed it sin to grieve. Already had the strife begun, already blood on Concord's plain, along the springing grass had run, and blood had flowed at Lexington, like brooks of April rain. That death stain on the vernal sward, hallowed to freedom all the shore. In fragments fell the yoke abhorred, the footstep of a foreign lord, profaned the soil no more. William Cullen Bryant. The question of a national flag, which had been under consideration for a long time, was now finally settled. There is a tradition that in June 1776, General Washington and a committee of Congress had called upon Mrs. John Ross of Philadelphia and requested her to make a flag after a design which Washington furnished, which she did, producing the first stars and stripes. Betsy's Battle Flag. From dusk till dawn the livelong night, she kept the tallow dips alight, and fast her nimble fingers flew, to sew the stars upon the blue. With weary eyes and aching head, she stitched the stripes of white and red, and when the day came up the stair, complete across a carven chair, hung Betsy's battle flag. Like shadows in the evening gray, the Continentals filed away, with broken boots and ragged coats, but hoarse defiance in their throats. They bore the marks of want and cold, and some were lame and some were old, and some with wounds untended bled. But floating bravely overhead was Betsy's battle flag. When fell the battle's leaden rain, the soldier hushed his moans of pain, and raised his dying head to see King George's troopers turn and flee. Their charging column reeled and broke, and vanished in the rolling smoke. Before the glory of its stars, the snowy stripes and scarlet bars of Betsy's battle flag. The simple stone of Betsy Ross is covered now with mold and moss, but still her deathless banner flies, and keeps the color of the skies. A nation thrills, a nation bleeds, a nation follows where it leads, and every man is proud to yield his life upon a crimson field for Betsy's battle flag. Mina Irving. It was not, however, until Saturday, June 14, 1777, that a flag was formally adopted by Congress. On that day, Congress resolved that the flag of the 13 United States be 13 stripes alternate red and white, that the Union be 13 stars, white in a blue field, representing a new constellation, save for the addition of a star for each new state admitted to the Union. This is the flag of the United States today. The American flag. When freedom from her mountain height unfurled her standard to the air, she tore the azure robe of night and set the stars of glory there. She mingled with its glorious dyes the milky baldric of the skies, and stripped its pure celestial white with streakings of the morning light. Then from his mansion in the sun she called her eagle-bearer down, and gave into his mighty hand the symbol of her chosen land. Majestic monarch of the cloud, who rear'st aloft thy regal form, to hear the tempest trumpings loud, and see the lightning lances driven, when strive the warriors of the storm, and rolls the thunder drum of heaven. Child of the sun, to thee 'tis given, to guard the banner of the free, to hover in the sulphur smoke, to ward away the battle stroke, and bid its blendings shine afar, like rainbows on the cloud of war, the harbingers of victory. Flag of the brave, thy folds shall fly, the sign of hope and triumph high, when speaks the signal trumpet tone, and the long line comes gleaming on. Ere yet the lifeblood warm and wet has dimmed the glistening bayonet, each soldier eye shall brightly turn to where thy sky-born glories burn, and as his springing steps advance, catch war and vengeance from the glance, and when the cannon mouthings loud heave in wild wreaths the battle shroud, and gory sabres rise and fall like shoots of flame on midnight's pall, then shall thy meteor glances glow, and cowering foes shall sink beneath each gallant arm that strikes below that lovely messenger of death. Flag of the seas, on ocean wave, thy stars shall glitter o'er the brave, when death careering on the gale sweeps darkly round the bellied sail, and frighted waves rush wildly back before the broadside's reeling rack. Each dying wanderer of the sea shall look at once to heaven and thee, and smile to thee thy splendors fly, in triumph o'er his closing eye. Flag of the free heart's hope and home, by angel hands to valor given, the stars have lit the welkin dome, and all thy hues were born in heaven. Forever float that standard sheet. Where breathes the foe but falls before us, with freedom's soil beneath our feet, and freedom's banner streaming o'er us? Joseph Rodman Drake. End of section 11. Recording by Rebecca.
Section 12 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Chapter 6, The Fate of Sir Jack Bragg. Defeated in Jersey, the English turned with increased vigor to the task of securing the line of the Hudson. An army under General Burgoyne, starting from Canada, was to march down the Hudson to Albany. A second, under Colonel St. Leger, was to descend the Mohawk Valley and unite with Burgoyne, while a third, under Sir William Howe, was to ascend the river to Albany, thus completing the conquest of New York. Burgoyne began his advance early in June with an army of 8,000 men, but soon ran short of supplies, and finally, on August 13, detached an expedition to the little village of Bennington, where the Americans had collected horses and stores. Word of its approach was sent forward, and Colonel John Stark prepared to give it a warm reception. The Rifleman's Song at Bennington. Why come ye hither, stranger? Your mind what madness fills? In our valleys there is danger, and danger on our hills. Hear ye not the singing of the bugle, wild and free? Full soon you'll know the ringing of the rifle from the tree. The rifle, the sharp rifle, in our hands it is no trifle. Ye ride a goodly steed, ye may know another master. Ye forward come with speed, but you'll learn to back much faster. When ye meet our mountain boys and their leader, Johnny Stark, lads who make but little noise, but who always hit the mark, with their rifle, the true rifle, in their hands will prove no trifle. Had ye no graves at home across the briny water, that hither ye must come like bullocks to the slaughter. If we the work must do, why, the sooner 'tis begun. If flint and trigger hold but true, the quicker 'twill be done. By the rifle, the good rifle, in our hands it is no trifle. Within a day 800 yeomen were marching under Stark's orders. He was joined by a regiment under Colonel Seth Warner, and on August 15, 1777, in the midst of a drenching rain, set out to meet the enemy. The Marching Song of John Stark's Men, August 15, 1777. March, 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 from sunrise till it's dark, and let no man struggle on the way. March, 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 as we follow old John Stark, for the old man needs us all today. Load, 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 3 buckshot and a ball, with a hymn tune for a wad to make them stay. But let no man dare to fire till he gives the word to all. Let no man let the buckshot go astray. Fire, 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 fire along the line. When we meet those bloody Hessians in array, they shall have every grain from this powder horn of mine. Unless the cowards turn and run away. Home, 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 when the fight is fought and won, to the home where the women watch and pray, to tell them how John Stark finished what he had begun, and to hear them thank our God for the day. Edward Everett Hale. Stark found Baum and his Hessians about 6 miles distant, and the latter hastily took up a strong position on some rising ground, and began to throw up entrenchments. Stark laid his plans to storm this position on the morrow. During the night a company of Berkshire militia arrived, and with them the warlike parson of Pittsfield, Thomas Allen. Parson Allen's Ride, August 15, 1777. The Catamount Tavern is lively tonight. The boys of Vermont and the Hampshire are here, assembled and grouped in the lingering light, to greet Parson Allen with shout and with cheer. Over mountain and valley from Pittsfield green, through the driving rain of that August day, the flock marched on with martial mien, and the parson rode in his one-hoss shay. 3 cheers for old Berkshire, the general said, and the boys of New England drew up face to face. Baum bids us breakfast tomorrow to spread, and the parson is here to say us the grace. The lads who are with me have come here to fight, and we know of no grace, was the parson's reply, save the name of Jehovah, our country and right, which our own Ethan Allen pronounced at Fort Ty. Tomorrow, said Stark, there'll be fighting to do. If you think you can wait for the morning light, and, parson, I'll conquer the British with you. Or Molly Stark sleeps a widow at night. What the parson dreamed in that Bennington camp, neither Yankee nor prophet would dare guess. A vision, perhaps, of the King David stamp, with a mixture of Cromwell and good Queen Bess. But we know the result of that glorious day, and the victory won ere the night came down. How Warner charged in the bitter fray with Rossiter, Hobart, and old John Brown, and how in the lull of the 3 hours' fight the parson harangued the Tory line as he stood on a stump with his musket bright, and sprinkled his texts with the powder fine. The sword of the Lord is our battle cry, a refuge sure in the hour of need, and freedom and faith can never die. It's Article First of the Puritan Creed. Perhaps the occasion was rather rash, he remarked to his comrades after the rout, for behind a bush I saw a flash, but I fired that way and put it out. And many the sayings, eccentric and queer, repeated and sung through the whole countryside, and quoted in Berkshire for many a year, of the Pittsfield March and the Parson's Ride. All honor to Stark and his resolute men, to the Green Mountain boys all honor and praise, while with shout and with cheer we'll welcome again the parson who came in his one-horse shay. Wallace Bruce. The next day, August 16, 1777, dawned clear and bright, and the morning was consumed in preparations for the attack. Stark managed to throw half his force on Baum's rear and flanks, and early in the afternoon assaulted the enemy on all sides. The Germans stood their ground and fought desperately, but they were soon thrown into disorder, and at the end of 2 hours were all either killed or captured. The Battle of Bennington, August 16, 1777. Up through a cloudy sky the sun was buffeting his way, on such a morn as ushers in a sultry August day. Hot was the air, and hotter yet men's thoughts within them grew. They Britons, Hessians, Tories saw, they saw their homesteads too. They thought of all their country's wrongs. They thought of noble lives poured out in battle with her foes. They fought upon their wives, their children, and their aged sires, their firesides, churches, God, and those deep thoughts made hallowed ground each foot of soil they trod. Their leader was a brave man, a man of earnest will. His very presence was a host. He'd fought at Bunker Hill. A living monument he stood of stirring deeds and fame, of deeds that shed a fadeless light on his own deathless name. Of Charleston's flames, of Warren's blood, his presence told the tale, and made each hero's heart beat high, though lip and cheek grew pale. It spoke of Princeton, Morristown, told of Trenton's thrilling story. It lit the futurity with hope, and on that past shed glory. Who were those men, their leader who? Where stood they on that morn? The men were Berkshire yeomanry, brave men as e'er were born, who in the reaper's merry row or warrior rank could stand, right worthy such a noble troop. John Stark led on the band. Wollamsac wanders by the spot where they that morning stood, then rolled the war cloud o'er the stream. The waves were tinged with blood, and the near hills that dark cloud girt, and fires like lightning flashed, and shrieks and groans like howling blasts rose as the bayonets clashed. The night before, the Yankee host came gathering from afar, and each belted bosom glowed, the spirit of war, as full of fight through rainy storm, night cloudy, starless, dark they came, and gathered as they came around the valiant Stark. There was the Berkshire parson, he and all his flock were there, and like true churchmen militant, the arm of flesh made bare. Outspake the Dominie and said, For battle we have come these many times, and after this we mean to stay at home. If now we come in vain, said Stark, what, will you go tonight to battle with yonder troops? God send us morning light, and we will give you work enough. Let but the morning come, and if ye hear no voice of war, go back and stay at home. The morning came, there stood the foe. Stark eyed them as they stood. Few words he spake, 'twas not a time for moralizing mood. See there the enemy, my boys, now strong in valor's might. Beat them, or Molly Stark will sleep in widowhood tonight. Each soldier there had left a home, a sweetheart, wife, or mother, a blooming sister, or perchance a fair-haired, blue-eyed brother. Each from a fireside came, and thoughts those simple words awoke that nerved up every warrior's arm and guided every stroke. Fireside and woman, mighty words, how wondrous is the spell they work upon the manly heart, who knoweth not full well. And then the woman of this land, that never land hath known a truer, prouder hearted race, each Yankee boy must own. Brief eloquence was Stark's, nor vain, scarce uttered he the words, when burst the musket's rattling peal, out leaped the flashing swords. And when the brave Stark in aftertime told the proud tale of wonder, he said the battle din was one continual clap of thunder. 2 hours they strove, then victory crowned the gallant Yankee boys. Naught but the memory of the dead bedimmed their glorious joys. Aye, there's the rub. The hour of strife, though follow years of fame, is still in mournful memory linked with some death-hallowed name. The cypress with the laurel twines, the peon sounds a knell. The trophied column marks the spot where friends and brothers fell. Fame's mantle a funeral pall. seems to the grief-dimmed eye, for ever where the bravest fall, the best beloved die. Thomas P. Rodman. Just at this moment, when the Americans, thinking the battle over, began to scatter to the plunder of the German camp, a relieving force of 500 men, sent by Burgoyne, came upon the scene. Luckily, Seth Warner also arrived with fresh men at this juncture, charged furiously upon the British, and by nightfall had killed or captured the entire column, with the exception of 6 men who succeeded in reaching the British camp. Bennington, August 16, 1777. A cycle was closed and rounded, a continent lost and won. When Stark and his men went over the earthworks at Bennington, slowly down from the northward, billowing fold on fold, whelming the land and crushing, the glimmering glacier rolled, down from the broad St. Lawrence bright with its 1,000 isles, through the Canadian woodlands sweet with the summer smiles. On over field and vastness, village and vantage coign, rolled the resistless legions, led by the bold Burgoyne. Roared the craggy ledges looming o'er Lake Champlain. Red with the blaze of navies quivered the landlocked main. Soared the Vancour eagle screaming across the sun. Deep dived the loon in terror under Lake Horicon. Panther and hart together fled to the wilds afar, from the flash and the crash of the cannon and the rush of the southward war. But at last by the lordly river the trampling giant swayed, and his massive arm swung eastward like a blindly plunging blade. New England felt her bosom menaced with a deadly blow, and her minutemen sprang up again and flew to bar the foe. But Stark in his Hampshire valley watched like a glowering bear, that hears the cry go sweeping by, yet stirs not from his lair. For on his daring spirit a wraith lay like a spell, the wraith of one rewarded ill for a great work wrought right well. Neighbor and friend and brother flocked to his side in vain. What? Can it be that they long for me to ruin their cause again? Surely the northern lights are bright, surely the south lies still. Would they have more? Lo, I left my sword on the crest of Bunker Hill. But at last from his own New Hampshire an urgent summons came that stirred his heart like the voice of God from Sinai's walls of flame. He bowed his head and rose aloft. Again he grasped the brand. For the cause of man and my native state, not for an ingrate land. Through the mist veil faintly struggling, the rays of the setting sun reddened the leafy village of white-walled Bennington. Then out of the dismal weather came many a sound of war, the straggling shots and the volleys, and the cries now near, now far. For forms half seen were chasing the phantom forms that fled, and ghostly figures grappled, and spectres fought and bled, till the mist on a sudden settled, and they saw before them fair, over a hill to the westward, an island in the air. There were tree trunks and waving branches, and greensward and flowers below. It rose in a dome of verdure from the mist waves' watery flow. A flag from its summit floated, and a circling earthwork grew, as the arms of the swarming soldiers at their toil unwonted flew. Ah, cried the Yankee leader, so the panther has turned at bay, with his claws of steel and his breath of fire behind that wall of clay. Our steel is in muscle and sinew, but I know, and his voice rang free, right well I know we shall strike a blow that the world will leap to see. I stood by a blazing city till the fires had died away, save a flickering gleam in the ruins and a fitful gleam on the bay. But a swarthy cove of the water blue bristled from point to base, with the breath of demons bursting through the crust of their prison place. And another beside it flaunted 1,000 rags of red, like the Black King's dancing banners on a mound of the swollen dead. Twin brothers of flame and evil in their quivering living light, they ruled with a frightful beauty the desolate waste of night. Thus did the battle mountain blaze on with flashes dire. The leaguered crest responded in a coronal of fire. The tough old fowling pieces in huddling tumult rang, louder the muskets roaring, shriller the rifles clang. Hour after hour the turmoil gathered and swelled apace, till the hill seemed a volcano bursting in every place. Then the lights grew faint and meager, though the hideous noise rolled on, and out of a bath of glory uprose the noble sun. It brightened the tossing banner, it yellowed the leafy crest, it smote on the serried weapons, on helmet and scarlet breast. It drove on the mist below them, where Stark and his foremost stood, flashing volley for volley into the stubborn wood. 1,000 stalwart figures sprang from the gulf profound, 1,000 guns uplifted went whirling round and round, like some barbarian onslaught on a lofty Roman hold, like the upward rush of Titans on Olympian gods of old, with a swirl of the wrangling torrents as they dash on a castle wall, with the flame sea skyward surging at the mountain demon's call. Heedless of friend and brother, stricken to earth below, the sons of New England bounded on the breastwork of the foe. Each stalwart form on the ramparts, swaying his battered gun, seemed a vengeful giant looming against the rising sun. The ponderous clubs swept crashing through the bayonets round their feet, as a woodman's axe edge crashes through branches mailed in sleet, shattering head and shoulder, splintering arm and thigh, hurling the red coats earthward like bolts from an angry sky. Faster each minute and faster the yeomen swarm over the wall, and narrower grows the circle, and thicker the Britons fall, till Baum with his Hessian swordsman swift to the rescue flies. The frown on the Northland on their brows, and the warlight in their eyes. Back reeled the men of Berkshire, the mountaineers gave back, but Stark and his Hampshire yeomen flung full across their track. The stern Teutonic mother, well might she grandly eye the prowess dread of her war swarms red, as they raked the earth and sky. Like rival wrestling athletes grappled the east and west, with straining thews and staring eyes they swayed, and strove for the royal prize, a continent's virgin breast, till at last, as a strong man's wrenching shatters a brittle vase, the lustier arms of the Westland shattered the elder race. Baum and his bravest cohorts lay on the trampled sod, and Stark's strong cry rose clear and high, "Yield in the name of God." Then the sullen Hessians yielded, girt by an iron ring, and down from the summit fluttered the flag of the British king. Vainly the tardy Bremen may strive that height to gain, more work for the Hampshire war clubs, more room for the Hessian slain. The giant's arm is severed, the giant's blood flows free, and he staggers in the pathway that leads to the distant sea. The Berkshire and the Hampshire yeomen with men of the Hudson join, and the gathering flood rolls over the host of the bold Burgoyne. For a cycle was closed and rounded, a continent lost and won, when Stark and his men went over the earthworks at Bennington. W. H. Babcock. St. Leger, meanwhile, had landed at Oswego and advanced against Fort Stanwix. General Nicholas Herkimer, commander of the militia of Tryon County, at the head of 800 men, started to the rescue. He met the enemy on August 5 at Oriskany, and there followed the most obstinate and murderous battle of the Revolution. Both sides claimed the victory. The Battle of Oriskany, August 6, 1777. As men who fight for home and child and wife, as men oblivious of life in holy martyrdom, the yeomen of the valley fought that day throughout thy fierce and deadly fray, blood-red Oriskany. From rock and tree and clump of twisted brush, the hissing gusts of battle rush, hot-breathed and horrible, the roar, the smoke, like mist on stormy seas, sweep through thy splintered trees, hard-fought Oriskany. Heroes are born in such a chosen hour, from common men they rise and tower, like these brave Herkimer, who wounded, steedless, still beside the beach cheered on thy men with sword and speech in grim Oriskany. But ere the sun went down toward the tardy night, the valley then beheld the light of freedom's victory. A wooded Tryon snatched from British arms the empire of a million farms on bright Oriskany. The guns of Stanwix thundered to the skies. The rescued wilderness replies. Forth dashed the garrison, and routed Tories with their savage aids sink reddening through the sullied shades from lost Oriskany. Charles D. Helmer. St. Leger rallied his shaken columns and settled down to besiege the fort, which laughed at his summons to surrender. Soon afterwards, news of Oriskany and of the siege arrived at General Schuyler's headquarters at Stillwater, and Benedict Arnold set out at once for Fort Stanwix at the head of 1,200 men. Such exaggerated reports of the size of his force were conveyed to St. Leger that on August 22 he raised the siege and retreated to Canada. St. Leger, August 1777. From out the Northland his leaguer he led, St. Leger, St. Leger. And the war lust was strong in his heart as he sped. Their courage, he cried, it shall die in the throat, when they mark the proud standards that over us float. See rover and ranger, redskin and redcoat, St. Leger, St. Leger. He hurried by water, he scurried by land, St. Leger, St. Leger, till closely he cordoned the patriot band. Surrender, he bade, or I tighten the net. Surrender, they mocked him. We laugh at your threat. By heaven, he thundered, you'll live to regret, St. Leger, St. Leger. He mounted his mortars, he smote with his shell, St. Leger, St. Leger. Then fumed in a fury that futile they fell, but he counseled with rum till he chuckled elate as he sat in his tent door. Egad, we can wait, for famine is famous to open a gate. St. Leger, St. Leger. But lo, as he waited, was borne to his ear St. Leger, St. Leger. A whisper of dread and a murmur of fear. They come, and as leaves are their numbers enrolled. They come, and their onset may not be controlled. For 'tis Arnold who heads them. 'Tis Arnold the bold. Saint Leger, Saint Leger. Retreat was the word ere more bitterly said. Saint Leger, Saint Leger. Then when to the Northland your leaguer you led, alas for Burgoyne in his peril and pain, who lists in the night for the tramp of that train, and alas for the boasting, the vaunting, the vain. Saint Leger. Clinton Scollard. Saint Leger's retreat, joined to the disaster at Bennington, left Burgoyne in an exceedingly critical condition. The Americans hemmed him in, front and rear, and increased rapidly in numbers. He had received no news from Howe, who was supposed to be on his way up the Hudson to join him, and he found it more and more difficult to get provisions. The progress of Sir Jack Bragg. Said Burgoyne to his men as they passed in review, "Toolaloo, toolaloo, toolaloo, boys! These rebels their course very quickly will rue, and fly as the leaves for the autumn tempest flew. When him who is your leader they know, boys, they with men have now to deal, and we soon will make them feel, toolaloo, 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 boys, that a loyal Briton's arm and a loyal Briton's steel can put to flight a rebel as quick as other foe, boys. Toolaloo, 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 boys." As to Saratoga he came, thinking how to joy the game. Toolaloo, 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 boys. He began to see the grubs in the branches of his fame. He began to have the trembles, lest a flash should be the flame, for which he agreed his perfume to forego, boys. No lack of skill, but fates shall make us yield to gates. Toolaloo, 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 boys. The devils may have leagued, as you know, with the states, but we never will be beat by any mortal foe, boys. Toolaloo, 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 boys. The American army was stationed along the western bank of the Hudson, while Burgoyne's troops were encamped along the eastern bank. For nearly a month the armies remained in this position. Then Burgoyne determined to advance to Albany, and on September 13, 1777, the British army crossed on a pontoon bridge to the west bank of the Hudson. 2 desperate attempts were made to break through the American lines, but the British were routed by Benedict Arnold's superb and daring generalship and forced to retreat to Saratoga. Arnold at Stillwater, October 7, 1777. You mistake me, comrades, to think that my heart is steel, cased in a cold endurance, nor pleasure nor pain to feel. Cold as I am in my manner, yet over these cheeks so seared, teardrops have fallen in torrents thrice since my chin grew beard. Thrice since my chin was bearded I suffered the tears to fall. Benedict Arnold the traitor, he was the cause of them all. Once, when he carried Stillwater, proud of his valor I cried. Then with my rage at his treason, with pity when Andre died. Benedict Arnold the traitor sank deep in the pit of shame, bartered for vengeance his honor, blackened for profit his fame. Yet never a gallanter soldier, whatever his after crime, I fought on the red field of honor than he in his early time. I remember Stillwater, as it were yesterday. Then first I shouldered a firelock, and set out with the foeman to slay. The country was up all around us, racing and chasing Burgoyne, and I had gone out with my neighbors, Gates and his forces to join. Marched we with poor and with learned, ready and eager to fight. There stood the foeman before us, cannon and men on the height. Onward we trod with no shouting, forbidden to fire till the word, as silent their long line of scarlet, not one of them whispered or stirred. Suddenly then, from among them smoke arose, and spread on the breeze. Grape shot flew over us sharply, cutting the limbs from the trees. What, did you follow me, Armstrong? Pray, do you think it quite right, leaving your duties out yonder, to risk your dear self in fight? General Gates sent his orders. Faltering, the aide-de-camp spoke. You're to return, lest some rashness. Fiercely the speech Arnold broke. Rashness? Why, yes, tell the general, the rashness he dreaded is done. Tell him his kinfolk are beaten. Tell him the battle is won. Oh, that a soldier so glorious, ever victorious in fight, passed from a daylight of honor into the terrible night, fell as the mighty archangel ere the earth glowed in space, fell from the patriots' heaven down to the loyalists' hell. Thomas Dunn English. Burgoyne was hotly pursued, and when he reached the place where he had crossed the Hudson, found it occupied in force by the Americans. The British army, in short, was surrounded, and after a week's indecision, Burgoyne sent a flag of truce to Gates, inquiring what terms of surrender would be accepted. 3 days were spent in a discussion of terms, and on October 17, 1777, Burgoyne surrendered to the American forces. The fate of John Burgoyne. October 17, 1777. When Jack, the king's commander, was going to his duty, through all the crowd he smiled and bowed to every blooming beauty. The city rung with feats he'd done in Portugal and Flanders, and all the town thought he'd be crowned the first of Alexanders. To Hampton Court he first repairs, to kiss great George's hand, sirs, then to harangue on state affairs, before he left the land, sirs. The lower house sat mute as mouse, to hear his grand oration, and all the peers, with loudest cheers, proclaimed him to the nation. Then off he went to Canada, next to Ticonderoga, and quitting those away he goes, straightway to Saratoga. With great parade his march he made, to gain his wished-for station, while far and wide his minions hide, to spread his proclamation. To such as stayed he offers made, of pardon on submission, but savage bands should waste the lands of all in opposition. But ah, the cruel fates of war! This boasted son of Britain, when mounting his triumphal car, with sudden fear was smitten. The sons of freedom gathered round, his hostile bands confounded, and when they'd feigned have turned their back, they found themselves surrounded. In vain they fought, in vain they fled, their chief, humane and tender, to save the rest, soon thought it best his forces to surrender. Brave St. Clair, when he first retired, knew what the fates portended, and Arnold and heroic Gates his conduct have defended. Thus may America's brave sons with honor be rewarded, and be the fate of all her foes the same as here recorded. Saratoga Song, October 17, 1777. Come unto me, ye heroes, whose hearts are true and bold, who value more your honor than others do their gold. Give ear unto my story, and I the truth will tell, concerning many a soldier who for his country fell. Burgoyne, the king's commander, from Canada set sail. With full 8,000 regulars, he thought he could not fail. With Indians and Canadians and his cursed Tory crew, on board his fleet of shipping, he up the Champlain flew. Before Ticonderoga, the first day of July, appeared his ships and army, and we did them espy. Their motions we observed full well both night and day, and our brave boys prepared to have a bloody fray. Our garrison they viewed, and straight their troops did land. And when St. Clair, our chieftain, the fact did understand, that they the Mount Defiance were bent to fortify, he found we must surrender, or else prepare to die. The 5th day of July then he ordered a retreat, and when next morn we started, Burgoyne thought we were beat. And closely he pursued us, till when near Hubbardton our rear guards were defeated, he thought the country won. And when 'twas told in Congress that we our forts had left, to Albany retreated, of all the North bereft, brave General Gates they sent us, our fortunes to retrieve, and him with shouts of gladness the army did receive. Where first the Mohawks' waters do in the sunshine play, for Herkimer's brave soldiers Sellinger ambushed lay. And them he there defeated, but soon he had his due, and scared by Brooks and Arnold, he to the north withdrew. To take the stores and cattle that we had gathered then, Burgoyne sent a detachment of 1,500 men. By bomb they were commanded, to Bennington they went, to plunder and to murder was fully their intent. But little did they know then with whom they had to deal. It was not quite so easy our stores and stocks to steal. Bold Stark would give them only a portion of his lead. With half his crew, ere sunset, Baum lay among the dead. The 19th of September, the morning cool and clear, brave Gates rode through our army, each soldier's heart to cheer. Burgoyne, he cried, advances, but we will never fly. No, rather than surrender, we'll fight him till we die. The news was quickly brought us, the enemy was near, and all along our lines then there was no sign of fear. It was above still water we met at noon that day, and every one expected to see a bloody fray. 6 hours the battle lasted, each heart as true as gold. The British fought like lions, and we like Yankees bold. The leaves with blood were crimson, and then did brave Gates cry, "'Tis diamond, now cut diamond. We'll beat them, boys, or die." The darkness soon approaching, it forced us to retreat into our lines till morning, which made them think us beat. But ere the sun was risen, they saw before their eyes us ready to engage them, which did them much surprise. Of fighting they seemed weary, therefore to work they go, their 1,000 dead did bury, and breastworks up to throw, with grape and bombs intending our army to destroy, or from our works our forces by stratagem decoy. The 7th day of October the British tried again, shells from their cannon throwing, which fell on us like rain, to drive us from our stations, that they might thus retreat. For now Burgoyne saw plainly he never could us beat. But vain was his endeavor, our men to terrify. Though death was all around us, not one of us would fly. But when an hour we'd fought them, and they began to yield, along our lines the cry ran, "The next blow wins the field." Great God, who guides their battles, whose cause is just and true, inspired our bold commander the course he should pursue. He ordered Arnold forward and Brooks to follow on. The enemy was routed, our liberty was won. Then, burning all their luggage, they fled with haste and fear. Burgoyne with all his forces to Saratoga did steer, and Gates, our brave commander, soon after him did hie, resolving he would take them, or in the effort die. As we came nigh the village, we overtook the foe. They'd burned each house to ashes, like all where'er they go. The 17th of October they did capitulate. Burgoyne and his proud army did we our prisoners make. Now, here's health to Arnold, and our commander Gates, to Lincoln and to Washington, whom every Tory hates. Likewise unto our Congress, God grant it long to reign, our country right and justice forever to maintain. Now, finished is my story. My song is at an end. The freedom we're enjoying, we're ready to defend. For while our cause is righteous, heaven nerves the soldier's arm, and vain is their endeavor who strive to do us harm. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Giordano. Chapter 7, The Second Stage, Part 1. News of the reverse at Saratoga was received in England with amazement and consternation, and its effect on the government was soon discernible. On February 17, 1778, Lord North astonished the House of Commons by rising in his place and moving that Parliament repeal the tea tax and other measures obnoxious to the Americans, that it renounce forever the right of raising a revenue in America, and that commissioners be sent to Congress, with full powers for negotiating a peace. So complete a political somersault has seldom been turned by an English minister. Lord North's recantation, February 17, 1778. When North first began with his taxation plan, the colonies all to supplant, to Britain's true cause, and her liberty laws, oh, how did he scorn to recant! Oh, how did he boast of his power and his host, alternately swagger and cant! Of freedom so dear, not a word would he hear, nor believe he'd been forced to recant. That freedom he swore they never should have more, their money to give and to grant. Whene'er they'd addressed, what disdain he expressed, not thinking they'd make him recant. He armies sent o'er to America's shore, new government there to transplant. But every campaign proved his force to be vain, yet still he refused to recant. But with all their bombast, they were so beat at last, as to silence his impious rant, who for want of success could at last do no less than draw in his horns and recant. With his brother Burgoyne he's forced now to join in a treaty of peace for to want. Says he ne'er will fight, but will give up his right to taxation and freely recant. With the great General Howe he'd be very glad now he ne'er had engaged in the jaunt, and every proud Scot in the devilish plot with his lordship are forced to recant. Old England, alas! they have brought to such pass, too late our proposals extant. America's lost, our glory at most is only that tyrants recant. But these proposals came too late. America had just concluded with France a treaty by which she agreed, in consideration of armed support to be furnished by that power, never to entertain proposals of peace from Great Britain until her independence should be acknowledged. On March 13th this action on the part of France was communicated to the British government, and war against France was instantly declared. A New Ballad, 1778. Rouse, Britons, at length, and put forth your strength, perfidious France to resist. 10 Frenchmen will fly, to shun a black eye, if an Englishman doubles his fist. Derry down, down, hey derry down. But if they feel stout, why let them turn out, with their maws stuffed with frogs, soups, and jellies. Brave hearties see thunder, shall strike them with wonder, and make the frogs leap in their bellies. For their dons and their ships, we care not 3 skips of a flea, and their threats turned into jest. Oh, we'll bang their bare ribs, for the infamous fibs crammed into their fine manifesto. Our brethren so frantic, across the Atlantic, who quit their old friends in a huff, in spite of their airs, are at their last prayers, and of fighting have had quantum stuff. Then if powers at a distance should offer assistance, say boldly, we want none, we thank ye. Old England's a match, and more for old Scratch, a Frenchman, a Spaniard, a Yankee. Derry down, down, hey derry down. In spite of this change in the complexion of affairs abroad, the situation in America was still critical. Howe had abandoned Burgoyne to his fate, but he had not been inactive. He had set his heart upon the capture of Philadelphia, and in June, 1777, assembled his army at New Brunswick, but finding Washington strongly posted on the heights of Middlebrook, and not daring to attack him, was forced to retire to New York. General Howe's letter. The substance of Sir W.'s last letter from New York, versified, June, 1777. As to kidnap the Congress has long been my aim, I lately resolved to accomplish the same, and, that none in the glory might want his due share, all the troops were to Brunswick desired to repair. Derry down, down, hey derry down. There I met them in person, and took the command, when I instantly told them the job upon hand. I did not detain them with long-winded stuff, but made a short speech, and each soldier looked bluff. With this omen elated towards Quibble town, I led them, concluding the day was our own. For, till we went thither, the coast was quite clear, but Putnam and Washington, d them, were there. I own I was staggered to see with what skill the rogues were entrenched on the brow of the hill. With a view to destroy them, I showed my whole force, but they kept their position, and cared not a curse. There were then but 2 ways, to retreat or attack, and to me it seemed wisest, by far, to go back. For I thought, if I rashly got into a fray, there might both be the devil and piper to pay. Then, to lose no more time by parading in vain, I determined elsewhere to transfer the campaign. So just as we went, we returned to this place, with no other difference than mending our pace. Where next we proceed is not yet very clear, but when we got there, be assured you shall hear. I'll settle that point when I meet with my brother. Meanwhile we're embarking for some place or other. Having briefly, my lord, told you how the land lies, I hope there's enough for a word to the wise. 'Tis a good horse, they say, that never will stumble, but fighting or flying, I'm your very humble. Howe, finding the approach to the rebel capital by land cut off, determined to reach it by water, and about the middle of July put to sea with a fleet of 228 sail, carrying an army of 18,000 men. Not until the 25th of August did he succeed in landing this force at the head of Chesapeake Bay. Washington, though he had only 11,000 men, decided to offer battle, rather than let Philadelphia be taken without a blow. And on September 11, 1777, the armies met at Brandywine Creek. The Americans were forced to retire, with a loss of about 1,000 men, and the British entered Philadelphia 2 weeks later. Carmen Bellicosum. In their ragged regimentals stood the old Continentals, yielding not, when the grenadiers were lunging, and like hail fell the plunging cannon shot, when the files of the Isles from the smoky night encampment bore the banner of the rampant unicorn, and grummer, 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 rolled the roll of the drummer through the morn. Then with eyes to the front all, and with guns horizontal, stood our sires, and the balls whistled deadly, and in streams flashing redly blazed the fires, as the roar of the shore swept the strong battle breakers o'er the green sodded acres of the plain. And louder, louder, louder cracked the black gunpowder, cracking amain. Now like smiths at their forges worked the red St. George's cannoneers, and the villainous saltpeter rung a fierce, discordant metre round their ears. As the swift storm drift, with hot sweeping anger, came the horse guards' clangor on our flanks. Then higher, higher, higher burned the old-fashioned fire through the ranks. Then the bare-headed colonel galloped through the white infernal powder cloud, and his broadsword was swinging, and his brazen throat was ringing trumpet loud. Then the blue bullets flew, and the trooper jackets reddened at the touch of the leaden rifle breath. And rounder, rounder, rounder roared the iron 6-pounder, hurling death. Guy Humphreys McMaster. Washington retired to winter quarters at Valley Forge, where, through the neglect and mismanagement of Congress, the patriot army was so ill provided with food, clothing, and shelter, and endured sufferings so intense, that, from disease and desertion, it dwindled at times to less than 2,000 effective men. Valley Forge, from the Wagoner of the Alleghanies, 1777 78. O'er town and cottage, vale and height, down came the winter, fierce and white, and shuddering wildly as distraught at horrors his own hand had wrought, his child, the young year newly born, cheerless, cowering, and affrighted, wailed with a shivering voice forlorn, as on a frozen heath benighted. In vain the hearths were set aglow, in vain the evening lamps were lighted, to cheer the dreary realm of snow. Old winter's brow would not be smoothed, nor the young year's wailing soothed. How sad the wretch at morn or eve compelled his starving home to leave, who plunged breast deep from drift to drift, toils slowly on from rift to rift, still hearing in his aching ear the cry his fancy whispers near, of little ones who weep for bread within an ill-provided shed. But wilder, fiercer, sadder still, freezing the terror it caused to start, was the inevitable chill which pierced a nation's auged heart, a nation with its naked breast against the frozen barriers pressed, having its tedious way and slow through shifting gulfs and drifts of woe, with every blast that whistled by, was bitter with its children's cry. Such was the winter's awful sight, for many a dreary day and night. What time our country's hope forlorn, of every needed comfort shorn, lay housed within a hurried tent, where every keen blast found a rent, and off the snow was seen to sift along the floor its piling drift, or mocking the scant blanket's fold. Across the night couch frequent rolled, where every path by a soldier beat, or every track where a sentinel stood, still held the print of naked feet, and oft the crimson stains of blood. Where famine held her spectral court, and joined by all her fierce allies, she ever loved a camp or fort, beleaguered by the wintry skies. But chiefly when disease is by, to sink the frame and dim the eye, until, with seeking forehead bent, in martial garments, cold and damp, pale death patrols from tent to tent, to count the charnels of the camp. Such was the winter that prevailed within the crowded, frozen gorge. Such were the horrors that assailed the patriot band at Valley Forge. It was a midnight storm of woes, to clear the sky for freedom's morn, and such must ever be the throes, the hour when liberty is born. Thomas Buchanan Reed. Howe's army, meanwhile, spent the winter in Philadelphia, very pleasantly, for the most part, and yet not without various alarms, one of which was celebrated by Francis Hopkinson in some famous verses to the tune of Yankee Doodle, published in the Pennsylvania Packet, March 4, 1778. British valor displayed, or the Battle of the Kegs, January 5, 1778. Gallants, attend and hear a friend trill forth harmonious ditty. Strange things I'll tell which late befell in Philadelphia city. 'Twas early day, as poets say, just when the sun was rising. A soldier stood on a log of wood, and saw a sight surprising. As in amaze he stood to gaze, the truth can't be denied, sir, he spied a score of kegs or more, come floating down the tide, sir. A sailor, too, in jerkin blue, this strange appearance viewing, first damned his eyes in great surprise, then said, some mischief's brewing. These kegs now hold the rebels bold, packed up like pickled herring, and they're come down to attack the town in this new way of ferrying. The soldier flew, the sailor too, and scarred almost to death, sir, wore out their shoes to spread the news, and ran till out of breath, sir. Now up and down throughout the town most frantic scenes were acted, and some ran here and others there, like men almost distracted. Some fire cried, which some denied, but said the earth had quaked, and girls and boys, with hideous noise, ran through the streets half naked. Sir William he, snug as a flea, lay all this time a-snoring, nor dreamed of harm, as he lay warm in bed with Mrs. Loring. Now in a fright he starts upright, awaked by such a clatter. He rubs both eyes and boldly cries, "For God's sake, what's the matter?" At his bedside he then espied Sir Erskine at command, sir. Upon one foot he had one boot, and to the other in his hand, sir. "Arise, arise," Sir Erskine cries, "the rebels, more's the pity, without a boat are all afloat, and ranged before the city. The motley crew, in vessels new, with Satan for their guide, sir, packed up in bags and wooden kegs, come driving down the tide, sir. Therefore prepare for bloody war, these kegs must all be routed, or surely we despised shall be, and British valor doubted. The royal band now ready stand, all ranged in dread array, sir, on every slip, on every ship, for to begin the fray, sir. The cannons roar from shore to shore, the small arms loud did rattle. Since wars began, I'm sure no man e'er saw so strange a battle. The rebel dales, the rebel vales, with rebel trees surrounded, the distant woods, the hills and floods, with the rebel echoes sounded. The fish below swam to and fro, attacked from every quarter. Why, sure, thought they, the devil to pay, 'mong folks above the water. The kegs, 'tis said, though strongly made of rebel staves and hoops, sir, could not oppose their powerful foes, the conquering British troops, sir. From morn to night these men of might displayed amazing courage, and when the sun was fairly down, retired to sup their porridge. 100 men with each a pen, or more, upon my word, sir. It is most true, would be too few their valor to record, sir. Such feats did they perform that day against these wicked kegs, sir, that years to come, if they get home, they'll make their boasts and brags, sir. Francis Hopkinson. Another pleasant story of the same period, which also has its foundation in fact, is told by Mr. Carleton in the Little Black-eyed Rebel. The heroine's name was Mary Redmond, and she succeeded more than once in helping to smuggle through letters from soldiers in the Continental Army to their wives in Philadelphia. The Little Black-eyed Rebel. A boy drove into the city, his wagon loaded down with food to feed the people of the British-governed town. And the little black-eyed rebel, so innocent and sly, was watching for his coming from the corner of her eye. His face looked broad and honest, his hands were brown and tough, the clothes he wore upon him were homespun, coarse, and rough. But one there was who watched him, who long time lingered nigh, and cast at him sweet glances from the corner of her eye. He drove up to the market, he waited in the line, his apples and potatoes were fresh and fair and fine. But long and long he waited, and no one came to buy, save the black-eyed rebel watching from the corner of her eye. "Now who will buy my apples?" he shouted long and loud. "And who wants my potatoes?" he repeated to the crowd. But from all the people round him came no word of a reply, save the black-eyed rebel answering from the corner of her eye. For she knew that 'neath the lining of the coat he wore that day were long letters from the husbands and the fathers far away, who were fighting for the freedom that they meant to gain or die, and a tear like silver glistened in the corner of her eye. But the treasures, how to get them, crept the question through her mind, since keen enemies were watching for what prizes they might find. And she paused a while and pondered, with a pretty little sigh. Then resolve crept through her features, and a shrewdness fired her eye. So she resolutely walked up to the wagon old and red. "May I have a dozen apples for a kiss?" she sweetly said. And the brown face flushed to scarlet, for the boy was somewhat shy, and he saw her laughing at him from the corner of her eye. "You may have them all for nothing, and more, if you want," quoth he. "I will have them, my good fellow, but can pay for them," said she. And she clambered on the wagon, minding not who all were by, with a laugh of reckless romping in the corner of her eye. Clinging round his brawny neck, she clasped her fingers white and small, and then whispered, "Quick, the letters! Thrust them underneath my shawl. Carry back again this package, and be sure that you are spry." And she sweetly smiled upon him from the corner of her eye. Loud the motley crowds were laughing at the strange, ungirlish freak, and the boy was scared and panting, and so dashed he could not speak. And, "Miss, I have good apples," a bolder lad did cry. But she answered, "No, I thank you," from the corner of her eye. With the news of loved ones absent, to the dear friends they would greet, searching them who hungered for them, swift she glided through the street. There is nothing worth the doing that it does not pay to try, thought the little black-eyed rebel with a twinkle in her eye. Will Carleton. End of Section 13. Recording by Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Section 14 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Chapter 7, The Second Stage, Part 2. Early in May, Sir Clinton succeeded Howe in command of the British forces, and on June 18, 1778, evacuated Philadelphia and started with his whole army for New York. Washington started in pursuit, and on Sunday, June 28, ordered General Charles Lee, in command of the advance guard, to fall upon the British left wing near Monmouth Courthouse. Instead of pressing forward, Lee ordered his men to retire, and they began to fall into disorder. At that moment, Washington, summoned by Lafayette, galloped up, white with rage, ordered Lee to the rear, reformed the troops, and drove the British back. Night put an end to the conflict, and Clinton managed to get away under cover of darkness, leaving his wounded behind. The Battle of Monmouth, June 28, 1778. Whilst in peaceful quarters lying, we indulged the glass till late. Far remote the thought of dying, here, my friends, the soldier's fate. From the summer sun hot beaming, where yon dust e'en clouds the sky, the plains where heroes bleeding, shouts and dying groans arise. Halt, 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 form up every rank here. Mark yon dust that climbs the sky, to the front close up the rear. See, the enemy is nigh, platoons march at proper distance. Cover close each rank and file. They will make a bold resistance. Here, my lads, is gallant toil. Now, all you from downy slumber, roused to the soft joys of love, waked to pleasures without number, peace and ease your bosoms prove. Round us roars Bellona's thunder. Ah, how close the iron storm! O'er the field wild stalks pale wonder. Pass the word there, form, lads, form. To the left display that column, front, halt, dress, be bold and brave. Mark in air yon fiery volume. Who'd refuse a glorious grave? Ope your boxes, quick, be ready. See, our light bobs gain the hill. Courage, boys, be firm and steady. Hence each care, each fear lie still. Now the dismal cannon roaring speaks loud terror to the soul. Grape shot winged with death fast pouring, ether rings from pole to pole. See the smoke how black and dreary, clouds sulphurous hide the sky. Wounded, bloody, fainting, weary, how their groans ascend on high. Firm, my lads, who breaks the line thus? Oh, can brave men ever yield? Glorious danger now combines us. None but cowards quit the field. To the rear each gun dismounted, close the breach, and brisk advance. All your former acts recounted, this day's merit shall enhance. Now half choked with dust and powder, fiercely throbs each bursting vein. Hark, the din of arms grows louder. Ah, what heaps of heroes slain! See from flank to flank, wide flashing, how each volley rends the gloom. Hear the trumpet. Ah, what clashing! Man and horse now meet their doom. Bravely done, each gallant soldier, well sustained this heavy fire. Alexander ne'er was bolder, now by regiments retire. See our second line moves on us. Ope your columns, give them way. Heaven perhaps may smile upon us, these may yet regain the day. Now our second line engaging, charging close, spreads carnage round, fierce revenge and fury raging, angry heroes bit the ground. The souls of brave men here expiring call for vengeance e'en in death. Frowning still, the dead, the dying, threaten with their last breath. To the left obliquely flying, oh, be ready, level well. Who could think of ere retiring? See, my lads, those volleys tell. Ah, by heavens, our dragoons flying, how the squadrons fill the plain. Check them, boys, ye fear not dying, sell your lives, nor fall in vain. Now our left flank they are turning, carnage is but just begun. Desperate now, 'tis useless mourning, farewell, friends, adieu the sun. Fixed to die, we scorn retreating, to the shock our breasts oppose. Hark the shout, the signals beating, see with bayonets they close. Front rank charge, the rear make ready, forward march, reserve your fire, now present, fire brisk, be steady, march, march, see their lines retire. On the left our light troops dashing, now our dragoons charge the rear, shout huzzah, what glorious slashing. They run, hence banish fear. Now the toil and danger's over, dress alike the wounded brave. Hope again inspires the lover, old and young forget the grave. Seize the canteen, poise it higher, rest to each brave soul that fell. Death for this is ne'er the nigher. Welcome mirth and fear farewell. R.H. The Battle of Monmouth, June 28, 1778. 84 years are o'er me. Great grandchildren sit before me. These my locks are white and scanty, and my limbs are weak and worn. Yet I've been where cannon roaring, firelocks rattling, blood outpouring, stirred the souls of patriot soldiers on the tide of battle born, where they told me I was bolder far than many a comrade older, though a stripling at the fight for the right. All that sultry day in summer beat his sullen march the drummer, where the Britons strode the dusty road until the sun went down. Then on Monmouth plain encamping, tired and footsore with the tramping, lay all wearily and drearily the forces of the crown, with their resting horses neighing, and their evening bugles playing, and their sentries pacing slow to and fro. Ere the day to night had shifted, camp was broken, knapsacks lifted, and in motion was the vanguard of our swift retreating foes. Grim Kneckhausen rode before his brutal Hessians, bloody Tories, they were fit companions. Truly hirelings these traitors those, while the careless jest and laughter of the teamsters coming after rang round each creaking wain of the train. 'Twas a quiet Sabbath morning, nature gave no sign of warning, of the struggle that would follow when we met the Britons' might, of the horsemen fiercely spurring, of the bullets shrilly whirring, of the bayonets brightly gleaming through the smoke that wrapped the fight, of the cannon thunder pealing, and the wounded wretches reeling, and the corses gory red of the dead. Quiet nature had no prescience, but the Tories and the Hessians heard the baying of the bugles that were hanging on their track, heard the cries of eager ravens soaring high above the cravens, and they hurried, worn and worried, casting startled glances back, leaving Clinton there to meet us, with his bulldogs fierce to greet us, with the veterans of the crown, scarred and brown. For the fight our souls were eager, and each continental leaguer, as he gripped his firelock firmly, scarce could wait the word to fire. For his country rose such fervor in his heart of hearts to serve her, that it gladdened him and maddened him, and kindled raging ire. Never panther from his fastness through the forest gloomy vastness coursed more grimly night and day for his prey. I was in the main force posted. Lee, of whom his minions boasted, was commander of the vanguard, and with him were Scott and Wayne. What they did I know not, cared not. In their march of shame I shared not. But it startled me to see them panic-stricken back again, and the black morasses border, all in headlong fierce disorder, with the Briton plying steel at their heel. Outward cool when combat waging, howsoever inward raging, ne'er had Washington shown feeling when his forces fled the foe. But today his forehead lowered, and we shrank his wrath untoward, as on Lee his bitter speech was hurled in hissing tones and low. Sir, what means this wild confusion? Is it cowardice or collusion? Is it treachery or fear brings you here? Lee grew crimson in his anger, rang his courses o'er the clangor, o'er the roaring din of battle, as he wrathfully replied, but his raging was unheeded. Fastly on our chieftain speeded, rallied quick the fleeing forces, stayed the dark, retreating tide, then on foaming steed returning, said to Lee, with wrath still burning, will you now strike a blow at the foe? And the words Lee drew up proudly, curled his lip, and answered loudly, I, his voice rang out, and will not be the first to leave the field. And his word redeeming fairly, with a skill surpassed but rarely, struck the Briton with such ardor, that the scarlet column reeled, then again, but in good order, past the black morasses border, brought his forces rent and torn, spent and worn. As we turned on flanks and center, in the path of death to enter, one of Knox's brass 6-pounders lost its Irish cannoneer, and his wife, who mid the slaughter had been bearing pails of water for the gun and for the gunner. O'er his body shed no tear, moved the piece, and there they found her loading, firing that 6-pounder, and she gaily till we won worked the gun. Loud we cheered as Captain Molly waved the rammer, then a volley pouring in upon the grenadiers. We sternly drove them back, though like tigers fierce they fought us. To such zeal had Molly brought us, that though struck with heat, and thirsting yet of drink, we felt no lack. There she stood amid the clamor, busily handling sponge and rammer, while we swept with wrath condigned on their line. From our center backward driven, with his forces rent and riven, soon the foe reformed in order, dressed again his shattered ranks, in a column firm advancing, from his bayonets hot rays glancing, showed in waves lines of brilliance, as he fell upon our flanks. Charging bravely for his master, thus he met renewed disaster, from our stronghold that we held, back repelled. Monckton, gallant, cool, and fearless, mid his bravest comrades peerless, brought his grenadiers to action, but to fall amid the slain. Everywhere their ruin found them, red destruction reigned around them, from the mouth of Oswald's cannon, from the musketry of Wayne, while our sturdy Continentals in their dusty regimentals drove their plumed and scarlet force, man and horse. Beamed the sunlight fierce and torrid o'er the raging battle horrid, till, in faint exhaustion sinking, death was looked on as a boon, heat and not a drop of water, heat that won the race of slaughter, fewer far with bullets dying than beneath the sun of June. Only ceased the terrible firing when the Briton, slow retiring, as the sunbeams in the west sank to rest, on our arms so heavily sleeping, careless watch our sentries keeping, ready to renew the contest when the dawning day should show. Worn with toil and heat, in slumber soon were wrapped our greatest number, seeking strength to rise again and fall upon the wearied foe. For we felt his power was broken, but what rage was ours outspoken, when, on waking at the dawn, he had gone. In the midnight still and somber, while our force was wrapped in slumber, Clinton set his train in motion, sweeping fast to Sandy Hook. Safely from our blows he bore His mingled Britons, Hessians, Tories bore away his wounded soldiers, but his useless dead forsook, fleeing from a worse undoing, and too far for our pursuing. So we found the field our own, and alone. How that stirring day comes o'er me! How those scenes arise before me! How I feel a youthful vigor in a moment fill my frame! Those who fought beside me seeing, from the dim past brought to being, by their hands I fain would clasp them. Ah, each lives but in a name. But the freedom that they fought for, and the country grand they wrought for, is their monument today, and for aye. Thomas Dunn English. For the most famous incident of the fight, next to Washington's encounter with Lee, is the exploit of a camp follower named Molly Pitcher, or Molly Maguire. She was a sturdy, red-haired, freckle-faced Irish woman, and during the battle was engaged in carrying water to her husband, who was a cannoneer. A bullet killed him at his post, and Molly, seizing his rammer as it fell, sprang to take his place. She served the gun with skill and courage, and on the following morning, covered with dirt and blood, she was presented by General Greene to Washington, who conferred upon her a sergeant's commission. Molly Pitcher, June 28, 1778. 'Twas hurry and scurry at Monmouth town, for Lee was beating a wild retreat. The British were riding the Yankees down, and panic was pressing on flying feet. Galloping down like a hurricane, Washington rode with his sword swung high, mighty as he of the Trojan plain, fired by a courage from the sky. Halt and stand to your guns, he cried, and a bombardier made swift reply. Wheeling his cannon into the tide, he fell 'neath the shot of a foeman nigh. Molly Pitcher sprang to his side, fired as she saw her husband do, telling the king in this stubborn pride, women like men to their homes are true. Washington rode from bloody fray up to the gun that at a woman manned. Molly Pitcher, you saved the day, he said, as he gave her a hero's hand. He named her sergeant with a manly praise, while her war-brown face was wet with tears. A woman has ever a woman's ways, and the army was wild with cheers. Kate Brownlee Sherwood. Molly Pitcher. All day the great guns barked and roared. All day the big balls screeched and soared. All day mid the sweating gunners grim, who toiled in their smoke shroud dense and dim, sweet Molly labored with courage high, with steady hand and watchful eye, till the day was ours and the sinking sun looked down on the field of Monmouth won, and Molly standing beside her gun. Now, Molly, rest your weary arm. Safe, Molly, all is safe from harm. Now, woman, bow your aching head, and weep in sorrow o'er your dead. Next day on that field so hardly won, stately and calm stands Washington, and looks where our gallant Greene doth lead, a figure clad in motley weed, a soldier's cap and a soldier's coat, masking a woman's petticoat. He greets our Molly in kindly wise, he bids her raise her tearful eyes, and now he hails her before them all, comrade and soldier, whate'er befall. And since she has played a man's full part, a man's reward for her loyal heart, and Sergeant Molly Pitcher's name be writ henceforth on the shield of fame. O Molly, with your eyes so blue, O Molly, Molly, here's to you. Sweet honor's roll will I be richer to hold the name of Molly Pitcher. Laura E. Richards. About the middle of July, a strong French fleet, commanded by Count d'Estaing, arrived off Sandy Hook, bringing with it M. Girard, the first minister from France to the United States. It was found that the ships could not pass the bar at the mouth of New York Harbor, and it was decided to attempt the capture of the British force which held Newport R.I. But the expedition proved a failure, and the French sailed away to Boston to refit. Yankee Doodle's expedition to Rhode Island. August 1778. From Louis, Monsieur Girard came to Congress in this town, sir. They bowed to him, and he to them, and then they all sat down, sir. Begar, said Monsieur, one grand coup, and you shall bientôt behold, sir. This was believed as gospel true, and Jonathan felt bold, sir. So Yankee Doodle did forget the sound of British drum, sir, how oft it made him quake and sweat, in spite of Yankee rum, sir. He took his wallet on his back, his rifle on his shoulder, and vowed Rhode Island to attack, before he was much older. In dread array their tattered crew advanced with colors spread, sir. Their fifes played Yankee Doodle Doo, King Hancock at their head, sir. What numbers bravely crossed the seas, I cannot well determine. A swarm of rebels and of fleas, and every other vermin. Their mighty hearts might shrink, they thought, for all flesh only grass is. A plenteous store they therefore bought of whiskey and molasses. They swore they'd make bold Piggott squeak, so did their good ally, sir, and take him prisoner in a week, but that was all my eye, sir. As Jonathan so much desired to shine in martial story, D'Estaing with Politis retired to leave him all the glory. He left him what was better yet, at least it was more use, sir. He left him for a quick retreat, a very good excuse, sir. To stay, unless he ruled the sea, he thought would not be right, sir. And continental troops, said he, on islands should not fight, sir. Another cause with these combined to throw him in the dumps, sir. For Clinton's name alarmed his mind, and made him stir his stump, sir. Lord Howe came up soon afterwards with the British fleet, and made a pretense of blockading the French in Boston harbor, but prudently withdrew when he saw the French were ready to put to sea again. The latter abandoned all attempt to cooperate with the Americans, and sailed away for the West Indies. Running the blockade. September 1778. When the French fleet lay in Massachusetts Bay, in that day when the British squadron made its impudent parade of blockade, all along up and down the harbor of the town, the brave, proud town that had fought with all its might, its bold, brave fight for the right, to win its way alone, and hold and rule its own. Such a groan from the staunch hearts and stout of the Yankees there went out, but to rout the British lion then were maddest folly, when 1 to 10 their gallant allies lay, scant of powder, day by day, in the bay. Chafing thus impatient sore, one day along the shore, slowly bore a clipper schooner, worn and rough and forlorn, with its torn sails fluttering in the air. The British sailors stare at her there, so cool and unafraid. What? She's running the blockade? The jade? They all at once roar out, then damn the Yankee lout, they shout. Athwart her bows red hot, they send a challenge shot, but not an inch to right or left she veers, straight on and on she steers, nor hears challenge or shout, until rings forth with British will a shrill heave to, then sharp and short question and quick retort make British sport. What is it that you say? Where do I hail from, pray? What is my cargo, eh? My cargo? I'll allow you can hear 'em crowin' now at the bow, and I've long-faced gentry too, for passengers and crew, just a few, to fatten up, you know, for home use, and a show of garden sass and so. And from Taunton town I hail, good Lord, I was a gale when I set sail. The British captain laughed as he leaned there abaft. 'Tis a harmless craft, and a harmless fellow too, with his long-faced gentry crew. Let him through, he cried, and a gay heave ahead sounded forth and there sped down the red sunset track, unafraid, straight through the blockade, this jade of harmless craft, packed full to her draught, fore and aft, with powder and shot. One day when, red hot, the British got their full share and more of this cargo, they swore, with a roar, and the trick she had played, this damned Yankee jade, who had run the blockade. Nora Perry. The abortive expedition against Rhode Island practically ended the war at the North, and for a time the scene of activity was transferred to the frontier. The Indians had naturally allied themselves with the British at the beginning of the war, and early in September 1777 attacked Fort Henry, near Wheeling, but were beaten off after a desperate fight, during which the garrison was saved by the famous exploit of Elizabeth Zane. Elizabeth Zane, September 1777. Women are timid, cower, and shrink at show of danger, some folk they think. But men there are who, for their lives, dare not so far asperse their wives. We let that pass, so much is clear. Though little perils they may fear, when greater perils men environ, then women show a front of iron, and gentle in their manner, they do bold things in a quiet way, and so our wondering praise obtain, as on this time did Betty Zane. A century since, out west, a blockhouse was by Gertie pressed. Gertie the renegade, the dread of all that border fiercely led 500 Wyandots to gain plunder and scalp locks from the slain. And in this hold Fort Henry then, but Wheeling now, 12 boys and men guarded with watchful ward and care, women and prattling children there, against their rude and savage foes, yet Betty Jane was one of those. There had been 42 at first, when Gertie on the border burst, but most of those who meant to stay and keep the Wyandots at bay, outside by savage wiles were lured, and ball and tomahawk endured, till few were left the place to hold, and some were boys and some were old, but all could use the rifle well, and vainly from the Indians fell one puncheon roof and timber wall, the fitful shower of leaden ball. Now Betty's brothers and her sire were with her in this ring of fire, and she was ready in her way to aid their labor day by day, in all a quiet maiden might, to mold the bullets for the fight, and quick to note and so report, watch every act outside the fort, or, peering through the loopholes, see each phase of savage strategy. These were her tasks, and thus the maid, the toil-worn garrison, could aid. Still, drearily the fight went on, until a week had nearly gone, when it was told a whisper first, and then a loud alarm it burst. Their powder scarce was growing. They knew where a keg unopened lay outside the fort at Zane's. What now? Their leader stood, with anxious brow. It must be had at any cost, or toil and fort and lives were lost. Someone must do that work of fear. What man of men would volunteer? Two offered, and so earnest they, neither his purpose would give way. And Shepherd, who commanded, dare not pick or choose between the pair, but ere they settled on the one by whom the errand should be done, young Betty interposed and said, "Let me essay the task instead. Small matter 'twere if Betty Zane, a useless woman, should be slain. But death, if dealt on one of those, gives too much vantage to our foes." Her father smiled with pleasure grim, her pluck gave painful pride to him, and when her brothers clamored "No," he uttered, "Boys, let Betty go. She'll do it at less risk than you, but keep her steady in your view, and be your rifles shields for her. If yonder foe make step or stir, pick off each wretch who draws a bead, and so you'll serve her in her need. Now I recover from surprise. I think our Betty's purpose wise." The gate was opened, on she sped. The foe astonished gazed, 'tis said, and wondered at her purpose, till she gained that log hut by the hill. But when, in apron wrapped, the cask she backward bore, to close her task, The foemen saw her aim at last, and poured their fire upon her fast. Bullet on bullet near her fell, while rang the Indians' angry yell. But safely through that whirring rain, powder in arms, came Betty Zane. They filled their horns, both boys and men, and so began the fight again. Gertie, who there so long had stayed, by these new feet of feet dismayed, fired houses round and cattle slew, and moved away, the fray was through. But when the story round was told, how they maintained the leaguered hold, it was agreed, though fame was due, to all who in that fight were true, the highest meed of praise, 'twas plain, fell to the share of Betty Zane. 100 years have passed since then, the savage never came again. Gertie is dusk, alike are dead, those who assailed and those bestead. Upon those half-cleared rolling lands, a crowded city proudly stands. But of the many who reside by green Ohio's rushing tide, not one has lineage prouder than, be he or poor or rich, the man who boasts that in his spotless strain mingles the blood of Betty Zane. Thomas Dunn English. Early in July 1778, the Indians struck a blow at which the whole country stood aghast. The Valley of Wyoming, in northeastern Pennsylvania, had by its fertility attracted many settlers. The position of the settlement was peculiarly exposed, and yet it had sent the best part of its militia to serve with Washington. This circumstance did not escape the eyes of the enemy, and on July 3, 1778, a force of 1,200 Indians and Tories fell upon the settlement, routed the garrison, tortured the prisoners to death, and plundered and burned the houses. The settlers fled to the woods, where nearly 100 women and children perished of fatigue and starvation. The Wyoming Massacre, July 3, 1778. Kind heaven assists the trembling muse, while she attempts to tell of poor Wyoming's overthrow by savage sons of hell. 100 whites in painted hue, whom Butler there did lead, supported by a barbarous crew of the fierce savage breed. The last of June the siege began, and several days it held, while many a brave and valiant man lay slaughtered on the field. Our troops marched out from Forty Fort the 3rd day of July. 300 strong they marched along, the fate of war to try. But oh, alas! 300 men is much too small a band to meet 800 men complete and make a glorious stand. 4 miles they marched from the fort their enemy to meet. Too far indeed did Butler lead to keep a safe retreat. And now the fatal hour is come. They bravely charged the foe, and they with ire returned the fire which proved our overthrow. Some minutes they sustained the fire, but ere they were aware, they were encompassed all around, which proved a fatal snare. And then they did attempt to fly, but all was now in vain. Their little host, by far the most, was by those Indians slain. And as they fly, for quarters cry, O hear indulgent heaven! Hard to relate their dreadful fate, no quarters must be given. With bitter cries and mournful sighs, they seek some safe retreat, run here and there, they know not where, till awful death they meet. Their piercing cries salute the skies, mercy is all their cry. Our souls prepare God's grace to share, we instantly must die. Some men yet found are flying round, sagacious to get clear. In vain to fly, their foes too nigh, they front the flank and rear. And now the foe hath won the day, methinks their words are these: Ye cursed, rebel Yankee race, will this your Congress please? Your pardons crave, you them shall have, behold them in our hands. We'll all agree to set you free by dashing out your brains. And as for you, enlisted crew, we'll raise your honors higher. Pray turn your eye where you must lie in yonder burning fire. Then, naked in those flames they're cast, too dreadful 'tis to tell, where they must fry and burn and die, while cursed Indians yell. Nor son nor sire these tigers spare, the youth and hoary head, whereby those monsters murdered there, and numbered with the dead. Methinks I hear some sprightly youth his mournful state condole. Oh, that my tender parents knew the anguish of my soul. But oh, there's none to save my life, or heed my dreadful fear. I see the tomahawk and knife, and the more glittering spear. When years ago I dandled was upon my parents' knee, I little thought I should be brought to feel such pangs as these. I hoped for many a joyful day, I hoped for riches store. These golden dreams are fled away, I straight shall be no more. Farewell, fond mother. Late I was locked up in your embrace. Your heart would ache and even break if you could know my case. Farewell, indulgent parents dear, I must resign my breath. I now must die, and here must lie in the cold arms of death. For oh, the fatal hour is come, I see the bloody knife. The Lord have mercy on my soul, and quick resigned his life. A doleful theme, yet pensive muse, pursue the doleful theme. It is no fancy to delude, nor transitory dream. The 44 was the resort, for mother and for child, to save them from the cruel rage of the fierce savage wild. Now, when the news of this defeat had sounded in our ears, you well may know our dreadful woe, and our foreboding fears. A doleful sound is whispered round, the sun now hides his head. The nightly gloom forebodes our doom, we all shall soon be dead. How can we bear the dreadful spear, the tomahawk and knife? And if we run, the awful gun will rob us of our life. But heaven, kind heaven, propitious power, his hand we must adore. He did assuage the savage rage, that they should kill no more. The gloomy night now gone and past, the sun returns again. The little birds from every bush seem to lament the slain. With aching hearts and trembling hands we walked here and there, till through the northern pines we saw a flag approaching near. Some men were chose to meet this flag. Our colonel was the chief, who soon returned, and in his mouth he brought an olive leaf. This olive leaf was granted life, but then we must no more pretend to fight with Britain's king until the wars are o'er. And now poor Westmoreland is lost, our forts are all resigned, our buildings they're all on fire. What shelter can we find? They did agree in black and white, if we'd lay down our arms, that all who pleased might quietly remain upon their farms. But oh, they robbed us of our all. They've taken all but life, and we'll rejoice and bless the Lord if this may end the strife. And now I've told my mournful tale, I hope you'll all agree to help our cause and break the jaws of cruel tyranny. Uriah Terry. End of chapter 7. Section 15 of Poems of American History, Volume 2, The Revolution. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melvin Lee. Chapter 8, The War on the Water. At the outbreak of the Revolution, the colonies had no navy, but a number of cruisers and privateers were soon fitted out, and by the end of 1776, nearly 300 British vessels had fallen into the hands of the Americans. This activity was kept up during the succeeding year. The cruise of the Fair American, as described in the old ballad of that name, being one of the most noteworthy. The cruise of the fair American. The 22nd of August, before the close of day, all hands on board of our privateer, we got under way. We kept the eastern shore along for 40 leagues or more. Then our departure took for sea from the Isle of Mohegan shore. Brad Hawthorne was commander, a man of real worth. Old England's cruel tyranny induced him to go forth. She with relentless fury was plundering all our coast, and thought because her strength was great, our glorious cause was lost. Yet boast not, haughty Britons, of power and dignity. By land thy conquering armies, thy matchless strength at sea. Since taught by numerous instances, Americans can fight, with valor can equip their stand, your armies put to flight. Now farewell to fair America, farewell our friends and wives. We trust in heaven's peculiar care for to protect their lives, to prosper our intended cruise upon the raging main, and to preserve our dearest friends till we return again. The wind it being leading, it bore us on our way, as far unto the southwards as the Gulf of Florida, where we fell in with a British ship, bound homeward from the main. We gave her 2 bow chasers, and she returned the same. We hauled up our courses, and so prepared to fight. The contest held 4 glasses until the dusk of night. Then having sprung our mainmast, and had so large a sea, we dropped astern and left our chase till the returning day. Next morn we fished our mainmast. The ship still being nigh, all hands made for engaging, our chance once more to try. But wind and sea being boisterous, our cannon would not bear. We thought it quite imprudent, and so we left her there. We cruised to the eastward, near the coast of Portugal. In longitude of 27, we saw a lofty sail. We gave her chase, and soon perceived she was a British snow standing for fair America, with troops for General Howe. Our captain did inspect her with glasses, and he said, "My boys, she means to fight us, but you be not afraid. All hands repair to quarters, see everything is clear. We'll give her a broadside, my boys, as soon as she comes near." She was prepared with nettings, and her men were well secured, and bore it directly for us, and put us close on board, when the cannon roared like thunder, and the muskets fired amain. But soon we were alongside, and grappled to her chain. And now the scene had altered. The cannon ceased to roar. We fought with swords and boarding pikes, 1 glass or something more, till British pride and glory no longer dared to stay, but cut the Yankee grapplings and quickly bore away. Our chase was not so desperate as plainly might appear, yet sudden death did enter on board our privateer. Mahoney, Crew, and Clemens, the valiant and the brave, fell glorious in the contest, and met a watery grave. 10 other men were wounded among our warlike crew, with them our noble captain, to whom all praise is due. To him and all our officers let's give a hearty cheer. Success to fair America and our good privateer. The Americans were not without their losses, and one of the most serious occurred early in 1778. On the morning of March 7, the 32-gun frigate Randolph, Captain Nicholas Biddle, while cruising off Barbados, fell in with the English 64-gun ship of the line Yarmouth, and attacked immediately. The fight had lasted about an hour. when the Randolph's magazine was in some way fired, and the ship blew up. Of the crew of 315, only 4 were saved. On the death of Captain Nicholas Biddle, March 7, 1778. What distant thunders rend the skies? What clouds of smoke in volumes rise? What means this dreadful roar? Is from his base Vesuvius thrown? Is sky-topped Atlas tumbled down, or Etna's self no more? Shock after shock torments my ear, and lo, 2 hostile ships appear. Red lightnings round them glow. The Yarmouth boasts of 64, the Randolph 32, no more. And will she fight this foe? The Randolph soon on Stygian stream shall coast along the land of dreams, the islands of the dead. But fate that parts them on the deep shall save the Briton, still to weep, his ancient honors fled. Say, who commands that dismal blaze, where yonder starry streamer plays? Does Mars with Jove engage? 'Tis Biddle wings those angry fires, Biddle whose bosom Jove inspires with more than mortal rage. Tremendous flash, and hark! The ball drives through old Yarmouth, flames and all. Her bravest sons expire. Did Mars himself approach so nigh, even Mars without disgrace might fly the Randolph's fiercer fire. The Briton views his mangled crew. And shall we strike to 32? Said Hector, stained with gore. Shall Britain's flag to these descend? Rise, and the glorious conflict end. Britons, I ask no more. He spoke, they charged their cannon round. Again the vaulted heavens resound. The Randolph bore it all, then fixed her pointed cannons true. Away the unwieldy vengeance flew. Britain the warriors fall. The Yarmouth saw with dire dismay her wounded hull shrouds shot away. Her boldest heroes dead. She saw amidst her floating slain the conquering Randolph stem the main. She saw, she turned and fled. That hour, blessed chief, had she been thine, dear Biddle, had the powers divine been kind, as thou wert brave, but fate, who doomed thee to expire, prepared an arrow tipped with fire, and marked a watery grave. And in that hour when conquest came, winged at his ship a pointed flame that not even he could shun, the conquest ceased, the Yarmouth fled, the bursting Randolph ruin spread, and lost what honor won. Philip Freneau. Among the most successful of the Yankee privateers was the Providence, and her most famous exploit was performed in July 1779, when she attacked a fleet of merchantmen under convoy of a ship of the line and some cruisers, and captured 10 prizes, 9 of which, valued at over $1 million, were got safely to Boston. The Providence was commanded by Abraham Whipple, the hero of the Gaspee exploit and of 100 others. The Yankee Privateer, July 1779. Come listen, and I'll tell you how first I went to sea, to fight against the British and earn our liberty. We shipped with Captain Whipple, who never knew a fear, the captain of the Providence, the Yankee privateer. We sailed and made good cheer. There were many pretty men on the Yankee privateer. The British Lord High Admiral, he wished old Whipple harm. He wrote that he would hang him at the end of his yardarm. "My lord," wrote Captain Whippleback, "it seems to me it's clear that if you want to hang him, you must catch your privateer." We sailed and made good cheer, for not a British frigate could come near the privateer. We sailed to the southward, and nothing did we meet, till we found 3 British frigates and their West Indian fleet. Old Whipple shut our ports as we crawled up near, and he sent us all below on the Yankee privateer. So slowly he sailed, we dropped to the rear, and not a soul suspected the Yankee privateer. At night we put the lights out, and forward we ran, and silently we boarded the biggest merchantman. We knocked down the watch, and the lubbers shook with fear. She's a prize without a shot to the Yankee privateer. We sent the prize north while we lay near, and all day we slept on the bold privateer. For 10 nights we followed, and ere the moon rose, each night a prize we'd taken beneath the Lion's nose. When the British looked to see why their ships should disappear, they found they had in convoy a Yankee privateer. But we sailed and made good cheer. Not a coward was on board of the Yankee privateer. The biggest British frigate bore round to give us chase, but though he was the fleeter, old Whipple wouldn't race, till he'd raked her fore and aft, for the lubbers couldn't steer. Then he showed them the heels of the Yankee privateer. Then we sailed and we made good cheer, for not a British frigate could come near the privateer. Then northward we sailed to the town we all know, and there lay our prizes all anchored in a row. And welcome were we to our friend so dear, and we shared $1,000,000 on the bold privateer. We sailed and we made good cheer. We had all full pockets on the bold privateer. Then we each manned a ship, and our sails we unfurled, and we bore the stars and stripes o'er the oceans of the world. From the proud flag of Britain we swept the seas clear, and we earned our independence on the Yankee privateer. Then landsmen and sailors, one more cheer. Here is 3 times 3 for the Yankee privateer. Arthur Hale. The achievements of other American naval captains were soon eclipsed by those of John Paul Jones, a Scottish sailor settled in Virginia, who, at the outbreak of the war, offered his services to Congress. In 1776, on board the Alfred in the Delaware River, he raised the first flag of the Revolution, a pine tree with a rattlesnake coiled to the foot and the motto, "Don't tread on me." Paul Jones, a song unto liberty's brave buccaneer, ever bright be the fame of the patriot rover. For our rights he first fought in his black privateer, and faced the proud foe ere o'er sea they crossed over in their channel and coast. He scattered their host, and proud Britain robbed of her sea-ruling boast, and her rich merchants' barks shunned the ocean in fear of Paul Jones, fair liberty's brave buccaneer. In the first fleet that sailed in defense of our land, Paul Jones forward stood to defend freedom's arbor. He led the bold Alfred at Hopkins' command, and drove the fierce foeman from Providence harbor. 'Twas his hand that raised the first flag that blazed, and his deeds 'neath the pine tree all oceans amazed. For hundreds of foes met a watery bier from Paul Jones, fair liberty's brave buccaneer. His arm crushed the Tory and mutinous crew that strove to have freemen inhumanly butchered. Remember his valor at proud Flamborough, when he made the bold Serapis strike to the Richard. Oh, he robbed of their store the vessels sent o'er to feed all the Tories and foes on our shore. He gave freemen the spoils, and long may they revere the name of fair Liberty's bold buccaneer. In 1778, he was sent with the 18-gun ship Ranger to prowl about the British coasts. He entered the Irish Channel, seized the Lord Chatham, set fire to the shipping at Whitehaven, and captured the British 20-gun sloop Drake after a fierce fight. With the Drake and several merchant prizes, he made his way to Brest and prepared for a more important expedition, which was fitting out for the following year. The Yankee Man of War, 1778. 'Tis of a gallant Yankee ship that flew the stripes and stars, and the whistling wind from the west northwest blew through the pitch pine spars. With her starboard tacks aboard, my boys, she hung upon the gale. On an autumn night we raised the light on the old head of Kinsale. It was a clear and cloudless night, and the wind blew steady and strong, as gaily over the sparkling deep our good ship bowled along. With the foaming seas beneath her bow, the fiery waves she spread, and bending low her bosom of snow, she buried her lee cat head. There was no talk of shortening sail by him who walked the poop, and under the press of her pondering jib, the boom bent like a hoop, and the groaning waterways told the strain that held her stout main tack. But he only laughed as he glanced aloft at a white and silvery track. The mid-tide meets in the channel waves that flow from shore to shore, and the mist hung heavy upon the land from Featherstone to Dunmore. And that sterling light in Tusker Rock, where the old bell tolls each hour, and the beacon light that shone so bright was quenched on Waterford Tower. The knightly robes our good ship wore were her own topsails 3, her spanker and her standing jib, the courses being free. Now, lay aloft, my heroes bold, let not a moment pass, and royals and topgallant sails were quickly on each mast. What looms upon our starboard bow? What hangs upon the breeze? This time our good ship hauled her wind abreast the old Salties, for by her ponderous press of sail, and by her consorts 4, we saw our morning visitor was a British man of war. Up spake our noble captain then, as a shot ahead of us passed. Haul snug your flowing courses, lay your topsail to the mast. Those Englishmen gave 3 loud hurrahs from the deck of their covered ark, and we answered back by a solid broadside from the decks of our patriot bark. Out booms, our skipper cried, out booms and give her sheet. And the swiftest keel that was ever launched shot ahead of the British fleet. And amidst a thundering shower of shot, with stunsails hoisting away, down the North Channel Paul Jones did steer just at the break of day. The new squadron sailed for the English coast in the summer of 1779. It consisted of the flagship, a clumsy old Indiaman called the Duras, whose name Jones changed to Bonhomme Richard, and 4 consorts, The summer was spent in cruising about the British coast, and so much damage was done that Paul Jones became a sort of boogie to all England. Paul Jones, A New Song. Of heroes and statesmen, I'll just mention four that cannot be matched if we trace the world o'er. For none of such fame ever stepped o'er the stones as Greene, Jemmy Twitcher, Lord North, and Paul Jones. Through a mad-hearted war which old England will rue, at London, at Dublin, and Edinburgh too, the tradesman stands still, and the merchant bemoans the losses he meets with from such as Paul Jones. How happy for England would fortune but sweep at once all her treacherous foes to the deep, for the land under burthens most bitterly groans to get rid of some that are worse than Paul Jones. To each honest heart that is Britain's true friend, in bumpers I'll freely this toast recommend. May Paul be converted, the ministry purged, old England be free, and her enemies scourged. If success to our fleets be not quickly restored, the leaders in office to shove from the board. May they all fare alike, and the Dell pick the bones of Greene, Jemmy Twitcher, Lord North, and Paul Jones. On September 23, 1779, the little squadron sighted a British fleet of 40 sail off Flamborough Head. They were merchantmen bound for the Baltic, under convoy of the Serapis, 44, and the Countess of Scarborough, 20. Captain Jones instantly gave chase, ordering his consorts to form in line of battle. But the Alliance, whose command had been given to a Frenchman, ran off to some distance, leaving the Richard to attack the Serapis single-handed, while the Paulus took care of the Scarborough. Paul Jones, September 23, 1779. An American frigate from Baltimore came. Her guns mounted 40, the Richard by name. We went to cruise in the channel of Old England with a noble commander. Paul Jones was the man. We had not sailed long before we did espy a large 44 and a 20 close by. These two warlike ships, full laden with store, our captain pursued to the bold Yorkshire shore. At the hour of 12, Pierce came alongside, with a loud-speaking trumpet. "Whence came you?" he cried. "Quick, give me an answer, I hailed you before, or this very instant a broadside I'll pour." "Paul Jones," he exclaimed, "my brave boys will not run. Let every brave seaman stand close by to his gun." When a broadside was fired by these brave Englishmen, we bold buckskin heroes returned it again. We fought them 5 glasses most hot, till 50 brave seamen lay dead on the spot, and full 70 more lay bleeding in gore, whilst Pierce's loud cannon on the Richard did roar. Our gunner affrighted, unto Paul Jones he came. "Our ship is a-sinking, likewise in flame." Paul Jones, he replied, in the height of his pride, "If we can do no better, we'll sink alongside." At length our shot flew so quick, they could not stand. The flag of proud Britain was forced to come down. The Alliance bore down, and the Richard did rake, which caused the heart of Richard to ache. "Come now, my brave buckskin, we've taken a prize, a large 44, and a 20 likewise. They are both noble vessels, well laden with store. We will toss off the can to our country once more. God help the poor widows, who shortly must weep for the loss of their husbands now sunk in the deep. We'll drink to brave Paul Jones, who, with sword in hand, shone foremost in action and gave us command." The Serapis was greatly superior to the Richard in armament and fighting qualities, but Paul Jones succeeded in running his vessel into her and lashing fast. So close did they lie that their yardarms interlocked, and both ships were soon covered with dead and wounded. At the end of 2 hours, the Serapis was on fire, but the Richard was already sinking. Half an hour later, the Serapis surrendered. The Richard was kept afloat with great difficulty until morning, when she sank. The Bonhomme Richard and Serapis, September 23, 1779. O'er the rough main with flowing sheet, the guardian of a numerous fleet, Serapis from the Baltic came, a ship of less tremendous force, sailed by her side the self-same course. Countess of Scarborough was her name. And now their native coasts appear, Britannia's hills their summits rear above the German main. Fond to suppose their dangers o'er, they southward coast along the shore, thy waters, gentle Thames, to gain. Full 40 guns Serapis bore, and Scarborough's Countess 24. Manned with old England's boldest tars, what flag that rides the Gaelic seas shall dare attack such piles as these, designed for tumults and for wars? Now from the topmast giddy heights a seaman cried, 4 sail in sight, approach with favoring gales. Pearson, resolved to save the fleet, stood off to sea these ships to meet, and closely braced his shivering sails. With him advanced the Countess bold, like a black tar in wars grown old. Now these floating piles drew nigh, but muse unfold what chief of fame in the other warlike squadron came, whose standards at his masthead fly. 'Twas Jones, brave Jones, to battle led, as bold a crew as ever bled upon the sky-surrounded main. The standards of the western world were to the willing minds unfurled, denying Britain's tyrant reign. The good man Richard led the line. The alliance next, with these combined, the Gaelic ship they Paulus called. The Vengeance, armed with sword and flame, these to attack the Britons came, but 2 accomplished all. Now Phoebus sought his pearly bed, but who can tell the scenes of dread, the horrors of that fatal night? Close up these floating castles came. The good man Richard burst in flame. Serapis trembled at the sight. She felt the fury of her ball. Down, prostrate, down the Britons fall. The decks were strewed with slain. Jones to the foe his vessel lashed, and while the black artillery flashed, loud thunders shook the main. Alas, that mortals should employ such murdering engines to destroy that frame by heaven so nicely joined. Alas, that ere the God decreed that brother should by brother bleed, and poured such madness in the mind. But thou, brave Jones, no blame shalt bear. The rights of man demand your care. For these you dare the greedy waves. No tyrant on destruction bent has planned thy conquest. Thou art sent to humble tyrants and their slaves. See, dread Serapis flames again. And art thou, Jones, among the slain, and sunk to Neptune's caves below? He lives, though crowds around him fall, still he unhurt survives them all. Almost alone he fights the foe. And can your ship these strokes sustain? Behold your brave companion slain. All clasped in ocean's cold embrace, strike or be sunk, the Briton cries. Sink if you can, the chief replies, fierce lightnings blazing in his face. Then to the side 3 guns he drew, almost deserted by his crew, and charged them deep with woe. By Pearson's flash he aimed hot balls. His mainmast totters, down it falls, overwhelming half below. Pearson had yet disdained to yield, but scarce his secret fears concealed, and thus was heard to cry, "With hell, not mortals, I contend. What art thou, human or a fiend, that dost my force defy? Return, my lads, the fight renew." So called bold Pearson to his crew, but called, alas, in vain. Some on the decks lay maimed and dead, some to their deep recesses fled, and hosts were shrouded in the main. Distressed, forsaken, and alone, he hauled his tattered standard down, and yielded to his gallant foe. Bold Pallas soon the Countess took, thus both their haughty colors struck, confessing what the brave can do. But Jones, too dearly didst thou buy these ships possessed so gloriously, to many deaths disgraced the fray. Thy bark that bore the conquering flame, that the proud Briton overcame, even she forsook thee on the way. For when the morn began to shine, fatal to her the ocean brine poured through each spacious wound. Quick in the deep she disappeared, but Jones to friendly Boulais steered, with conquest and with glory crowned. Go on, great man, to scourge thy foe, and bid these haughty Britons know they to our 13 stars shall bend. Those stars that, veiled in dark attire, long glimmered with a feeble fire, but radiant now ascend. Bend to the stars that flaming rise in western, not in eastern skies, fair freedom's reign restored. So when the Magi, come from far, beheld the God-attending star, they trembled and adored. Philip Freneau. Another remarkable action was that between the Hyder Ali and the General Monk. The latter, a cruiser mounting 20 9-pounders, had been harassing the American shipping in Delaware Bay, and the merchants of Philadelphia finally equipped the Hyder Ali, an old merchantman, with 16 6-pounders, put Joshua Barney in command, and started him after the British ship. Barney's invitation, April 1782. Come all ye lads who know no fear, to wealth and honor with me steer, in the Hyder Ali privateer, commanded by brave Barney. She's new and true and tight and sound, well rigged aloft, and all well found. Come away and be with laurel crowned, away and leave your lasses. Accept our terms without delay, and make your fortunes while you may. Such offers are not every day in the power of the jolly sailor. Success and fame attend the brave, but death the coward and the slave, who fears to plow the Atlantic wave, to seek the bold invaders. Come then, and take a cruising bout. Our ship sails well, there is no doubt. She has been tried both in and out, and answers expectation. Let no proud foes whom Europe bore distress our trade, insult our shore. Teach them to know their reign is o'er, bold Philadelphia sailors. We'll teach them how to sail so near, or to venture on the Delaware, when we in warlike trim appear, and cruise without Henlopen. Who cannot wounds and battle dare, shall never clasp the blooming fair. The brave alone their charms should share, the brave are their protectors. With hand and heart united all, prepared to conquer or to fall. Attend, my lads, to honor's call, embark in our Hyder Ali. From an eastern prince she takes her name, who, smit with freedom's sacred flame, usurping Britons brought to shame, his country's wrongs avenging. See, on her stern the waving stars, inured to blood, inured to wars, Come, enter quick, my jolly tars, to scourge these warlike Britons. Here's grog enough, then drink about. I know your hearts are firm and stout. American blood will never give out, and often we have proved it. Though stormy oceans round us roll, we'll keep a firm, undaunted soul, befriended by the cheering bowl, sworn foes to melancholy. When timorous landsmen lurk on shore, 'tis ours to go where cannons roar. On a coasting cruise we'll go once more, despisers of all danger. And fortune still, who crowns the brave, shall guard us o'er the gloomy wave. A fearful heart betrays the knave. Success to Hyder Ali. Philip Freneau. The Hyder Ali sailed down the bay April 8, 1782, and met the Englishmen near the Capes. By skillful maneuvering, Barney was able to rake his antagonist, then lashing fast, poured several broadsides in rapid succession into the enemy, who struck their colors at the end of 30 minutes. Song, April 8, 1782. O'er the waste of waters cruising, long the General Monk had reigned, all subduing, all reducing. None her lawless rage restrained. Many a brave and hardy fellow, yielding to this warlike foe, when her guns began to bellow, struck his humbled colors low. But grown bold with long successes, leaving the wide watery way, she, a stranger to distresses, came to cruise within Cape May. Now we soon, said Captain Rogers, shall their men of commerce meet. In our hold we'll have them lodgers. We shall capture half their fleet. Lo, I see their van appearing. Back our topsails to the mast. They toward us full are steering with a gentle western blast. I've a list of all their cargoes, all their guns, and all their men. I am sure these modern Argos can't escape us 1 in 10. Yonder comes the charming Sally sailing with the General Green. First we'll fight the Hyder Ali. Taking her is taking them. She intends to give us battle, bearing down with all her sail. Now, boys, let our cannon rattle. To take her we cannot fail. Our 18 guns, each a 9-pounder, soon shall terrify this foe. We shall maul her, we shall wound her, bringing rebel colors low. While thus he anticipated conquests that he could not gain, he in the Cape May channel waited for the ship that caused his pain. Captain Barney then preparing, thus addressed his gallant crew. Now, brave lads, be bold and daring, let your hearts be firm and true. This is a proud English cruiser, roving up and down the main. We must fight her, must reduce her, though our decks be strewed with slain. Let who will be the survivor, we must conquer or must die. We must take her up the river, whate'er comes of you or I. Though she shows most formidable, with her 18 pointed nines, and her quarters clad in sable, let us balk her proud designs. With 4 9-pounders and 12 sixes, we will face that daring band. Let no dangers damp your courage, nothing can the brave withstand. Fighting for your country's honor, now to gallant deeds aspire. Helmsman, bear us down upon her. Gunner, give the word to fire. Then yardarm and yardarm meeting, straight began the dismal fray. Cannon mouths each other greeting, belched their smoky flames away. Soon the langrage, grape, and chain shot that from Barney's cannons flew, swept the Monk and cleared each round top, killed and wounded half her crew. Captain Rogers strove to rally, but they from their quarters fled, while the roaring Hyder Ali covered o'er his decks with dead. When from their tops their dead men tumbled, and the streams of blood did flow, then their proudest hopes were humbled by their brave inferior foe. All aghast and all confounded, they beheld their champions fall, and their captain, sorely wounded, bade them quick for quarters call. Then the monk's proud flag descended, and her cannon ceased to roar. By her crew no more defended, she confessed the contest o'er. Come, brave boys, and fill your glasses. You have humbled one proud foe. No brave action this surpasses. Fame shall tell the nation so. Thus be Britain's woes completed, thus abridged her cruel reign, till she ever, thus defeated, yields the sceptre of the main. Philip Fresnel. The last naval action of the war occurred December 19, 1782, when the American ship South Carolina, 40 guns, was chased and captured off the Delaware by the British ships Quebec, Diomede, and Astrea, carrying 98 guns. A few days later, a ballad describing the affair appeared in the Loyalist papers as a letter from a dejected Jonathan, a prisoner taken in the South Carolina, to his brother Ned at Philadelphia. The South Carolina, December 19, 1782. My dear brother Ned, we are knocked on the head. No more let America boast. We may all go to bed, and that's enough said, for the South Carolina we've lost. The pride of our eyes, I swear is a prize. You never will see her again, unless through surprise you are brought where she lies, a prisoner from the false main. O Lord, what a sight! I was struck with affright when the Diomedes shot round us fell. I feared that in spite they'd have slain us outright and send us directly to H.L. The Quebec did fire, or I'm a cursed liar, and the Astrea came up apace. We could not retire from the confounded fire, they all were so eager in chase. The Diomedes shot was damnation hot. She was several times in a blaze. It was not my lot to go then to pot, but I vow I was struck with amaze. And Ned, may I die, or be poked in a sty, if ever I venture again where bullets do fly, and the wounded do cry, tormented with anguish and pain. The hope I can tell, and the brig Constance fell, I swear and I vow in our sight. The first I can say was taken by day, but the latter was taken at night. I die to relate what has been our fate, how sadly our navies are shrunk. The pride of our state begins to abate, for the branches are lopped from the trunk. The Congress must bend, we shall fall in the end, for the cursed British serpents are tough. But I think, as you find, I have enough penned of such cursed, such vexatious stuff. Yet how vexing to find we are left all behind, that by sad disappointment we're crossed. Ah, fortune unkind, thou afflictest my mind, when the South Carolina we lost. Our enemy vile, cunning Digby does smile, is pleased at our mischance. He useth each while our fleets to beguile, and to check our commerce with France. No more as a friend our ships to defend, of South Carolina we boast. As a foe in the end, she will us attend, for the South Carolina we've lost. End of section 15.